Hello everyone and welcome to the second day of the LiveCTF. Sorry for the delay, we've had some technical difficulties and I think we're just adjusting some sound volumes here. As you might see on the screen, I'm not with Jordan here today because we have instead Live Overflow as a commentator calling in remotely.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks for having me, coming in here from Germany. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there, but it looks amazing what you guys did.
Nice. Yeah, really fun to have you here on the stream at least. So it's going to be super nice. We have a full packed schedule today with a lot of matches. We will be talking about that more throughout the broadcast, but we need to get right into it. So as soon as I get like just an okay from production, yeah, we are ready to go. So I'm just gonna see, yeah, okay. So first LiveCTF match of the day. Start the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Let's go. I might be a bit biased in this match. Do you know why?
Oh yeah, so we have the matchup, right? Sauercloud versus DiceGuesser. Sauercloud being the German mixed team, which you have been participating in, right?
Yeah, I played with Sauercloud before. As you said, big German team, so lots of people I know in there. So I might be slightly biased, but of course I'm also rooting for DiceGuesser, who are also incredibly skilled.
Nice. Yeah, it's really cool. So this challenge that they are getting, it's so it's again opponable x86. Nothing shocking there. We can see the two teams opening up the binary in some reverse engineering programs. We have Binary Ninja and we have Ghidra, so a little bit of a mix up there.
I just wanted to say, I hope Jordan appreciates that. I believe this was the first time we see Binary Ninja, and I want to say Sauercloud coming through here with Jordan's wishes.
Yeah, creating a bit of that goodwill. Maybe that can translate into some good luck for the team.
Yeah, Jordan should maybe slide them a hint.
Yeah, well, we might slide teams a hint, but in that case, of course, to both of them. We got a question here if we can just up the volume of Live Overflow a little bit. So yeah, sorry, there might be like, few technical hitches throughout this beginning of the stream, but let's try to go to, yeah, so we are looking here at one of the teams. Sorry, I'm just making sure I have the
what was the name of the challenge again?
Yes, we have Fair Enough is the name of the challenge, and like spelled as like fairy enough. So it's kind of like a magic brewing theme going on here. You can see in the compilation here in Ghidra that there's some kind of menu. You can stir to the left, stir to the right and stuff. So we'll see what that translates into.
Yeah, in case the people don't know, these challenges are a little bit smaller. They are not hardcore DEFCON CTF challenges to be solved in many hours. They are intended to be solved quickly. So there's kind of just like one area it focuses on. So is this challenge more reversing or more exploitation oriented? What do the players expect?
Yes,
here?
So here this is again a pwnable challenge. So we can see here on Sauercloud sides, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Sauercloud here using Binary Ninja, as you said. You can see that they are running the program in GDB with Jeff to get some understanding of what's going on there. There's some kind of array here with data being populated in this case 7 of the switch case.
Did they call it Scratch, or does this binary come with symbols? You know?
Oh yes. Sorry, what did you say?
As Sauercloud named that big array, it seems a Scratch. I was just wondering if the binary comes with symbols, or was that a decision?
Oh yeah, I think this one is stripped, right? Or I'm not entirely sure. I just want to point out in the corner of Sauercloud's stream, they have a like speedrunner timer interface here. I really like this small touch that I've added. You can see that.
Oh, I actually, you know, I'm watching you right now over the internal stream here. I thought that is a tool from you to keep track internally, but you are right. It's actually on their computer.
No, yeah, it's like a live split timer for live CTF flag any percent. Yeah, as a speedrunning fan, I definitely appreciate those small little touches.
It took them 10 seconds to open Binary Ninja. We should ask Jordan if that's an acceptable time for the tool to launch.
Yeah, and how much was how much was the program and how much was them. But yeah, as you said, they're trying to look like looking like they're trying to like name things a little bit. They're trying to see what these 7 options in this menu actually kind of translate to. We're gonna switch over here to DiceGuesser to see them starting to write a little bit of a solution script here. Not sure exactly what they had a function there called create byte. So they have something in store there for starting the solution. Oh, they're looking up Bsuit's identity. This is like there's something like a maths problem involved in this. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no,
now
this is a math challenge?
Well, so this is the thing with this challenge, right? It's basically a shell coding challenge, but they cannot just like input their bytes, however they want. They have to create them by like incrementing and decrementing. I think the idea is that you can only increment and decrement using like prime numbers. So you have to like express your target value as a linear combination of prime numbers. I think, if I remember
imagine
correctly.
the code like this in assembly, like modulo math or whatever, can look quite ugly. So they didn't get the source code with this. They had to reverse engineer, obviously, with Binary Ninja, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you said it's stripped. So do you know how DiceGuesser figured out that it's that, or was it in the menu? I didn't quite.
No. I think they were looking at the different operations. If so, you can see them. Yeah, I'm just trying to follow here a little bit what they are trying to write in their function here. They seem to be thinking a little bit hard. So they're importing random here, which I'm not entirely sure what's the idea of using
the comment
random.
says brute force lol, so maybe they are copying the check. Maybe that is also in the binary that's checking something instead of properly generating it. They just
So if we could switch over to no, I see there's some kind of discussion going on in the production booth, so we are not switching over to Sauercloud. But I will tell you that Sauercloud is creating some kind of function here where they're using like or nested for loops or something like that. So there are different approaches here. One using randomization and one using, I think, like pure brute force. Yeah, so I think they're both kind of onto something here. So yes, here we can see Sauercloud again, and you can try to see there like the code. I think we have these options 3, 4, 5, and 6 in the menu where you can see that it's like adding and subtracting value. I mean, first it's some kind of offset in some array, I think, and then they're like adding and subtracting values there, I think, which is, I think, this whole thing where you're adding and subtracting prime numbers to your shell code.
As somebody who is not that experienced with math, I mean, the menu and the description itself of the challenge doesn't really give away this math operation behind it. So being able to see that quickly in the assembly code is really impressive to me. I'm not sure if I would have realized that it's like some math going on there. That and what kind of math?
Yes. Yeah, the fact that we saw the correct keyword being Googled by one of the DiceGuesser players is pretty nice to say, I think. But yeah, it's like some of these CTF challenges, you know, like sometimes there are a little bit of like curveballs thrown in, like problems from other domains. We saw like a Sudoku challenge yesterday, a little bit like a maths problem today as well. But here you can see. Sorry, yes.
What do you think from the difficulty level? The last challenge yesterday took a lot of time. Before that were faster. Where do you expect this to be? Do you expect them to need a hint for this one, or do you think they are on a good path?
So we tried yesterday. We worked a lot. Like yesterday evening, we worked a lot on like calibrating, you know, difficulties for the challenges based on, you know, the first 4 matches that we did. I think I would say this one is it's probably easier than the most difficult one yesterday, but it's probably more difficult than the easiest one yesterday. Is my slight guess here. We'll see how that turns out. But you can see here this loop that I mentioned. Yes, but we're going over to DiceGuesser. Oh, and they are looking up some algorithms here on Google. They're looking at linear combinations mod n. So here we get into the so they understand in what kind of math problem we have reduced this to.
To be completely honest with you, I would have already completely lost. I would be on the failing side of this table. I would not be a good choice for Sauercloud to sit there right now.
Well, it's good then that we are in the commentary booth and they are playing, right?
Right. I chickened out and stayed in Berlin while the team traveled.
Oh, yeah. So we can see here the function they have written here. You have this create byte, and they create a random integer. And they are selecting a random integer among those 4 integers, and then they are appending that to a list. And then okay, so basically your values that you are inputting into the shellcode, you have these 3 values, 16, 72, 15 and 253. So you can, I think, add any of those values. And then you need that to get to your destination value. So what DiceGuesser is doing is that they are just looking at their target and then just randomly picking these 4 values to add to it, and then checking if they have reached the target. So this it will probably not yield the most efficient way to get to your target value, but hopefully it will get you to the target value within a reasonable amount of time. Yeah. And sorry, yeah.
And is it then how is the shellcode then constructed? Is it then they have to go to a certain target value that is then accepted and then move to the next one and then slowly construct shellcode? Is it constraining the shellcode?
No, this is the way you input your shellcode. So I guess you start with like an array of all zeros or something like this. You have some starting point. I'm not completely sure about that part, but then you can like byte by byte modify those values using these rules to like modify the values in your array, and then you can have this thing executed. So this is like how you're brewing your magic potion here, right? You're stirring
that's where the story comes in.
Yeah. So you're brewing the magic potion by adding these prime numbers, and then at the end, I guess you're consuming your magic potion or something. And we can see here the code for Sauercloud. They're using C3 constraint solver. I'm a big fan. Do you use C3 a lot?
Yeah, whenever I have something like this where I would have to solve some equation which might be very easy to solve, but I can't do it, so I try to use Z3, and hopefully it's a formula Z3 can handle. So yeah, if I ever face a challenge like this, Z3 is the tool of choice for me.
Nice. We can also
is this a problem that Z3 can solve, or is this Z3 might struggle with?
I think it's probably not well suited. Like maybe the search space is like small enough that it can handle it, but I'm not sure that. No, wait. This is a completely. Yeah, it's probably should be fine. I'm a little bit uncertain, but you can see here they are. So for for our viewers, so C3 is a constraint solving software. So you provide it with a set of equations, a bunch of variables and a bunch of equations, and then the program will figure out values for the variables that satisfy all of these equations. So in this case, you could say like, okay, we have 4 unknowns, like the multiples of our prime numbers, and you can say like a times the first prime number plus b times the second prime number and so on should equal our target value, and then C3 tries to figure out appropriate values for a, b, c, and d to make this happen, and then they can use that output as the commands for their exploit.
I was just going back again and looking at the assembly code, just to try to understand a bit better what is happening here. So basically, you have an array, and the first 2 options move the cursor in the array back and forth, and then with other options you can modify the array value, and that array is later your shell code. And these array values, you can just add or subtract a certain value, but which seems at first very easy, but I guess it's because your input length for the choices is short. No, it's a while true. I'm looking again at this assembly and trying to figure out how do they treat it as a math problem. To me, it looks on first sight just a basic array to just. So
just to cut you off a little bit here, I can see here on Sauercloud's screen that they are trying to run the program remotely, and they seem to have a shell. So they have I think it's a locally working. Oh no! Do we have an issue here? Is it? No, that's a local. It's a locally working. They have shell locally, so they are very close. We can see the submitter binary. They're running it, and that should be. That's game. That's game. Good luck. Good job to Sauercloud.
Yeah, amazing. Okay, yeah.
So what we saw there on screen, we saw them running a submitter binary once they had the remotely working exploit. That was a fairly quick one. So
yeah, to be honest, congratulations, amazing, go team.
Yeah, and that is this match. We will be back in we will catch up with the schedule. So we will be back already in 20 minutes, hopefully. I will be swapping out with Jordan, and Live Overflow, you're staying on for the next match, right?
Sounds good.
Great.
And if I can just plug my stream in between the matches.
Totally.
On Twitch TV Live Overflow, I'm gonna recap what just happened, trying to better understand, because everything happened so fast. So in the meantime, if you're bored, come over there, and then
sounds like an excellent idea to have a recap there. We will go to an intermission on this stream. Check out Live Overflows. You're streaming on Twitch,
right?
Twitch Live Overflow. We'll go to an intermission here. We'll be back in about 20 minutes. See you later.
Welcome back, LiveCTF, round 2, day 2. I'm back. I'm Cyphertex or Jordan. Thanks, Kyle, for doing round 1. We still have Live Overflow. Live Overflow, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent. Hi. All right, good. All right, so we've got round 2. This round we've got coming up Samurai and Perfect Root. So let's get them started with a big countdown. You ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right.
Okay.
It's quite
so what is this challenge called, Jordan?
Okay, so this challenge, I gotta check my notes. This has been a crazy morning. This challenge is called, Seek and Destroy. Maybe a little Metallica reference was I think the person who named it. I think, so we told each team a category, and this category we told them was exploitation. Mm-hmm. And we didn't say it was opponable, because from my perspective, opponable, you have to like find the vulnerability, and exploitation is like, no, you have to exploit it. Like there's already one there. So it's a subtle distinction. It really doesn't matter too much, I think, to be good at both. I think we've got, let's see, so we're...
Seek is definitely a technical term. There's, the seek method. And so does the challenge have to do something with that?
It does. That's exactly right. Yeah, great question. So seek and destroy, in fact, it describes exactly what the binary does. You can give it a file, and you can give it an offset which it will seek to, and then you get to write bytes. So you can just open up any file, and you can see actually here, like the actual decompilation for the. See, we're back over on this screen. So okay, we're doing checksec on it, but
just some basic checks at the beginning, just to make sure not to miss. Sometimes we talked about it yesterday as well, that sometimes challenges don't have stack canaries or don't have position independent code, and maybe you have a wrong assumption, so better to check this at the start.
Yeah, it's so easy, and especially in a live CTF environment, right, which is really stressful, where you're trying to like keep track and remember, and you just always you might just assume, of course it's going to have rel-row or it's going to have pi or whatever. So yeah, it's such a good habit, I feel like, to have like just sort of like things that you always do, things that you like always check off, and oh yeah, we're getting my name fixed here. So sorry we'll get the title slide changed. So so they're running checksec. They're looking at the protections on the binaries. So if I describe this, so I like this because you don't, I think, know any of the answers to these binaries, right? So we're kind of bringing you in.
I mean, I've peeked a little bit.
Okay, you do have access. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't have a good understanding of it.
So like the solution for this one, I love this one because it's one where, like, the obvious solution, most of these, the obvious solution from like a CTF player perspective is the one that we want you to do, but we still have to see you do it, right? And we have to see you come off on that. So.
Does it have to do with that on Linux everything is a file and you're supposed to open? I don't know. I guess
Yeah,
there are many
no.
solutions
Keep going. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So everything's a file. So like, what are some of the things that like are files on Linux that you wouldn't expect to be a file, right? Like you've got the proc file system, the dev file system, like these weird things. And so, okay, if you were doing this and you've got proc, what in there would you use to start writing to?
Yeah, proc self mem.
Exactly. So proc self mem is just going to give you access to the memory of the binary.
And we see here people already looking up proc self mem here. Perfect root. Was just looking it up.
Yep, and already building
file
the Pwn script. So like they know, like they're looking at this thing. They're just making sure that their script is going to be formatted correctly. Like, do you send it hex? Do you send decimal? Do you how do you send the data? So it looks like they already know. We're going to open up the binary. We're going to tell it where we want to write to proc self mem. Although there is one gotcha. I think in our official solve script, we first open maps, right? Because we want to know where we're actually mapped in memory too. So it's nice that we can open that up.
And I'm wondering, is there other ways to cheese it? I mean, on an actual like full Ubuntu, and maybe if this is like actually running as root, you might wanna, instead of going to self-preg mem and writing some shellcode, you might wanna just open, etc passwd or etc shadow or so and write yourself a backdoor user into there, or changing the root password, which might be a bit easier or nicer to debug as well.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Is there a way to cheese it, or do you have any other idea for solutions than proc self mem?
we didn't have an intended one, but that doesn't mean that there isn't one. And I would love to find out that there is. I expect, knowing these players, that we're going to see them both go for just the memory one. But I think you're right. Like, I think actually looking for like something more logic based or kind of injection based or anything else.
Like a script, like on. I mean, if you have root permission, I don't know how the challenge container is set up. If it's running as root, if you could.
So the binaries are not running as root. Excuse me. So I think you do, some of that stuff doesn't work. But like, could you just so I don't know if you can create a file, but if you could you create like a .ssh authorized keys and just log in, or like there may be other. There may very well be other options, which I actually think is really interesting.
Destroy their own challenge by, instead of going for the memory, but overwriting their own challenge.
Just to overwrite the binary on disk. I'm trying to remember how the Docker setup is done, if that's possible or not. Here we go. We're going to bring a producer in. We'll see if
it should not be possible to destroy anything, but if they manage to do that, we will. We have to reset it or something, but it should not be possible.
It should not be possible. I think the binaries are dropped in where they have execute and read permission on the binary, but they shouldn't have write permission on the binaries in their folders. So
I'm seeing perfect root is kind of like creating a script with generic methods like open file, reading file, just like functions in their exploitation script to, I guess, easier than work with it.
Yep, just the usual kind of wrapper stuff. Exactly, the primitives. We talked yesterday about like the debate between a quick one-off that you just like get as quickly as possible, or like building up the primitives that you can then more easily debug and test and then chain together if you're going to do a lot of operations. And so like this is one where I don't know, is it better to do the wrapper? Almost, I think it probably is, because this one looks like each one of your writes. So if you've got like the ability to like one shot it, you could just send your offset and your size and do the whole thing in one shot. In which case, I mean, you don't even really need to wrap it up.
The Samurai also does the same. So they are also working on an exploit Python script where they also have the primitives open, close, write, read. So kind of like similar strategy from both teams, writing a script with the wrapper primitives.
Yeah, it is exactly the same. And I love too that you see, I think it's that just Notepad++ that
might be
Chris is using. So yeah, we have Chris Eagle from Samurai, who's one of the, I think is certainly been around the CTF scene longer than absolutely anybody else at this point, like still actively playing at the highest tier of competition, which is just really, really cool. For a while, I thought I was going to be an old man CTF like him, and then it got too hard for me, but he kept on going, and I love seeing him like continue to, I mean, it's the very first CTF I played, DEF CON CTF, 22 years ago, I joined his team. He was already like a legend in the CTF community, and now 22 years later, he's still competing, and you know, so far holding his own. In fact, you can even see on his script here, he does go for the maps reads, right? So he's going to get the address space out of Proxelf Maps. In fact, yeah, just looking at the two scripts, kind of, I think
a perfect route I saw was still like having just a test file.
Yep.
But yeah, Samurai already has the Proxelf Maps in there.
Yeah, I hate taking bets because I've been wrong so many times, but you know, it is fun to kind of guess, and it looks like a little bit of lead to Samurai, but this can go either way. I think these are fun because a lot of
perfect route. It's just changing it to Proxelf Mem.
There we
but
go.
Maybe they run into the issue, as you mentioned, about like where to seek to, where to write to, the addresses.
Oh, no, they've got a maps. They've got a maps one now.
Okay.
Yep, there we go. Yeah, so they've got Proxelf Maps. Okay, so honestly, these are neck and neck.
Yeah.
They're both pulling. Oh, this is interesting. So it. I think we're seeing. What's interesting is we're seeing a targeted exploit here from Samurai, right? And so I saw him like he's pulling up like PLT entries, God entries, and he's going to go for like a very targeted exploit. I think
one,
just like a one-shot kind of thing. Whereas I think our original solve was just really dumb. It just blew out, put a bunch of NOP sleds, and put a bunch of shellcode, and just like overwrote the whole thing.
Yeah, actually, like I don't know, like of course theoretically it's easy to overwrite the memory, but then you need to figure out where exactly the entry point is, where to write to the shellcode, finding a good function maybe to overwrite. Then I don't know, like what's a good target function you can overwrite where you have enough space for your shellcode so you're not trashing other code where you're still executing currently. I don't know, there are a few caveats, but maybe overwriting GOT is just a very typical exploitation way. If they can overwrite a GOT entry, that's what they do in regular exploitation challenges as well. So they feel most comfortable with that.
Yeah, as I say, even if maybe it's not the most efficient, if it's the thing they're used to, they're very fast at it, and they know how to like land one like that. And so, yeah, I could see that even though the sort of like brute force hammer way of just not fled the whole thing, maybe that's less reliable. Maybe they don't trust it. They know, they sort of know their traditional thing, and they're going to go with that. So.
Yeah, I would have, for example, not thought of the knob slide. I would have thought about, okay, which function can I overwrite and when can I call it, or where do I return to after main or something?
Yep.
I would have thought about this way, but you're absolutely right. The knob slide is just a brute force easy way, but I probably wouldn't have thought about this in the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's some of that's because, like, in a CTF, you don't see things like knob slides very often, right? Like, those tend to be more like real world, like, browser-based things or something like that. Oftentimes, where like you've got to like you need that because you just don't have the precision you otherwise want, and you're okay with like a probabilistic exploit. And I think for just CTF players, even challenge authors, like we like it to be really clean and pretty, pristine, and like knob slides feel so dirty. Like it's like ooh, I don't want to have a lame knob slide in my challenge.
Yeah, but yeah, it's maybe what you say that players are maybe not used to knob slides. I mean, of course, these players know about knob slides.
Clearly,
they understand what
clearly.
that is, but they are not used to it. So maybe that's also kind of the same reason why they go for overwriting the global offset table instead of going the brute force way. Just what they are used to from other exploitation challenges.
Yeah, so just looking through them, I mean, it definitely seems like they clearly both know exactly what to do, and this is just a race to see who can do it faster, right? And I think that's super fun because it's frustrating when like one player doesn't see the vuln and you're just like, oh no, they're way behind. This is just going to be, I mean, of course I think it's pretty obvious what you're supposed to do in this, but neither one got too sidetracked. And like I said, I think because these are like pwnable exploitation people, when they sit and look at this and they've got a write to a file, they're like, oh, of course I'm going to go for a Proxelf mem, right? It's like just the first thing that they would think of. I think
it was also my first thought.
Exactly. And I think other people might have been more like looking for, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's a really clever, like, write this file, edit this file as the user, log in as the user normally, change the password, set some other, like,
add like an XAuth file, and now you can like like remote X forward. I don't know. It's something weird like that, right? Like I wouldn't be surprised if there's something that would work like that.
Yeah, but no time for that in a head-to-head competition like this one, which is pretty stressful. So you go for what you're used to, what you know.
Yeah, well, and like it's one of those like high risk, high reward, right? Like if you try something crazy, it might just work and you're done, but then there's also a decent chance it fails. And they both know like, okay, this clearly was designed to be owned this way, and I just got to figure out exactly the right mechanism for it. We did. Go ahead.
Yeah. No, say. Did you see something?
Well, I was just going to reply to a comment in chat that somebody mentioned that it's nice to see that both screens are working today. Yes, we did. We had replaced every component of one of our capture setups, except for the HDMI cable, and it was the HDMI cable. As soon as we replaced that, everything else worked. We switched back, adapters and capture cards, and everything else was fine. So just a bad, brand new HDMI cable, just bad. So.
By the way, Jordan, you cannot see me, but I saw you dressing up and proudly wearing something very nice yesterday to go for a real esports caster. Today, you don't see me on stream, but I put on a small, a small like jacket, and now I see you sitting there with a hoodie, which is.
I know.
Happened?
I set this high bar in this standard for CTF. I didn't bring that many suits. So I was, people are clapping because they think that it was Saltier, but they're playing in the room, by the way, our last match, because they want the audience in here to be able to see what's going on, but we don't want the competitors. Wait, oh no, it was done? No, because the video, they're clapping because the video. Sorry about that. Yeah, so I think that's the downside to playing the video in the background from the last match. Both teams are still going. Both teams are I know, I freaked out. I'm like, wait, no, did they actually do it? But both teams are still going. I was worried there for a second. So yeah, I just didn't bring enough suits, and I didn't want to wear the same suit 3 days in a row. So today I'm in hacker garb. I have my Binja T-shirt and my hoodie, but we'll see. I do want that esports vibe going. So hopefully we'll get video figured out later too. We want to be able to have our remote casters come in as well and be overlaid. But all right, so let's. Go ahead.
Yeah, they went back also again into looking at some assembly code there. I'm wondering what kind of problem they are facing right now that's confusing for them.
Yeah. See, Perfect Root is in the debugger and is in IDA, and they're kind of flipping back and forth. Whereas it looks like Samurai was in a VM. Like we're bringing a VM up to run and test probably. I think that's another interesting difference between players' approaches, right? Where some of them will go straight to a debugger, and then some of them will build the whole exploit just modeled from pure static analysis and then throw it, and it either works or like they fix one thing or there's very few changes they need to make. I'm one of those. I feel like I'm a debugger style exploiter, which like I'm sloppy. Like I need to figure it out on the fly and kind of see it as it goes.
No, I need the visual feedback as well. Yeah.
Yeah,
I can relate to that.
But then actually, Rusty, who built the last challenge that we saw, is one of those. He will write the entire exploit and just throw it, never touching a debugger once, and it just works the first time. And it's just like, that's not fair. You're not allowed to model the computer in your head that closely. You should have more bugs. So let's see. What do we look at? We're looking at Samurai, where. Okay, so we're S tracing. It looks like.
Failed to open file though. That's an interesting response. But they did read something. No.
Yeah. So Proxelf maps.
I think they have problems with reading from Proxelf maps.
So there's
maybe. Yeah.
So they should have control over the mode. Yeah. If you specify the wrong mode in the menu, I believe.
Okay.
Right. So in fact, this is actually one of the things in our testing that we ran across. This in like older platforms, the mode settings were like sloppier and it didn't really matter as much. You could like so like
with mode you mean like for the file open?
Exactly. Yeah. When you pass in like is the opening for reading or writing or appending or whatever kind of changes you're making to it, and in the other different flags that you can pass in, and so I think. So I haven't seen. I'm looking for. So we're getting ltrace. Okay, so ltrace will show us that call to open.
And yeah, we'll see if he catches that. And I'm actually looking back at perfect route. Yeah. Okay, so still looks like plumbing on the perfect route side, just kind of. They're parsing out the maps. So they do, okay, so they've got the map. So I would say perfect route is a little bit ahead. They're reading the maps, so they've got it working, right? So they were able to dump that back out, whereas it looks like Samurai is getting, and it's so frustrating, right? When it's like a little bug, and you're just like, what's going on?
And Samurai tried to read the proxy of maps, but had an error again, and then the screen was just blank and no mouse movement for like 10 seconds. I think they were staring at the screen trying to figure out what is wrong. Why can I not read proxy of mem? At least maps. I think that at least that's my interpretation of what happened there.
Yeah, so I'm wondering how. So I mean, they've got. I'm just trying to see where. Oh yeah, there we go. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, perfect rule is getting very close now. It looks like they might be already. Code is a bit small for me. Do you see how far the code is, like what they are trying to do?
So they are specifically trying to get out libc and stack addresses into separate variables, right? So they're parsing out the maps, and then they're going to get the base address for each of those regions, and they're trying to make sure. So they're already just parsing maps essentially. So once they've got their map, it should be pretty quick at that point. Yeah, this is definitely not one I think we're going to need sudden death for. They're both well on their way. Okay,
yeah,
so
they know the goal. I mean, it's just technical implementation struggles at this point.
Yeah, and it is going to be interesting. So I look like I am curious. Are they both going to go for God Override? Are they both going to go for like a similar kind of gadget or once they have it? I kind of get the sense. Actually, it's interesting. I saw the mention of a stack, so it looks like we might actually see like a some sort of stack exploit, or maybe Perfect Route's just pulling that out just to make sure.
Yeah, maybe instead of overriding GOT, they go just like for the return address and then do a one gadget or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's one of the things I really like about a challenge like this, right? Where it's like there's an infinite number of ways to solve it. It doesn't like that you could do so many different things, and then you kind of want to see like, okay, so we're running the debugger, so. So yeah, I really like how we've seen a lot of teams doing this, right? Like, and the fact that like Pwn Tools really lets you both not only switch between your local version that you're running and then throw it remotely, but also
powerful.
Break in right in the debugger interactively, right? So like you've got your script and you're like, oh, okay, right here actually I want to stop and go ahead and break in. Like, throwing remote versus local has been around for a long time, but the idea of like actually specific, like I used to have to put like sleeps in my shellcode and then attach a debugger separately, like just
or writing GDB script.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That particular challenge.
Exactly, and this is just so much cleaner to just be able to be like, oh no, and right here I want to inspect the memory, especially like a challenge like this, where you're just overwriting memory in the process space, right? And you want to be able to like just pause, break in, and be like, did my write work?
Yeah.
Did I hit the right place?
And in a one-on-one fight like this, especially when there's head-to-head like this, every little speed up you have in your process, the iteration process, is just so much faster. You're just saving seconds every time you have something small to check, and that adds up in a challenge that's just maybe 30 minutes.
Yeah, and even I saw Chris Eagle from Samurai. He already had his like throwing framework like in his copy paste buffer, so like he literally had it set to go, and he even had like a little comment. I missed it. I missed calling it out on stream, but if he scrolls to the top of his file again at all, he put like a little comment that said, "My teammates abandoned me and they've made me do LiveCTF. Help me, mommy."
Oh no!
Right at the top of it.
Bullied into it.
So I think he kind of wanted to do it too. He actually came up earlier and was saying that he where are we pulling out? Okay, so yeah, he came up earlier and said he was really excited about some of the ones yesterday and then really concerned about others. He's like, oh, I really wanted to do the very first one, but I did not want to do, so it's interesting that people are kind of watching along in the audience, like thinking like, what are we going to get? What are we going to have to solve? And
It's so incredibly stressful, and it's a situation that none of these players are used to.
Yeah.
To looking over their shoulder, and I have the utmost respect for doing this. I appreciate it so much that they agreed to doing this.
Anybody that even tries, right? Anybody that even comes up here, sits down, and you can see a little bit on the camera here, but just like this room has like some of the best CTF players in the world. And you're going to go sit in the middle of them and go one-on-one against somebody else, like with people standing around you looking over your shoulder, people watching your screens. Like, it's a totally different experience. There are really, really good hackers who would not do well in this. Like, it's hard.
Yeah, and we know what kind of dumb problems we always run into.
Yes.
It could be something really dumb that you need to Google. We had some interesting Google searches yesterday that were just some basic searches, but but that's what you do, and you might feel embarrassed doing it here on stream, but it's normal. And
what I love though, and this is actually one of the things I love about your videos too, right? When you show your like discovery process, when you show mistakes that you've made or things that you've tried, and that's the best part about this, because we get to see, oh wow, these people are amazing, they are epic. Both of these players are far better at me at exploitation, and yet. I can still see and learn, and I can say, oh, okay, they made that mistake too. I feel like it's both encouraging, but also you also see like, oh wow, they're also really fast. Also, they're really good with their tools, and that's just because they've practiced and they've worked at it, and it's achievable.
Thanks. I mean, that's the most amazing thing of LiveCTF, and why I also, of course, like my appreciation also goes out, especially to you, who I think has been carrying this a lot. But thanks for pulling this off, because being able to watch these professionals solving these challenges, seeing where they struggle and the strategies they do, it's entertaining, of course, but it's also so educational. And my name comes because of these very early LiveCTFs that happened back in the day. So this is a special place in my heart as well, to be able to see this here.
Yeah, well, we're really, really happy to have you, and I will be clear that like I kind of like bugged a couple people into doing it, but there have been some serious heroes that like I've only worked on like one of these challenges, part of it, and, like a whole bunch of people on the team from Glenn and Carl and Josh that have worked really, really, really hard and done lots of challenges and lots of stuff leading up to it. So this has been a blast. I am seeing it. So looking over at Perfect Root, like
they are pretty far. They have libc base leak, and they have bin.sh offsets and everything.
And they've actually they are building your op chain. So we saw earlier they're going after the stack, and sure enough it looks like that's their plan. So let's
at this point it seems like they're just debugging their shellcode or their op chain. I guess everything else seems to work.
Yeah, they seem like they could be real close, and I see Samurai over in Ida still, so that's generally not a good. So it depends. I mean, it could be. Have to wait till they pull up their script again, but
I mean, Perfect Root is also opening Ida here all the time.
That's true. Yeah, you flip back and forth. You're right. That's true.
I do wonder why though. I also don't know the effects of overwriting proc-mem. Is that immediately visible? How many instructions does the CPU execute before like caches are?
Yep.
I have
flushing.
I would be very worried about weird side effects that happen, because that is like not typical like program behavior.
You're exactly right. Yeah, and so that is one of the things that we debated on this exact thing was dealing with flushing, and one way to do that is to I think if we keep an eye out, and next time they bring it up, I'm gonna look at Samurai real quick. So Samurai's got bin.sh string, a system address.
They're pretty far then as well, yeah.
So I think they're maybe a little bit behind, but like honestly, very similar. But we'll see what their overwrite target is too, right? That I think is gonna be the question. I think whoever gets an overwrite target, to your point, yes, cache flushing is a real issue that they may have to contend with depending on the solution. So I think though the way that the script works is as soon as it closes the file handle, and then there's a return. I forget exactly what it is, but that will flush the cache. But that is something they're gonna have to worry about.
But that's, I guess, also something, if you have a huge knob slide, you don't care, because at one point the cache will be flushed, and then suddenly your knob slide is there.
Yep.
And then
Yeah, that was one of the advantages of that kind of approach. Which when I first heard this challenge described, my assumption was that we would solve it exactly like we're seeing on screen. So I do think it's interesting that I didn't think not slab either first. So testing in GDB. Yeah, this
seems like they Perfect Route is still struggling, I think, with parsing the maps. I saw them fiddling around with the trying to leak the stack value.
Oh no, they had the address wrong maybe.
Yeah, it seems like maybe the maps might change because of ASLR, like order might change, so maybe that breaks their. I don't know exactly. How
Yeah,
they
honestly,
tried to
well, it looked
extract
like they were a little further ahead than Samurai because of like how many primitives and offsets and everything that they kind of looked like they had. I'm not so sure about the stack based attack, right? Like that might be a little trickier, and so yeah, this actually could be a chance for Samurai to catch up. So let me look over here at Samurai.
It is quite tough. I mean, the stack base, but figuring out where exactly your return pointer is to override. I mean, you can kind of spam it with just a huge pop chain, kind of like a rob.
Yep. A return chain or whatever. Yep.
Just pop slide.
Red slide. Yep.
Or red slide, yeah. Yeah, but I think it's very difficult on the stack just because of how much, to find the right place. That could be quite a struggle. I also don't know the kind of mitigations turned on. The stack offset kind of stuff, moving things around.
Yeah, I missed the check stack results, and I don't remember some of the challenges that we've specifically tell the teams the exact compile flag that we use because. Again, for a speed live CTF kind of event, you want them to go as fast as possible, and you're not trying to make them waste time figuring that stuff out. But I don't think we did that in this case, and it may have been just because our particular exploit, didn't really matter, and so we didn't think about that. And so it is interesting. It might be a little bit harder for teams if they're doing this more targeted attack without knowing which of those things they can rely on. So. We will see. In fact, actually, I wonder if, I think, so we started a little bit late. Normally we would be moving, looking at like a sudden death here soon. We've got a few extra minutes, but they're so close, and I don't even want to.
Yeah, looking at Samurai, I also see a stack variable, libc, base, and stack. So maybe Samurai is thinking about also going for overriding something on the stack, to be honest.
Okay, so now we've got a file handle. Oh, okay, there we go. So we've got the base for libc. And that may have been... Yeah, they're converging, you're right, I think, on a very similar solution so far.
I also saw on, was it Samurai, I'm not sure, looking at free hook. So not FH free hook. So they're thinking about overriding, going that route, redirecting the code execution, not going over the stack. I think Samurai changed their strategy, trying to use free hook, but I'm not sure if it's called even.
Oh, is that with the? Sorry, yes, I think I said file handle, but you're right. For the FH was if that's free hook.
Yeah, I saw them just before. They were back looking in IDA at free hook.
Interesting. So. Or
is that called always at the end, like when the program exits from, or is that only happening when free is really called?
Only if there was something allocated, I would think. Unless like libc init does some allocations, in which case maybe. Yeah, I don't know. This is. Oh man, just look at all those like pointers up top. There's all sorts of.
I wonder if they tried something else first and they couldn't do it because maybe of caching it didn't trigger or something. Then they started going for something else. I wonder what the reason was.
Oh, actually, okay. So I'm actually back over here on Perfect Route, and we're seeing a number of interesting gadgets. So we've got like a pop RDI gadget. We've got a BinSH, Rop chain. Yeah, this is starting to look. Man, yeah. This is kind of a slog here now. They're just trying to figure out like who's going to get something working first.
Open file proc self mem they are writing now, so I think they are so confident now that the parsing of the maps and the offsets and everything is now fitting, and I think they feel like they can go for the actual memory right now.
It's funny because they both within maybe 30 seconds of each other both changed their payloads to write to the memory, right? So they were both pulling everything out, and now they both just switched to writing. So we'll find out who has like the least bugs. So looking at Perfect Route, still.
Constantly some Python exceptions still like, and now Perfect Route has the problem. Their script parsing maps just runs for like 5 seconds before they see if the next stage has an error, and that just costs time. Every time 10 seconds. It's just.
Yeah, that's
but,
that's a good
at
point.
This point, it's
yeah, and that's
you
one of
obviously
those.
could debug this more with GDB locally.
Okay, hold on. They're copying out the IP address. They're getting ready to throw the remote. They just okay. So let's keep an eye on Perfect Route here. Yeah, let's keep an eye on Perfect Route. I mean, if usually you're ready to throw remotely, you think you're about done.
And again, still looking in IDA sometimes at the.
Curious
I wonder
what they're looking for.
What problem are they trying to verify or check or?
Yeah, I think I mean, if you switch to remote, you think you're close, right? Like there's no reason to like slow yourself down with a remote, and unless I mean
except maybe I think it might sense if you did your parsing locally, you want to check does your maps parsing work remotely as well?
Yeah.
Maybe just a sanity check if like they're on the right path for
that could be.
But I mean they could have done it previously. They are already at the next stage, so good question. I would have also thought that they are feeling pretty confident now because they were working on their rock chain.
But looking at it, I'm not so sure. It is so funny to me though too how just even watching some of the screen, especially when you're kind of going back and forth, it's really hard to get a sense for like how far along they are. Like you think you understand, and then all of a sudden like they're done. You're like, wait a minute, or you think that they're.
We saw it yesterday. We were looking at one stream because we had the feeling they were so far ahead and they might be able to pull it off. Suddenly the winner message pops up, and we realize, wait, the other team just won.
Yeah. That's exactly.
It can go so quickly.
All right, so we did have a glance there briefly of so Samurai's script. Invalid choices, yeah. So they're still just kind of working with the plumbing of making sure that all of their and that's the stuff where nerds will get you, right? Like the little like your parsing of the text, your sending of the data. Is it a stir? Is it an int? Did I hex encode it? Did I not? Like that's the stuff that like just like especially when you're under fire, like.
Yeah. The scripts can get quite ugly parsing, leaking values, parsing the response text and stuff. I mean, Pwn Tools makes it very nice for the general menu work.
Yep, which almost all of these have been, right? Like all LiveCTF is like very straightforward, like here's some menus, do your thing.
Yeah, but then you have something like maps, and then you write your custom ugly Python string splitting, whatever, and then I don't know, a small thing changes and it throws everything off.
So we are coming up on a time where we could consider giving a hint or something, but I don't know if we want to. I mean, I think they...
Uh-oh, I think I lost audio.
Oh, no, sorry, I'm just listening for a second.
Okay.
I was like, so Carl and I were discussing off mic whether we want to give a hint, and if we do give a hint, I think the biggest thing that's basically tripping up both of these players is that they just assume by default, of course, that NX is on. That's why you're seeing the stack overwrite, right? So they didn't even consider just blowing away some code and writing some shellcode directly because.
But I mean, proc self mem is not subject to write protection, right? Like you can overwrite your program memory, but they might not realize this because they are so used to.
Well, it's
modify
it's
code.
It's not that even. It's if you modify it, like where are you writing, and is the place that you're writing into, like if you knob slide through something that's not executable, you see what I'm saying? Like if you do a big slide. And part of it was marked NX, it would stop it, and so you wouldn't be able to use that reliably, and it'd be harder to kind of target your stuff. So maybe
I mean, you still need maps then to limit your.
That's true. That's true. Maps is actually going to give you all your segmentation, so it would give you that. I mean, but again, like this approach should be possible. Sorry for missing. We had a couple chat messages. Oh yeah, so Roxanne is mentioning. Imagine if this was ARM with an instruction cache. Yeah, caching, and it, like that where you have split caches can be especially annoying. Honestly, if we had done that for LiveCTF, we probably would have built in some cache flush like menu option, like literally just something that's like flush. That would have done it for them. And also the comment they made earlier was that even printf or scanf can do allocations for big inputs, and so free is a pretty good target to go after. So that's a great point. Even if the program like ostensibly didn't do it, even just having a bunch of printfs or other things in there scanfs might have triggered it.
Oh, they were trying to check if the shell works perfect root. They were just typing ls and it didn't work.
Oh, so it is.
They're checking if their source script works now.
And it's got to go through. It's go through. Paused.
Difficult to say.
Oh, so they were executing a bunch of nulls. So the return whatever. So yeah, I just saw a bunch of like the add whatever disassembly, which means that you've landed on a run of null bytes that your debugger is triggered an exception on. So they're real close. Like they're trying to align things. Looking back over at Samurai 2.
I mean, hitting the correct offset on the stack is pretty difficult without a red slide. Because
yes.
The local, you have all these problems that you have with regular, like old school buffer overflows.
Yeah,
with the
just
stack,
username being different, right? Can a longer or shorter username can throw it off. All that stuff will. Looks like a typo there in the script. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. I do think Perfect Root feels a little closer to me, but.
Yeah, they did so at the start for me as well, and then suddenly Samurai was there parsing maps as well. So yeah,
I know.
I mean, it feels that way. I agree, but I got deceived too many times already.
Exactly.
Only few matches that
I know.
I don't even want to even say.
It's fun to guess. Okay, so where are we breaking? Are we still in? Oh man, the other thing that's interesting too is that we talked about next year. We want to have like a pause button, right? So we want to be able to like just on our side, freeze the frame when they're looking at like a debugger thing, and because it's so hard to keep up with the things that they're looking at because they're going as fast as possible and they know their tools, they know their layout.
I was just talking to Kalle because when you go on break between the challenges, I, on my stream, had the time to go back, do the freeze, do the analysis. And while I was doing the commentary with Kalle, like I had no clue what was happening. It went all just too fast.
It really is.
Being able then to use the time in between, slowly looking at the solutions, the last moments and so forth, like that analysis makes sense. So my suggestion actually would be not to pause during. I mean, that's
it's more of like a recap. Yeah.
Yeah, like to have analysts like coming in between the matches and looking at more precisely at those interesting moments.
So that's actually it's interesting note. One of the when we tried this, so I did this I guess 5 years ago. We did a version of LiveCTF kind of at DEF CON finals when it was legit BS running it, and. I messed up the audio, which is what kind of ruined the whole video, unfortunately. But we had 4 players, much more like pony racing, where we had 4 of them, and we knew that 2 people on camera trying to watch 4 people is impossible. And so what we actually did was we had a dedicated analyst watching every screen, and then we had like an IRC chat that the commentators were reading. And so someone would say, hey, team so-and-so is doing such and such, or they missed this, or they're making progress on this, or they're really close. And so we could see their summary, relay it to the stream. But like it takes so many people, and even then it's still so hard to catch up because not being able to pause and take a second when they flip to something so you can kind of follow. It's still tough.
Well, but that's what I'm doing here. The cool thing about the YouTube chat is that, and I encourage everybody on watching doing this as well, you can pause the YouTube stream and don't worry about missing something because then you can continue watching, set it on 1.5 speed, and in no time you caught up again with the stream. So if there's something happening interesting on stream and you want to look more closely at the code that they are writing or at the disassembly, don't hesitate to pause and then set the speed to 1.5 and catch up with the live stream again.
That's a really good suggestion. Yeah, I really like that. And or even you can even watch at normal speed, and then when we break between matches, just skip forward and go live then too. Yeah, those are both both perfect. All right, so we are definitely coming up on longer than we were hoping to run, but
they have been struggling very long on they both know the solution. That's really just technical debugging issues, programming issues.
So one option is I think we definitely need to give them a hint. So I'm going to let the production crew figure out a hint for us and propose it. So let the two of them talk it over, because I think they need a hint. My guess is it will be something around. So part of the problem though is it. Go ahead.
I mean, they know the solution, so it's probably the hint more in what makes it more reliable. Maybe hinting at the knob slide or something.
That's exactly what I'm thinking of. Yeah, just
control than
letting them know that, by the way, like, you don't have to go after the stack, right? Like that's especially because they're both doing the same thing, right? Do we both see them trying to do something with a stack based exploit? And that's definitely, I think, harder mode. If one of them had gotten lucky or not targeted that way, we might have seen a faster solution. But
yeah, but it's still interesting that both are struggling at this point with the same strategy, which tells me that strategy is just kind of like unreliable or has very unpredictable, weird behaviors, which throws off both of them. It's not that one of them is like bad at coding or something,
Absolutely.
and the other person just pulls it off. There's some just
they both took the more
control
difficult route, through the binary, and that's the thing is the only downside. So sometimes when there's a very constrained exploit, there's only one possible way through it that can land it, and that actually, even though it's maybe harder, sometimes it's easier because every step along the way you know exactly what you're doing. The more options you have, I feel like.
It's like either you imagine a plane and you know exactly the rings you need to fly through, and the rings are small, but if you miss them you crash, but I mean the path, or versus just an open field and you need to find the destination, but you don't see the direction really.
Yeah, that can be more confusing because you just feel like, well, I could go anywhere, who knows where it could possibly be, and this one's kind of in between because at least finding the vulnerability is very, very easy. There's really, it's built in. It's just a vulnerable service. But the question then is, but which path do you take to exploit it? Because there are, several different ways you could do it.
But I find this also a great example of like real-world security work. Oftentimes, it's easy to find. Sometimes it's often hard to find bugs, but sometimes it's easy to find bugs. But then really exploiting it might be the majority of the time. And here, I mean, time-wise, we have maybe 1 minute finding the bug, and I don't know how far we are in. We are 45 minutes or so into trying to write the exploit for it. It's crazy what kind of time is necessary maybe to develop something like this.
So it looks like we have a hint proposed. I'm gonna take it from the production team here. I want to see the hints so I can read it to chat. So the hint we're gonna give them is proc self mem does not care about segment permissions. So we're telling them you can overwrite directly into something that would normally not be writable, right?
Yeah.
So
that could be a good hint. I really wonder if that's like their mental model that could be.
It's interesting. Some of them, it's entirely possible they realize that and they just thought this would be an easier, more reliable. And once you go down that path, you kind of feel like you're stuck into it.
Yeah.
Okay, go give them the hint. We got a hint coming. So we're gonna send the hint over. Give it to, and we'll give them that hint. We'll see if that helps them. See if that helps them. Yeah. So it's.
So I'm seeing here Perfect Root was just still debugging their code. I think they were, if I saw it correctly, they were breaking on system and then checking the first parameter, which was indeed bin sh. So stuff seems to work, but also not. I have a hard time to figure out why
it's not actually landing. Yeah, that's a good question. So we'll So I think what we're saying, it looks like Samurai is kind of considering the new input and trying to figure out should they rework. And that was the other question I debated about this hint, because this hint sort of says maybe you could come up with a whole new style of exploit. But is it better to keep trying to finish this one, or is it better to like rewrite to a different approach?
Yeah, I wonder if that hint influences their decision.
Are they done? This might be done. We're looking at perfect route. They're very close. Let's see.
Yeah, I cannot see what's going wrong, because from the debugger it kind of looked pretty good. Like they print RDI and it's been SH.
I mean, they were.
Maybe locally, maybe it might be working, but not remotely. I wonder what's.
Well, I think that's what we saw earlier. Is we saw them switch into a VM, and they're running as root. So I think they intentionally tried.
I mean,
to...
they use hard-coded offsets from libc, which maybe they have the wrong libc. You know.
We did give them libc. So every single
okay.
binary today, I believe we gave them a libc because we wanted them to have like even. The only downside is in some of the binaries we really don't think they need it. It's almost a distraction. We don't want them to like assume that it's required. But we did give them a libc just for all of these, if for nothing else, so that they could run it, you know, even in their local environment. Okay. So let's see if this does it. This just doesn't feel like one that we're going to need sudden death on, but we are coming up on the time where I think we're officially at sudden death time because we started about 10 minutes late. But
perfect root did have a shell error, like a syntax error, like typical, you know, bin sh, you pass in something bad.
Yeah, but they're still adjusting their actual ROP chain, which doesn't.
Wait, it seems like locally it works, but maybe some offsets are just not right for the remote. But yeah, hard decision to call it off now or not. I don't want to.
I know.
I'm glad I don't have to decide this now.
Well, we'll. I think we got to do it. The good news is I think we expect that the next two challenges are both. Somebody's pointing at something. Let me double check here. We might be close to perfect route. They're trying to copy off the. Yeah, they're running remotely. They're running remotely.
Okay.
Where'd it go? Invalid choice. What happened? Is this just... that's the worst feeling, though, if you got a thing that runs locally and doesn't remote.
Were they just adjusting the stack a little bit, trying to...
Yeah, I wonder if they didn't... they changed it and then they changed it back, and so I'm wondering if they're actually going to... Are they going to rerun this with different offsets and just brute force it? I mean, I'm fine with that. If that's,
I think that's what offset.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah. That is frustrating when it's. Oh no, I am. I've got a pop up on it. Do I click that or not?
Don't click on pop-ups.
The battery life. Okay. All right. Yeah. So unfortunately, how much battery life do I have on this machine? 6%. So I'm about to lose my. There it is. There we got a winner. Congratulations. Oh my stressful.
God.
So stressful.
Oh my God. That was very, very close. Just before canceling it, but congratulations.
Yeah. All right. So that was fantastic. We have a very short timetable. We got to turn this one around. So we're gonna go ahead and can you reset it? Let's put it back to the break. We'll be back shortly as soon as we get the next teams up and try to get back a little bit on schedule with a quicker one. So thanks everybody. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Yeah. Bye bye.
Hello, welcome back to the third match of the day from LiveCTF. I'm back here in the commentary and I still have Live Overflow with me. We are going to start the match in just a second if I get an okay from production. There seems to be a slight something going on, but...
Oh no, is that HDMI cable?
Oh, no. I think it's fine because I have them both here on the monitor, so it's just like yes. It was just we needed to like refresh the input in our production software, so we are ready to go. So let us all count down the third match. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Good luck to the contestants. Yeah,
Good
so
luck.
this
What's
challenge,
the challenge called?
yes, the challenge is called M11, and this is kind of like a reference to a sequence of challenges that have been going on for the year called N-Cuts. But it's a bit of a meme challenge where we have just given them a menu where they can just choose which type of vulnerability they want to use. So we've said, like in this menu, like we have a stack buffer overflow, we have a format string vulnerability, we have a local file. We even have like some jokes in there. There's like missing DMARC records is in the menu and stuff like that as well. So yeah.
But when you say meme challenge, you don't mean Stego challenge.
No, I mean absolutely not. It's a legit challenge, and it has like a legit solution. So we can see here on the water paddler side, yes, they are running the binary. You can see this menu here. You have the stack buff, the command injection. You have malloc free use. You have a SQL injection. You have XSS, and so on.
I would definitely check out XSS first when I
I mean
this challenge. That makes perfect sense.
yeah, totally. So there you can see them here doing the check sec, looking at what kind of protections there are here, and you see we have no rel row, there's no canary, no pi, so like a lot of mitigations turned off. So you'll see.
That's important. Yeah, something like this could throw players off. It's important that they check this at the beginning.
Definitely. I must say I like the font that the water paddler player is using, and like the color theme as well. Pretty nice.
Is that actually? It looks like kind of like compressed horizontally.
No. It's a bit of a squished font. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, you can see that they're already writing their.
They have a wrapper ready already.
Right. Yes. So we are switching to Rekapig, and we can see that they're also writing their. Starting writing their exploit script here, and they started running the command. They are looking at the stack buffer overflow and trying to get that working. However, they will not get that to work because there's like a slight troll in there where the program will call exit after it has performed the buffer overflow. So yes.
Oh, they just see it now.
Yes.
They just had the cursor on exit. hopefully they immediately thrown away this idea now.
Yes.
And don't get caught up on that.
So some of the entries in the menu are just will just print a joke message. Some of the entries are kind of like a it looks like a vulnerability, but it's not actually a vulnerability. And there is some of the entries where you can actually do something useful. Yeah.
And how difficult is the exploit? Is it a buffer overflow? Is it a heap in the end? Like, which one of these menu items is the one that they are looking for?
So when we were creating this challenge late last night, I can disclose that much. We had different ideas for the solutions. My reference solution involves. So there's a command injection vulnerability, but your command injection is limited to only a very few characters. I think you have like 7 characters, and we unset the path. So you can't really do the command injection like by itself, but that length is controlled by a global variable. And then we also have another vulnerability, which is an array out of bounds. So my reference solution was to do like an array out of bounds right, and to modify that to make the command injection longer, and then do the command injection.
Right, okay. And you think that there are multiple solutions because you were saying like the way you came up with?
Yes, definitely. For example, they have an basically unrestricted format string vulnerability in this as well. So if they want to go that route, they can definitely do that. I don't remember exactly what other things we had, but you can read any file on the system. So you can do that to like leak proc self maps.
I just saw a Rekapig. I think going for the format string, I saw a %p there in their script code. If you switch over to their screen.
Yeah.
So they found that one already.
Yes. So this is
so that could go very quickly if they are good with format strings and maybe even have automated tools to make format string help them with it. It could go very quickly. Or are there some restrictions on the format string, like the length of the buffer? Or something?
No, I think the format string one is basically unrestricted. Yep.
the copying in system
Right.
offset already. So this could go very quickly.
Yes. So
No.
what you could do with the format string then is, since we have relrow disabled, you could go for overwriting the GOT entry of some function with the system, and then calling one, like making a call to that function through one of the other things. So that's definitely a viable approach.
Even though they found the format string, now Rekapik also found what seems to be the command injection. I think this challenge could be a bit evil in the sense that you could easily get sidetracked, because all of them sound like very juicy vulnerabilities. So which one seems to be the most reliable, the one that you can implement the fastest? Yeah, it could be quite tricky.
Definitely. Maybe we should have like classified this as like triaging as the category or something, because you really need to kind of make a judgment call on these vulnerabilities. Like, is this exploitable or not?
But generally, I think it's a good choice. Format string is awesome to leak addresses and offsets, but writing a format string exploit, writing to it can be a bit finicky.
Yes, definitely.
So I think often CTF players like format strings for leaking stuff, but then use a different vulnerability to use the leak. So maybe that's why they were back in IDA looking for maybe now something to use the leak they have. Because they could have now continued on the format string, but instead they got sidetracked now with the command injection, probably because they were maybe looking for something else now.
Definitely.
I wonder if that was the right decision, because with the format string they could solve it. So, but they decided to no, let's abandon this. Let's look at something else.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking at the command injection, and there's like looking how this is structured, and seeing how this works. So maybe they're onto something. They see this global variable called injection size. We're switching over to Water Paddler. We can see.
Yeah, what are they up to?
They have been doing like S traces of the program to just figure out what it's doing. It looks like they just tested all the entries in there. They're kind of doing a little bit of fuzzing almost, which I think is a really cool approach as well.
Yeah, I guess with S-trace, especially if you have the vulnerable functions, kind of the represented, the printf for format string, the free maybe, and things like this. So you could very easily with S-trace just see kind of the vulnerabilities dynamically without doing reverse engineering.
Right.
So could be a okay approach. Also for the command injection, seeing exactly what is called, you might notice
exactly
that as well.
We should maybe clarify that for our viewers who are not maybe familiar. So S-trace is a program that will log all the syscalls that your program is performing. So reads, writes, execution of programs and so on will be logged by the S-trace command. So it's a way to see how your program is interacting with like the rest of the system in a very easy way. We can see here on the Rekapig side, as we said, they are they commented out.
Yeah. What is command 3 now? So they go from menu item 3. What was that again?
That was the command injection.
Oh, that was the command injection. Okay, so they feel like that's the way to go now.
Right. Let's see.
In LS, is that enough characters? I guess that would fit probably.
Let's see. No, that's because the thing is that you need so you're inside double quotes. So you need to do either double quote semicolon or backticks for a subshell. So both of those kind of operations will cost you 2 characters. So you only really have 5 characters for like your payload.
Okay, that's not enough here.
No. And we unset the path, so you cannot just do just like backticks and sh, for example, because you need to do /bin/sh or something like this.
I saw on Waterpad stream they were also going for the command injection. They were also setting up some functions for the command injection.
Right, they are looking at the command injection. I mean, that command injection does really look very juicy. Like, you're sitting there wishing, like, what if this variable was just like a little bit bigger, and this would be so easy, right?
Yeah, but they are highlighting it, so they see that size. They see, okay, the size is taken from somewhere. I hope they make this mental step forward to, I can use another vulnerability to change that size.
Yes.
I'm curious if they
Yes.
come to that.
We also consider the possibility of doing ./s star space 1, which is, but that's also one character too many for them to run. So this 7 is very carefully chosen to be, just
Oh,
too
do you see
small.
what they are trying here? Copy star X.
Oh, that's interesting, but it will not work because that binary is a SUID binary. So if you copy it, even if that work, which I'm not sure, but even if you copy it, it will lose the SUID properties, and it will not work.
But the challenge itself is not like the set UID. The actual
No.
submitter code. Is
Yes, exactly, because the submitter program will read it. It's a set UID binary. It will read a config file in the same directory to be able to contact our winner server.
That's unfortunate because, to be fair, to defend the player here, let's say in a typical setup, the target binary you exploit, that gives you the elevated privileges and you perform then certain actions.
Yeah.
In some sense, they are able to do the privileged action, but that's a bit tricky with the submitter program. Do the players know that it's set UID, that's the way? Because I don't know.
They don't know that, but the instructions are clearly saying you need to run this specific command to win. So
Gotcha.
it's a very literal interpretation of that applies.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. So
Very clever idea for sure, because when you have restricted shell stuff, it's sometimes really crazy what kind of creative ideas they could come up with, and copying this copy command is something I like. My brain was brainstorming. Could I do something with just 5 characters?
Yeah.
Writing file slowly, a script slowly, or something like that, but with appending or something. But yeah.
Yeah, no, I love it. I love the idea. Unfortunately, it will not work, but it's you need to try it, right? And we can see here on Rekapig, we're setting up some debugging in their script.
And they were taking another option again, option 2, which is the format string. So they did put that back into their script again. I guess they must have realized the length check maybe, and so they maybe come back to the format string maybe to change that, because they still have. They're at least they're back on the format string. Maybe they go for a full format string exploit, or they know the command line length, the injection length.
Right.
Let's see.
I have not seen any of them look at the out of bounds read and write yet, which is interesting because that was the one I used in my reference solution for this.
Yeah, and usually that's a pretty powerful primitive, because I don't know exactly what it's doing here, but generally if it's really fully array out of bounds, it might as well be just a write anything anywhere, which is a powerful primitive. Is it that powerful, or has it some restrictions?
Yes, it's really great, and it also defeats the ASLR since it's relative. So it's just straight up. We have a global variable that's an array, and you can just choose any index on that array and choose any value. That's the vulnerability.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the most powerful and easiest primitive, and then together with the format string, even ASLR is not a problem. Through that, the players know very well how to leak a value through the format string and defeat ASLR. So even that wouldn't be a problem if they want to go for libc or something.
So I want to point out here just that we see a %n character in the format string script, which means that they are trying to write something to some pointer. And you see right after that, you saw a pointer as well. So it really looks like they are trying to write something. And now they are...
Yeah. Can you tell from the offsets that they are trying to write here, the amount of characters, what that could be, what they try to target?
So I mean the way this works when you use %n is you need the address of your destination to be located on the stack so that you can reference it with the %n thing, and that's why we have a winner. They did it.
What? Who won?
I think it was the Rekapig. They did it. Yeah, there was Rekapig. It worked with the format string thing. So really great job there. And they did that. So it was a format string, overwriting the GOT, and then running the binary, if I understood that correctly. Really
Oh
cool
wow,
to see that.
that was quick getting these offsets
Yeah.
correct.
Really nice.
I need to check back at the script.
Yeah. The camera reset onto a wide shot. Well, let's fix that later. But anyway, this was this match. We will go to an intermission. Live Overflow, will you do your like intermission on your stream as well?
Yeah, I'm live on Twitch, Live Overflow, and I will have a look at the photo finish here.
Awesome. So head over to Twitch TV/Live Overflow, right, and hang out there. We're going to an intermission. Our next match will start in about half an hour. So.
Hello and welcome back to another live CTF. I am CypherTex here, and I'm joined by Lightning. Hello. Welcome. So Lightning, you've been you're a part of Nautilus Institute. So I think different people are in different stages of chaos right now. But you had a challenge that was fielded yesterday, and so you're kind of relaxed now, right? Yes. So you decided to come hang out with us. We're happy to have you. And you've been doing challenges for many years too, because you were also a part of LegitBS, right? Yep. So old hat.
Not just that, I was also doing challenges at Ghost in the Shell.
Back, yeah, we were on the same team together, yeah, for many years at Ghost in the Shell. So we've known each other for a long time, and I think I would say I always tell people you are known for making the most painful challenges possible. You love, it's not a bad thing. It's just like your flavor of challenges, like super like hard, the top tier difficulty. You've had some great ones over the years. In fact, you were responsible for a special architecture one year at DEF CON as well.
Yep, I did the Clumsy architecture. It's a 27-bit, 9-bit per byte middle Indian architecture.
Yes, and
the whole contest ran on top of it.
I told you pure pain, right? Like this teams had to like figure out and do all that stuff. We'll talk more later as we got time. We're gonna get the teams going now first to let them count in. So teams, we'll go ahead and count you in. You ready? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So the teams are going to be downloading their binaries here, and we'll watch them get up to speed. This challenge is called Quick Cast. Yeah, sorry, the angle's a little low on our monitor. It's kind of dim, so we have to kind of squint for some of these. We've got. So I always gonna look. Oh, we do have a Binja user. Okay, good. There's another Binja. We had a Binja user who won this morning. I'm always excited. And we've got an ID user over here.
Used Binja way back under CTF.
Yeah.
I've not used Binja since then.
It's been a long
I've not
time.
been in a position to actually have need of it.
Yeah. You've been doing other kind of tasking. Yeah. So Binary Ninja started as a CTF tool built actually really for this.
Yeah.
In a lot of specs. So in fact, the challenge author, Rusty, is the challenge author of this particular challenge, who also wrote the old CTF Binary Ninja and is one of the main Binja devs. So this particular binary is called Quick Cast. And we told the teams it's opponable. But I did have something pointed out to me that I didn't even notice right away, because the challenge is like magic themed. It's like, I think there's a RuneScape or one of these kind of online games. But it's also, the name is Quick Cast. If you were to take that as a hint for the type of challenge, do you have any, like, what type of vulnerabilities might be related to either of those words?
So my initial thought is potential C++ or casting. If not that, you also have the casting between different types.
Yes.
More than likely an object confusion as a potential.
Ta-da.
Hence the idea of C++.
So it's not C++ only because we have to keep the time limit short,
Yep.
right? So we're trying to kind of minimize the time. And we're already seeing teams kind of make their way. I mean, yeah, this is definitely fun because we're going to watch them go back and forth. But yeah, I mean, we basically told them the vuln in the name of it is a type confusion vulnerability.
Yep.
And so we're going to see them. This is again, we're going for real simple, straightforward kind of vulnerabilities, and we're going to watch them. This will be interesting because we're going to try to see who can find the type confusion first. But it's pretty obvious because there's literally a type of value, number, and text in the menu
Yep.
choice there. So you can literally see it. It's asking them, and of course, did we see a check sec? Yep, we saw a check sec as well on, on Katzebin, right? Wait, I gotta make sure yes, no, Katzebin is over on your side. There we go. I was gonna give him straight. So Katzebin in Straw Hat. All right. So check sec, which we've seen several other competitors do as well. Not sure why someone's blowing an air horn. Oh, there we go. Yeah, see, that's nice. You can see them kind of interacting with it over here. So they've actually got the servers what it looks like. So I think it's pretty obvious too, right? We don't want them to make them spend an hour looking for the bug and then several hours exploiting it. Like, we have to keep the whole thing down fat. So they're tiny binaries where like the only thing you can do is basically the bug for a lot of these.
So it's interesting how different people go after challenges.
Yeah.
I mean, some of them start a challenge and see what type of input it's wanting at first and start at the very beginning. Other ones dive into the middle of the binary. Other ones look for specific functions being used first.
find all the stir copies or mem copies or yeah.
And there is no one right way. There's no right way to do it all.
Yeah.
That will always guarantee finding the bug. It's in some ways turns into a guessing game as to which one you think is going to give you the most benefit.
And you know, sometimes it changes on the challenge author or the type of challenge or and this is one where you could probably have run it and instantly known the bug.
Yeah. So
because it asks you for this. Yeah.
So a challenge like this where a lot of challenge authors name their challenges based on some form of hint. Example, I did that with Kazad for the dwarf bytecode bug I did years ago.
Yeah.
So knowing that this one has a cast hint in the name, I'd probably start at the beginning because I'm not going to go looking for common functions or printfs.
Yep.
So that leads into I need to understand what's at the beginning for what type of casting or data manipulation it's handling, and probably at least run the binary at least once to see what is that even wanting for input.
Right.
Is it pure text? Is it pure binary data or similar?
And in this case, because it is so straightforward, the second you run it and you see type of text or string, I think it definitely would confirm that guess, that intuition in terms of what it is. So we do have over here actual like solve scripts actually on both sides. Yeah,
both
this is great.
Doing solve scripts already.
And we have seen, I think we've only had one competitor so far didn't use Pwn tools. So everyone else clearly, which it's not a surprise, Pwn tools is clearly the tool of choice.
So interesting enough, I've never actually used Pwn tools.
Now, do you think that's because you haven't been writing exploits? Because most of when you were doing exploitation was further back and it just wasn't as common?
I was writing exploits before Pwn tools was even around or common.
Yeah.
So I never got in the habit. I actually have a common exploit script. In fact, it still has a comment in there about the shellcode is ripped off of, was it Eisenbahn's or something like that?
Einbasen.
Yeah.
Einbasen's shellcode. That was good shellcode. So
every time I write an exploit script, that's still in there because I copy from the same thing every time.
Yeah, that was I believe that was a shellcode payload that they traded for points as like there was a joke category of bribe the organizers in Ghost in the Shellcode years ago, and they traded shellcode. It was really good shellcode. Like, cause, you know,
I'm still using it even on 64-bit systems.
That's functional. Really funny. Yeah, that was fantastic. Yeah, because I think it was like 3264 compatible in a very short range there. Okay, so we're definitely exercising the vulnerability, right? If we actually watch in,
I think both are.
They both are Yeah, I mean, they're both just kind of triggering back and forth. It's going to be interesting. So, like, okay. Walk me through now, if you're given these exploit primitives, right? You're given a type confusion between an integer and a text variable. What would you, like, how would you use that to start building, like, an actual exploit?
The first thing I'd do is I'd actually check, especially for a simple binary like this, I'd actually check and see if stack's executable. It's not common anymore, but that's still something that can be turned on.
Yeah, and we have in several of these challenges, so you're right. That's a good one to check.
If that is there, then there's a lot of very easy, effectively, ret the stack and just go.
We did get a question in chat. Somebody was asking for your Twitter handle. We forgot to publish that, so we should make sure we get your Twitter handle updated.
I believe it's Manic Lightning. I'd have to look it up, though. It's been else I've used it.
It's been a while. Or you don't even have to do that. If you have something that you want to be known as for a Twitter handle, we can update that. But no worries either way.
Manic_lightning.
Okay, there we go. Did you guys see that? Manic_lightning is our Twitter handle. All right. So yeah, again, this is just to see basically which one of these teams now can turn this like kind of obvious primitive of this type confusion into a working bug. And this is actually one that I haven't seen I know we have a solve script we've tested with it. I haven't seen the exact payload. But here we go. This is a nice look there. And we've got, 256 bytes. They're going to get in when it's a string. So we're looking for God entries to overwrite. Yep. So which one do we want to...
So over here, they do very similar to how I tend to do exploitation, in that starting to get some of the payload together and throw it into a debugger.
Yeah. To make sure, validate what you've done so far.
Validate
and look at the
that
next
I'm on
step.
the right track and process before I write a bunch of shellcode and then have to figure out what's going wrong.
Yeah.
I start debugging partway through the shellcode itself.
We talked a little bit in the last room. There's a lot of people that will just write a complete exploit, never touching a debugger, and then only use it if they need to at the very end. and other people who use the debugger as a part of the learning process and,
Yeah.
and validation while they're doing it. And yeah, I do more of the same as you do as well.
And it's usually because I'm dealing with the harder, more complex things. So, yeah, you can write all the shell code, but one typo and everything
Yeah.
falls apart, and you don't know why.
Right, and so you want to kind of like do incremental steps that are each verified, and you're sure kind of as you go along.
With these simpler ones, you probably could get away with a full write and go.
I certainly there are definitely people that
It's
could.
a roll of the
yeah,
dice.
yeah. But that's the thing is, if it doesn't, then and you got to kind of back it up. If
I
you've
mean,
tested smaller bits, it's
You
less,
have people
less
like
to go wrong.
Rusty that writes
Yeah.
assembly, that write binary with pure hex.
It's the
I've
shell
seen them
code
do
goes
this.
straight in from the top of their head. Right, exactly. So he tends to not use a debugger very much.
No, he just used a hex editor.
Yeah, that is his bone script. All right, so we are actually starting to see a couple of kind of handlers here. So the straw hat. Wait, am I back around? I keep getting it back around. Too tired. Straw hat and Katzebin. Yes, straw hat and Katzebin. Can you help me remember this? Chat will make fun of me if I get it wrong. So I get it right. So straw hat is again starting to kind of build those helpers. And so we're seeing a prompt, the set number, and show string. So this is going to let them interact with these primitives. All right. So what are we doing? We've got libc addresses. We've got a pi offset. So we're calculating the pi shift, and they're going to do libc start. So they're leaking a libc start. It looks like. So they're gonna set the number to the offset for libc, then they're gonna show what that value is. But they're just gonna do this interactively, right? So they're not actually saving it into a variable. It looks like.
Yep.
And yeah, how are we
Over
doing?
here, they're working on a leak right now.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. I'm seeing they've got some decimal
they already
value being
have
dumped. Yeah.
Leak value on the bottom.
Yeah,
I'm not exactly sure which value they're leaking. Probably libc though. It's a common thing to go after because then you just do a straight system call.
Yeah, actually, that's a good question. I don't remember which flags we compiled this on. If this is ASLR or if it's so that would definitely. I mean, although we did see teams run checksec, right? Because again, the first thing they want to do is don't make any assumptions.
Yeah.
See what it actually does.
If it doesn't have ASLR, that actually makes your shellcode a lot easier,
Yeah.
especially on small ones like this. It takes you all of 2 seconds to run checksec.
Yeah.
It might save you multiple minutes.
Save you several minutes of. I mean, which again, with these primitives, you could certainly solve it either way, right? There's no question you could.
It's all both ways. It's a
Yeah.
matter of you're in a race,
But
so
you
a
have to be
couple seconds
fastest.
may actually save you a lot of time.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right, value is, or stuff. Okay, so now we're opening up a libc. Someone is looking at they're dumping symbols from libc. They're looking for libc start, probably. Sure enough. Yep. And so Straw has pulled out the libc start. They've got their libc base. Actually, I was just remember. I think were you one of the spotters when we did the other LiveCTF at DEF CON a couple years ago, where you had people watching?
Yes, I was.
I thought, I just realized that. I remember you were one because I was describing in the last chat how we had like analysts specifically like watching, because it's hard to like switch back and forth. Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching, and annoying. What's frustrating is that the guy I was watching, he had full working shellcode trying to call BinSH for like 10 minutes. However, because it's running on Android, it's supposed to user BinSH, and it never got linked over.
I forgot about that one. That's right.
So, like, the one I was watching, like, had it fully working ahead of time, and spent 10 minutes trying to debug it until someone else got it.
And someone beat him to the final little bit.
It was so devastating.
That's painful. Yeah, that is hard. And we've seen a couple of people. In fact, we actually saw that earlier with a Samurai player here. Had a working exploit, but didn't know it was working because they were breaking before a flush was called that caused that, like, there was a memory being overwritten, and they were breaking in the debugger. I mean, like, it's not working. Clearly, I need to change my exploit. They literally just need to set their breakpoint after the flush, and they would have seen that it was succeeding. Yep. So,
well, that's the other fun part is the way a lot of programs work with networking and stuff. It's very easy to forget about a flush.
Yep.
And have code work local. It doesn't work remote.
Yep. Oh yeah, not something that works on my machine versus like you can't throw. That's a painful one for whatever the reason is. Offsets are different.
Is it failing because I screwed something up, or is it failing because they altered the binary?
Yeah, or it's just a different libc or some weird platform.
Flush. Gonna be horrible.
Yeah, that was bad. And in this case, we did do the flush. It just the break point was set beforehand. So let's keep an eye on it. So we're still over here on.
Looks like they're still working on the leak over here. So
okay.
I think it looks like they're actually ahead.
Yeah.
From current observation.
Yeah, I think Straw Hat has a working leak. And I have to be, of course, impartial, even though we have a Binja user. Even though we have a Binja user, I am officially impartial.
Yep.
And we didn't build all sorts of terrible like tool breaking bugs into these. We just wanted these to be simple, straightforward challenges. So
yep.
there was debate about how much we wanted to put nasty things into it, and there's basically nothing that's tricky. Oh, you've got a hi mom in chat.
My oldest daughter.
Hi, welcome. Wait, I don't know if our video's not on. That's right. Yeah, I don't know if my family's tuned in yet or not. They got a lot of video to recap if they catch up. All right, so see, but the leak was happening over here. But I feel like it's really interesting. This happened the last couple matches ago where they kind of just slowed up. They hit this point where they've got all the primitives, they got all the pieces, and then they just kind of are working through issues. Like what's the gotcha, what's kind of blocking them. And we'll see. And now the other thing we're trying to remember too is we're trying to remember if we want to give hints, we're going to do it earlier. So let's look at the production desk and let them
they're writing the
think about
value,
that.
they're calculating their offset for where to write over here.
Oh, okay, so they already know the overwrite target, and they're gonna change that. Let's see, where do we? Environment offset, interesting, huh? I don't know what they're doing with that one. So actually, they're leaking something about an environment offset. Straw Hat, I don't know.
It's an easy way to adjust. Local
for
versus remote, so
yeah.
it may be a habit.
That's true. Verify. That's not a bad idea. That makes sense. Just to make sure that there's nothing else. Yeah.
And that's an easy thing to do habit-wise, especially when you have multiple different libcs. I've done that in my own shellcode where you want things to adjust, knowing that you may have a newer version of libc. It's just a version off.
Or even just like run it and dump it. You don't even have to do anything with it necessarily. And that way, if you see it's changed, you know you have to put you don't have to put the effort in to make it account for it right off the bat.
Yep.
But you could.
Just validated their right hit the Sterling like they wanted.
Okay, so if we're close to an overwrite, that's a good sign. Although we are over in a VM in Straw Hat, so Straw Hat's actually pulled up the challenge in a VM. Yep. So they're trying to match the, and actually I do see they're also running an Ubuntu 2204. I don't know if they just defaulted to that, if they saw others on the stream where we did specifically mention that tends to be what we use in our instances.
I think my current VM is 2204.
Yeah.
Just a newer version.
So they're wanting to make sure that they've got it running in a debugger, running the challenge, and this may be one of the first ones in a while that they weren't using Pwn tools. Oh no, this is using Pwn tools. Pwn tools, they've just got it popping up in the new terminal separately. But yeah, that's another thing that so here's the reason why you should use Pwn tools, even if you're not in the habit in it. Being able to write your payload and write your script, but then actually just say like break here, right? And get a debugger at that point, at that progress, and not have to put like a sleep or some other.
You know the last time I actually competed?
A little while ago, I would imagine.
The very first year of Legit BS.
Okay, so that's
before I joined them.
That's right, because we played on the same team that year, didn't we? Yeah, that's right.
The last time I played CTF was with you.
That's right. Oh man.
On Black Hats.
I feel, and so that was like 10 years ago, basically. Just about
so
9 or 10.
4 or 5.
Because LegitBS ran for 5 years, and then 4 over the overflow. So over the overflow, I don't know, maybe 8 or 9.
4.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be 8.
Yeah.
Because the very first year I was competing, wasn't actually running.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, and
then I brought along DOS Fun for you guys to have fun with.
Yes, DOS Fun for you. Oh, the memories. Actually, thankfully, I don't think I worked on that one. I don't remember who solved that one, but it wasn't me.
You guys actually got screwed up with that one.
Yeah, we may not have. Oh.
Rusty got screwed up with it.
Yeah, it was something that blocked it. All right, so here we go. Okay, so now we're starting a write over here on Straw Hat. So Straw Hat's actually got a set string now, right? So they've
They've got their leaks all figured out. They're pulling out all the offsets, but now they're just now starting their write, but they're going to use the set string to change a value in memory. So let's compare.
So they're already doing the write with the location of Sterling. That's going to overwrite.
I do like that. By the way, this is great because they are going for the just write the payload.
Yep.
Right. So we're seeing Katzebin is just write the payload, and Straw Hat's got the helper function and the utilities.
You get your 3 X's as a test, so do an overwrite and see if the X's show up.
Oh, this is good. So they're both right now really close, or they're both working on their overwrite, and once it's done, they will. Yeah, it's I couldn't pick. I could not pick at this point. This is really close. We're back into IDA. So what are we looking for? We've got GDB up. We got our breakpoints. I don't do it. So do we have?
I think they're getting. I may be mistaken, but I think they're getting ready to start putting shellcode in.
Well, if they're are they just going to go to call system? They might not even need any actual shellcode if they're going to overwrite a system pointer. They might just get a shell. I'm curious what they.
Well, they have some other values up top. I didn't catch which ones they are pointing to.
Yeah.
So
what
I don't know if they're jumping straight to a function. I don't know what it would be at the moment.
All right, we're back into IDA over here. Looking at the overwrite. All right, yeah, I mean, they know what to do. I don't know that they need any hints at this point. I think we're just watching them put the final polish on it here. It's going to be whoever. As soon as somebody has a write. Well, it's just hanging now. So they're that might actually be one of the issues with the framework.
It's hanging on the read.
Well, that's what I was going to say. One of the problems with not doing a sort of helper function thing is that it's easy to mess up a new line or you forgot another input line.
Yep.
So we might be seeing the downside of that approach. I think they got that payload faster, and if it works, it'll be quicker, but they're more likely to have bugs. But we're still
they're
over
neck and neck at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's they have the leak. They know the offsets. I think they both know that the address they want to target and the value they want to put. They're just trying to finish it out, get this right, and that determines who moves on to the round of 8. So this is the last round or last match in round 1. So We've got 16 teams. We've already identified the top 7 that are going to move on, and then one more. This will be the last one. We're actually going to take a little bit of a break on the stream, so we're going to leave the intermission up after this one a little longer, and let us recuperate after a long time. And we'll put up the rest of the schedule for the teams that are here, so they know when they're going to go, and we'll line up the challenges for the rest of the day. And from there on out, we have just 4 more matches this afternoon. That'll take us all the way down to a top 4. So we're going to go from 16 yesterday to just 4 coming in tomorrow. All right, good. I was half afraid somebody would land it really quick while I was kind of talking about the logistics, but I'm seeing
They're debugging their hang on the read.
They're debugging here on a stack is it the right or they've set a breakpoint. Yeah, this is definitely the thing that I also never really used Pwn tools for and got into the routine of being able to easily debug it. It was always much more painful for me to debug a half-working system.
Well, it's interesting considering that I started this type of work 11 years ago. The number of tools that have come out, especially after Cyber Grand Challenge.
Yeah.
There was such an advancement in the type of tools for this type of work.
Automate. Well, the number of ROP finding tools alone. We've seen a couple teams working on before. Yeah, my favorite for a long time. My favorite ROP finding thing was grep and objdump, and that was all I ever did.
And then ROP Gadget came out.
Yep, and I learned several more over the last day as well.
And I'm sure there's more that I haven't heard of because I haven't kept up on them.
Yeah. Well, this is why something like this is a lot of fun because you get to see, what are the teams using? What are the best people currently? The tools in their tool bag. Now this is interesting. Are we opening up libc? No, we should just open up another tab. Oh. All right. So we're going to libc.
libc's
We're looking
over here open too.
That's really interesting. They're both opening up libc at the same time. So is it because they're looking for the relative offset between a pointer that they've leaked and system or something like that? Yeah, let's keep an eye and see if we can catch them looking at that, or are they just? Actually, it looks here like we might be just looking at the stack. Yeah, so we're looking at some stack addresses. Did we find it? Is this a function pointer? And there's an offset. That's not where you're looking. That's just going to exit out. There we go. Look at the base address. Yeah, I don't think there's a hint we can give them at this point. I think they both know exactly what to do. Yeah. We're just waiting for the first one to finish it. And let's see, I mean, time-wise, we're 30 minutes in, so very within expected ranges. We're not kind of in a rush or freaking out, I think. And the second one of them gets that right, I think we're about 1 minute from being done. Yeah. Yeah, just one reliable right is all it's going to take. Yeah, it's one we have to be careful too, because this is the kind of situation where they're both neck and neck, or both just like a little bit away, and if you're looking at the wrong one when it happens. So that having each of us here really helps to make sure that nothing slips by us. Oh, here we go. So we've got a function called write address. Is it working? They're not typing like they're real confident here. But we've actually got a function called write.
So at this point, when you start getting this close to it, you start having to revalidate in
all
your
your
mind
assumptions.
not only all your assumptions, but do I have all the right offsets? Am I doing the right math calculations? Did I swap a math or two variables around so I subtracted in the wrong order? Trying to make sure not to get any of that wrong. I mean, even myself tends to slow down at this end of the shell code.
Yeah, this is true.
Because I know I have shell coding to dump in, or what the last step is.
Yeah.
It's that extra little bit of math required.
Okay, so we're getting all right. So we're getting a string. Okay, so we've got a bin.sh string pointer. This is looking real close.
I think they have hexes Sterling on libc.
What's this? So they're going to overwrite Sterling. Do they? Yeah, this is, I want to say.
They have the Sterling of libc also. Like they're.
Yeah. All right, we've got our bin.sh, we've got our system, and now it's time to do the write. ROP gadget. There we go. So here's another one of the ROP finding tools. So they're going to scan it, dump it all out, and let's see what they're going to grep for. So are they looking for a pivot? Because if they've got, my guess is they're going to look for a stack pivot, right? So if they got a stack pivot.
So move.
Yeah.
What was it?
Pop RDI ret, I think. Yeah, pop RDI ret.
Yep. Stack pivot.
Or is it?
It was one of the things I mentioned at the beginning. It's like a simple challenge like this, going straight for stack is the easiest way to go. You're not dealing with the heap or other complexities.
So they're writing the pop RDI to the stack, and then they're going to write the stack. Oh no, yeah. So that's just going to get them. This could be it. Okay, so if this is correct, we have a working exploit. If there's no bugs in any of this math, so let's find out. Let's keep an eye on Straw Hat, and here it is. This is their local attempt, so they're still not running in the server. So we'll find out if there's anything else over there. But let me call this still debugging, or are they switching to? Are they going to make a ret slide or something? They've got a ret.
I can't tell. I can't see enough of the screen
to
give feedback.
It's a bad angle for you. So right now they're working with their pop RDI gadget. They're working with a pointer to bin.sh. They're working with their system gadget, and they're using their write primitive to overwrite the stack directly for. There we go. Okay. So they got a shell. So now they're going to switch it over. They're going to run it on the remote server. Here it is.
That should do it.
If this works on, so they're going to add that last little bit. Here it is. Okay. Double check, make sure they're not close to where they're going to miss it over there, but I think we're about to...
They're still doing debugging over here on their right and overwrite.
I think this is it. I think we've... Yep. Okay. All right. Let's get ready. Very well done. Yep. Put the remote connection in. Let's see, as long as this works remotely. Uh-oh. Oh no, we talked about this earlier. When you're the feeling when your remote payload doesn't
works local, doesn't work remote.
Yeah, so they're gonna double check the leaks, double check the environment variables, figure out. Yeah, so it definitely does look like that environment may have been important. So maybe I don't remember if when they dump the environment if they actually use that in any of their calculations. So they might now need to go back and fix up. Let's see if they use the environment. Now it's interesting though because again we're using Docker into 2204. It should be pretty similar.
Well, the environment shifts the stack information around too.
Yeah.
So if you start messing with environment variables or using them as an offset,
that's right.
It can screw you up.
That's right. In fact, I remember like the poor man's defense in the day used to be you would make a really, really big environment variable just to throw off people's stupid hard-coded stacks. So yeah, it looks like we do still have a little bit of work. So that leaves the door open. It is certainly still possible at this point. For Katzebin to come back. All right. Come on, binge users. Let's go.
I mean, they have all the pieces over there.
Yeah. I think
they don't have any. They're still working on the right and
the right still not. Yeah.
The leak location.
Now, and are they writing this? So here's the difference, though. If they're not writing to the stack, they may actually avoid some of the environment shifts, right?
Yes.
So it's entirely possible, even though they're behind now, if they take if they write to something else, if they're able to figure out a way to get a write that doesn't require essentially a stack pivot, but they would have to either get a different gadget or...
More than likely, because they're doing the Sterling over here, the idea is to do a pop ESP ret, so that the stack becomes your buffer.
Yeah.
It can remove all the environment variable calculation issues.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a safer pivot. So if they can pull that off, I agree. I think you're right. I think that's going to let them avoid some of the environmental flakiness that we're seeing over here. So, oh man, we might end up closer than we thought.
Is that system libc I saw? Yeah. Putting in the address for system libc. Because then you write buffers for your command and call system on it because replace system with Sterling.
Yep.
Or replace Sterling with system.
What is... Oh, man, some of these colors are hard to see on the screen. The commented out stuff. Okay, so we're about to see a 4i in range. So I'm wondering, I suspect we're about to see a brute force coming in here, which is also very valid in a LiveCTF environment, right? Like, I don't know what my offset is because the username is a different length or whatever it actually is that's throwing off.
They're writing their shellcode right now. It looks like a overwrite of Sterling, like I said, to the system, and they just pass binsh straight into the buffer.
So I would say, are back neck and neck again. Honestly, this could easily go either way. This is really close. So we're looking at we've got our brute force going over here from Straw Hat. They're working on just figuring out the offset between their exploit that runs locally but doesn't remotely because the environment may be slightly different in the way that they're doing the stack.
And they've done the overwrite of Katzebin's overwritten Sterling with system, and then passing binsh directly just to call system on it.
Okay, yeah, if they're avoiding...
So they're not even doing the pivot, they just call system on their buffer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I like that. That's a much cleaner exploit. I think that's a much better idea, but... Oh, which one? This is fantastic. Okay, yeah, they're both, real close. Real close here. I think I've gone back and forth.
Typos.
What's that?
They're trying to fix their Python typos.
Oh no. And that's the other thing again, just as a reminder, for all you like looking at home. Oh, here we go. Sorry, we had a couple of chat questions.
Yeah, we're able to watch both of the teams at the same time.
Yep. So with the stream is switching back and forth between which one is kind of the main one. We have some separate monitors here that we're mirroring each team's display directly, so we can kind of watch both. And our production, we have a couple folks in the production desk that are also keeping an eye on things. And so sometimes they'll either listen to us, or if they see something interesting, they'll just kind of put it up to make sure we don't miss something good for y'all. One of the things actually was making note of for next year, we should do like a multi-camera YouTube stream approach. You can actually do multi-camera. We could upload our audio to all of it, but then you could switch and you could choose whose screen you were watching directly, which I think would be super neat to let people choose between them. So that'll be something for next time. We're still seeing this
Brute force attack.
This brute force attack. Actually, they've removed the brute force attack. So did they? I didn't notice if they actually calculated the offset based on that. It looks like they're putting it back together. Okay. Uh-oh. The prompt. They forgot the prompt line at the end. This?
So I'm a little surprised. They're setting up a debugger at the top of this. I'm not exactly sure why, though.
Why they're breaking in so early? Yeah, so
I don't think they've actually tried to send it remotely, so I'm not sure what they're validating over here.
I think they need their prompt commands. No, I think it's just the prompt. Or, they were breaking earlier. Yeah, they missed that whole bunch of okay, here we go. Tweaking offsets, trying to get it to work. Here it is. Double check the number. Congratulations! Woohoo! Straw Hat won. Very good. Awesome. So well done, Straw Hat. That was a great match. Thank you very much, Lightning, for hanging out.
Thank you.
We had a great time. Look forward to seeing everybody else. Like I said, we're going to leave the stream up and going, but we're going to take a little bit longer break between matches. We'll be back in about an hour and 10 minutes for our next match, and we'll see y'all then.
Have a good day.
Cheers. Hello and welcome back to LiveCTF. You're back with the original crew this time, Cypher Dexter Jordan and...
Hi, Carl, Ceta2.
So we have more challenges ahead. We are done with round 1. We're on to round 2. Right away, let's just go ahead and kick it off. Let our teams go. Behind us, we have the new organizers and we have Team StarBugs. So let's do it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! So the round is live, and now everybody's an expert. Everyone in these rounds has won one of these rounds. They know what the infrastructure is. Wow, that's like the fastest, I think, to like decompilation I've seen so far from StarBug there.
Right. So we have, yes. Seems like you have a capture problem with StarBugs on the feed. So we're gonna go over to organizers and we'll have production reset the capture card in the meantime. No big deal. So we can see here them using IDA as well, looking into the binary.
I will say, I'm glad they've got different themes. We've got a light theme and a dark theme, which
Nice.
actually makes it really easy to see the difference. So all right, thank you for the work production. We are back live with capture. We can see both of them now. So this challenge is called
Story time, right?
Story Time, right? Is this? Yeah, this is the story time. I saw it. Tell me your story. So I'm thinking that's the challenge. But I kind of want to look at it again, make sure we don't start talking about the wrong. I have nightmares that we like start talking about the wrong challenge.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so this is Story Time. Although I have not seen this version of Story Time, so I worked on an earlier version, but I know that we've been iterating on these challenges, and I haven't seen this particular iteration of it. So I know it got actually simplified a little bit, and we'll see what teams are doing. Although I did notice somebody looked like they were running it on Mac OS directly. I thought they ran Xadder to make it executable. And then they ran it. So but this was still just a Linux binary, I thought, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I kind of thought I was missing something. I'm not sure what.
Maybe they were like in the SSHing or like in the terminal or something like this.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I don't know. Let's jump over to StarBugs and see again the IDA with the light theme, also doing some compilation. They're looking at this function that looked a little bit difficult to understand. You said you created like the original version of this, and then we did like a remix of it.
Yeah, this was actually I would say I worked on the one 2 versions ago.
Okay.
So this was probably the challenge I worked on the most originally, and it was a little bit too convoluted, and so we've iterated it a couple times.
And I see there we already have a controlled function pointer. If I didn't,
Was that fast? This could be. I would love for this to be a fast one.
I might have like.
I mean, they were certainly running it in debugger. I saw them run like.
It was a breakpoint at the call command. It was a calling a register, and I think I saw control of the register value. So we have some shellcode written. This could be really fast if this is going like this.
I'm down. I'm here. Like I've always said, like, look, if every round is 5 minutes long, then we made them too easy. But like a couple that are just pure pwn, pure speed.
Yeah.
As long as there's no auto pwn scripts. We haven't seen anybody who like one click solves something.
Right.
That would be embarrassing as an organizer.
You could see StarBugs there. You had the mitigations of the binary.
Well, they're looking at win right now too. There's a function called win. It looks like. So this one has the built-in win. This might be very, very quick. Did they? What? I can't see that top line on theirs. What is that right there? The long line.
The long line is that's shellcode.
Okay.
And then you have some kind of like long sequences of some characters, then sending one command, and then this like payload. They are trying to run this. Doesn't seem to be working quite yet. Let's check in with organizers quickly.
Yep.
They are doing some reversing of this function, renaming some variables, making sense of what's going on.
This function does have some compression in it. So there's a compression and decompression algorithms, that's where the bug lies, and that's what they've got to deal with. At least the original one. I assume that's still true. I'm actually curious. We'll watch them and we'll figure it out and see how it goes. Sometimes I like knowing, and sometimes I like not knowing.
Yeah,
I think there's just like a different feel.
Yeah, it's kind of exciting, like seeing what's going on. But we can clearly see here that they are definitely putting together some payload consisting of like 2 different bytes, like a long sequence of one of them and another long sequence of another one of them. Maybe this is then related to the compression function, if that's still in place.
So the compression implementation does, being able to control whether something is highly compressible or highly uncompressible is absolutely something that seems likely. And it depends on the implementation, right? Like, is this a run length encoding? Is this, there's a lot of different compression schemes. And I am actually curious. I suspect if we look at the official hint that we've got queued up for this one, it would probably be something like the name of the compression algorithm, because that probably makes it easier to land which they're doing. So I mean, it does seem like StarBug is really like interacting a lot, right?
They're doing a lot of stuff. I mean, sometimes you want to be thinking and sometimes you want to be writing. And I think StarBugs is more on the writing and the organizing is more on the thinking side at the moment.
I've seen a lot of people just sit and stare at a binary, think about it, and then just write out a complete exploit like in one shot. So
you see now organizers switching out of IDA, going into.
In fact, organizers player did specifically ask us for libc. So in the previous round, you may have remember that was one of the rounds where they were trying to run the binary that was provided, and because they didn't have the libc, they weren't able to run it. So we did actually update all of the rest of the challenges, and we now do include like the libc. Even if they don't need it to exploit it, it might just make it easier for them to run it. We don't want them to have to fiddle around and find the exact VM and exact environment.
Right. I want to switch back over to StarBugs and see now some of the debugging that they're doing here. Again, they have a partial solve script in the works. We see this call to RDX, and RDX looks like a very controlled value. That's not like a reasonable function pointer value. They have, but it did look a little bit messed up. So it looks like they have like kind of control of it.
If there's compression, and maybe if it's post or pre, that is going to throw it off potentially.
And maybe this is, could be a situation where they might have gone a bit too fast into the trying to go for
instead
it.
of actually just understanding fully what's happening. I gotcha.
But I mean that's we will have the hindsight.
We won't know until we're done. It's always hindsight's 20/20 for sure. So back over on the organizers, they have been throwing together a script now. So they've actually got the start of a script, and they're running locally.
Yep. You can see here that pi is disabled on the binary. So if they're going to do, there was a win function, right? So they will know exactly where in memory this win function is located.
Or at least I think there was one. I saw one that was called win. So I don't know if somebody had named it before we looked at it, but I do remember seeing win on StarBugs screen earlier.
Oh yeah, I also saw it there. So yes.
So I think I don't. Yeah, like I said, I haven't actually analyzed this version, the final version of the binary. So. Yeah, we'll see. I'm seeing, we're in the create story. Oh, this is the first person who's used IDA debugger. I'm actually really curious.
Okay,
everybody else has consistently been using. So, I don't remember new organizers doing this before when they came up for a previous round. But they're using the decompiler together with the debugger to set breakpoints, essentially in the source code, which is, it's a nice experience when it works well.
Yeah, that's the thing. In principle, it's kind of obvious that you should integrate the disassembler and the debugger. In practice, historically, that hasn't worked very well.
People don't do it very often.
No. And so that people resort to an external debugger, sometimes using some kind of bridge between the two to various degrees of success.
Yeah. There's a lot of little sync scripts that would, maybe they just sync the instruction pointer.
Yeah. I have used the IDA debugger a few times, kind of successfully, but it's still not in my standard playbook.
Yeah, that's why I remarked on it, because I don't know a lot of people for whom that's their default choice. Especially, I feel like in the CTF community. I feel like Jeff and PETA, and although I haven't actually seen LODB. I'm waiting for LODB to.
Yeah, we're gonna switch over to StarBugs because
go ahead.
They are connecting to the remote service
already.
It might, I mean, you know,
I know,
it
I
might
know.
be that they're just validating that like some of their, so that's a really good thing. Like if you're developing your exploit locally, to sometimes just like check off partial steps to see that
Yep.
you're seeing kind of the
Still
same
works
thing. Yeah.
and- yep.
Like if you're doing a leak locally, making sure that like you can actually do. Oh no, with this they are doing the remote shell and it's.
Whoa!
they are
Winner, chicken dinner. Well
that
done.
was fast. Congratulations,
Speed run
StarBugs.
indeed. Good work, StarBug.
Jordan, would you want to do a little bit of outro here, and I'm gonna go and just check with the
Absolutely.
players.
That was fantastic. Yeah. So well done, StarBug. That was fastest match on record. Good work on that one. So we said we made that one a little bit easier. It clearly was easier indeed. Heartbreaking to lose, but at the same time, we now have our first team that's going to make it on to the next round. So we're going to go ahead and get back to the intermission. We have a little bit longer of a break now. We'll be back in about 45 minutes with our next round, and we'll see you all then. And I got to figure out how to clear out this winner thing. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Welcome back to match 2 of round 2. We're here, Cypherdex and
Carl, hi.
Zeta 2, yeah.
Yes.
Jordan, I don't know, we keep changing.
Yeah.
Maple Mallard Magistrates versus Shellphish. Let's go ahead and count this off right away. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! All right, let's check them out. They're both downloading their challenge and they're going. So each team was told this was a heap challenge.
Yes, and that's, I mean, that's not false.
It's true.
Yes,
But it's not what they expect.
No, exactly.
Yeah. And
Typically, when you talk about heap challenges, we're talking about like attacking the glibc allocator, like the metadata structures there. This is not going to be that difficult, I think.
Yeah, I feel a little bit mean, especially, we didn't do this intentionally.
No.
But it's especially somewhat mean because Shellphish, in fact, particular, the Shellphish player who is here is the author of the How to Heap GitHub repo.
Yeah, which is a great resource.
It's fantastic. It describes all of them. There's just a myriad of number of heap attacks, and they're all fantastic. None of which are going to be used here today.
Yeah.
And this was not intentional. Like, we did random assignments of teams and challenges. It just so happened this way. So let's go ahead and take a look at the challenges that the teams are looking at.
Let's switch over to... Oh my God! Both of them are having white.
Both white eyes.
And we
listen.
didn't fix the names. Thanks. Yes.
New rule is that teams must use different theme colors to match their theme colors.
Oh, we can create like custom color
we can do
themes.
filters. We can do color filters.
No, we give like custom color themes for like IDA, Binary Ninja, and so on for the live CTF. Anyway, so we are looking at the Mighty Ducks or MMM here, and they're looking into disassembling, renaming some variables, just checking out what's going on.
Well, and the program was called Stack. Right,
yes,
or stacks, plural, right? Stacks, because there are, I guess, multiple stacks.
Yeah, I think you can like create a stack, and then you can add and remove things. And if I remember correctly, it's some kind of like over or underflow thing. Maybe you can like pop more elements that there are in the stacks, or something like this, I think. But we will see about that.
The repo that you're looking for, Diego, is how to heap. HOW_TO_heap.
Isn't it just how a digit 2 and then heap?
Oh, it might be the digit. I just saw it on the screen. They both teams actually pulled it up earlier.
If you Google Shellphish how to heap, you will find it.
And it's on GitHub. Yeah, it'll be right up. I'm sure somebody else will find it in chat and paste it in there.
Yes.
Because it is quite common. This is a good matchup though, because we've got two very well-known teams, right? You've got basically the PvP and friends. And Shellphish, of course, has been around for a very long time.
Yeah.
So like this is I'm excited as we move into these top matches.
Definitely, we can see here on Shellphish screen that they are.
Oh wow, that's quite a little bit of.
Yeah, they
gadgets
had
already. Yeah, they came prepared.
Oh, did they like pre-bake like a bunch of useful gadgets in each type of libc or something? Because that's good preparation.
Actually brilliant.
Good prep work, yes.
I'd never. That's fantastic.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's a little bit trying to see what they're doing.
Although I will say they were a little worried when we told them it was a heap challenge, and it was only 45 minutes to solve it before sudden death. They were like, "That's not even possible. Like heap challenges take longer than that. Like how are we supposed to do that?" I said, "Well, just wait. You'll see." So hopefully, that was a little bit of a hint.
Yes.
But we'll find out.
We'll see. The question here from Endeavor: wait, is this PvP versus Shellphish? Yes. Or I mean, it's technically MMM, which is PvP plus friends.
Endeavor is he's right over there. He's that's why he's got headphones on because Endeavor is also a Nautilus.
Yes.
So he's working on the main game over there, and apparently has time just to watch us. So things must be going really good in the main game if he's over here listening to us.
Let's switch over to MMM.
Mighty Ducks. And I will point out, too, this is actually, I think, we haven't had a whole lot of repeat matches, right? This is only the second match of round 2, and we have already seen a substitution. So our player for MMM is not the same player that we had for round 1.
We had.
I don't know if we scared them with Robert came in for round 1.
Robert Chow, Neo, legendary CTF player.
Unbelievable, yeah.
Won his match, and now they have swapped him out for someone else.
And I don't know if we scared them with Heap, and so I do feel bad, but again, we decide the names descriptions independent of the teams, and
might also be like a strategic move, like maybe Robert is working on something in the other part of the CTF right now that he was
more critical.
Like, who do you send? Like,
right. Well, I know a couple of teams too even debated strategies of like, do we just listen? As long as we make it out of the first or second round, we don't want to fight and get for the top spots. And I was worried about that. That was before the points were available, though. So
yeah, so do they now know?
They do know the points. The teams were given point totals,
and the number one team wins 4,000 points.
Oh wow,
Yes.
that's significant. So
It is a lot of
for
points.
comparison, that's almost the difference between last and first place.
No.
I mean,
That's about 7,000, but or,
yeah,
6,
yeah. I
7,000,
mean, like,
but
okay, it's so from 10th place up to
it's
from,
a lot.
Yeah,
Now,
it's,
by the end of the game, there will be more points. There's more challenges.
Sure.
But it is a lot of points.
Yes.
So it is enough to definitely move the scoreboard. So yeah, we'll give you a scoreboard update. We want to check on the teams and make sure we're not forgetting them. We're already seeing interaction. Switching to a new stack.
Yes.
So
a small exploit script in the works there,
Yeah.
trying out some interaction with the program. Again, this is, we talked about this before in the stream, but it's the typical situation where you might want to go for a strategy where you kind of build up these like abstractions in your exploit script, like
Yeah.
you map different actions within the program to kind of like
Just wrapper
building
functions.
blocks,
Yeah.
and then you can then call them in like whatever order you need, which can then be very useful. There's some like initial cost to doing that, like in terms of time investment, but
although like Jimmo's very efficient because you look at this, they've got like CR, DL, like 2-letter functions,
Oh,
right?
right.
So it's like truly looks optimized for speed, where they're minimizing even the amount of like the names of the functions being called.
right. If we switch back to stream, please.
Oh, we might be a little delayed. I think just on our monitor.
Oh, okay. Sorry. We are. What I wanted to do was to switch over to Shellphish to look at their exploit script. When we were talking about that they had like pre-made like a bunch of gadgets and stuff. Trying to see if they're doing like some actual stuff related to the challenge yet. I am not quite seeing it. It seems like they are messing around with gadgets, so they might have a pretty good understanding of what's going on. Hard to like. It feels like you wouldn't do that unless you have the other building blocks you need. But yeah, hard to tell. So you can though see Shellphish looking a bit in the debugger here, confirming some values here on the some global variables, I think, something called stack, something called buff, and trying to see, I guess, where different inputs and stuff end up, and so on to maybe you have some hypothesis about this value might go in here, and then you do that in your exploit script, but then you want to verify in the debugger that things are actually behaving the way you're expecting to.
Yeah, and it's one of the interesting things is it's really hard to make a challenge of exactly the same difficulty, and so we just didn't try. Like we clearly have some challenges that we know are easier than others, and that's going to be the case. But what matters is they're fair in the sense that each round your opponent gets the exact same information, gets the exact same binary, they get told the exact same description beforehand. And so on any given binary, in a given match, it may be easier, it may be harder, but you are going to go and prove your mettle in both of those situations against the person you're playing with. Although, again, we're talking about these are some legendary CTF players that we're seeing kind of before us, and it is different to come and do this kind of an event than it is to do a normal long-term CTF investigation, right? There's certainly skills, obviously there's a lot of overlap, but you can definitely specialize in like a live CTF, quick punch style challenge and not be as focused on the long-term stuff too.
Yeah, no, totally. It's and we've seen like multiple occasions where players have missed crucial information in the challenges, leading to not being able to solve them as fast. And these are like they're no beginners.
These are
here.
top tier.
Yeah.
These are absolutely S tier players. Every single person playing in this event is an S tier. Like there's just no question, right? Like
Yeah.
these are all good teams
Yeah.
to even get here. And then these are the representatives, the best representative from each of the teams
Yes.
to come play. So yeah, there's no question. I wouldn't stand a chance against any of these folks. I'm sure of that.
No, it's a bit scary, definitely. And like you're also kind of feeling the pressure not only from the opponent but from your own team. Like if you go up as your representative, you're representing your team, and like you don't want to let your teammates down.
It does look like we actually have another IDA debugger. So Jimmo over on the Mighty Ducks is setting breakpoints in IDA using the remote debugger. So actually using the remote service to
Right.
debug the Linux binary, and
they're running into problems actually with that. So they tried to do the remote debugger, now they're trying to do a local process. This is actually a good example of where, honestly, just using your Pondug and Jeff integration might have actually been faster.
Yeah.
Because we're seeing continued kind of errors as a result, and remote debugging can be really difficult too. There's a lot of wrinkles to it. But there we go. So it looks like we have a debugger. Thankfully, we get that nice blue color in the background, so now we know they're debugging.
Yes, and you saw those 2 breakpoints, and I think it was like jumping back and forth between those 2 breakpoints. Probably a loop thing going on there as well. Yeah. I want to switch back quickly a bit to Shellphish. Again, looking a little bit at their debugger, you see that they're building these abstraction functions called like alloc, delete, next. So
Yep.
These are kind of like your primitive operations in this like heap interaction thing.
So, and just for folks that maybe aren't even familiar, we should kind of cover what like a heap vulnerability typically looks like versus what what we're expecting from them in this particular event.
Totally. So normally, it's a broad concept, but normally when we're talking about heap exploitation, we're talking about one of the like mainstream allocators, like the glibc allocator or like the Windows allocator.
And these are just allocators when a program needs a piece of memory, and it doesn't even know, maybe even in advance, how big it's going to be. It can say on the fly, like, hey, I need some memory. I need this much. Please give me some memory. Oh, I need more memory now. Give me some more memory.
Right.
And the program can do whatever it wants with that.
Right. And the operating system typically only provides memories in like full pages, which is like usually way too much compared to what you need. So then you have an allocator on top of that, which is responsible for like chopping these pages up into smaller bits, handing it out to the program, like keeping track of them, doing the bookkeeping, like when the memory is freed up, like putting that back into the list of available stuff. And to do all that, it stores a whole bunch of metadata about the different memory regions and so on. And a lot of heap challenges are about performing sequences of like illegal heap operations to corrupt this metadata about the allocated and free memory regions to cause some kind of like mismatch or confusion. For example, you might allocate memory and get a pointer to something that's already allocated, so you have 2 pointers pointing to the same area. That's like one example of like an end result of this. That's a very like broad description of this.
Oh, we missed it. Somebody commented that Shellphish pulling an Inspector Gadget. Was this because there was an actual tool called Inspector Gadget, or did we miss something else? I wonder.
Yeah, or maybe because they bring, Oh, so we have some comments here. They have like a UAF question mark. So UAF stands for use after free. Common concept when it comes to like not necessarily only heap stuff, but typically when we're talking heap exploitation stuff.
Yep. And to answer your question about Binary Ninja, yep, Binary Ninja also does have a remote debugger. It can support a couple of different styles of remote debugging too. But actually, I don't know if in particular it supports the style of debugging being done on this challenge or not. I'd actually have to double check.
Yes. Checking over with MMM, they are, still not that much code written in their exploit script, right?
I think they're still working it out. I think they built the interaction primitives. They understand that there's something going on that I have not seen anything yet that indicates to me somebody knows the vuln yet.
Yeah.
Like I'm still waiting to see some indication that they're gonna do that. And right now they're creating things and using them. They may in their head know. But certainly from what we've seen in the code, we're just seeing them understand it.
Right.
I don't know, Connor. Does anger management have a remote debugger? That's a great question.
Yeah.
You would know, right? Better than I would.
Oh, Connor is one of the anger developers?
Connor, would you say you work in anger? I had to use the phrase. I have to be able to use the joke.
Big fan of Anger. It's a binary analysis framework. Can use it for symbolic execution and stuff like that.
A lot of automated program analysis, and there's a lot of research, a lot of cool research concepts that get implemented on top of it.
It's from UC.
So
SB, right?
So Shellphish,
yes.
is broadly associated with it, and a lot of ASU folks as well. Actually, I think the majority of the work is actually over at ASU now, maybe.
Okay.
But historically it's been USCSB. Now it's I think ASU. And thank you for that. Yeah, it's been it's been a wild amount of work just even getting the logistics going. But
Yeah.
so far so good.
I have a lot of friends here in Vegas. I have not met them.
Nope. There's a lot of people that were like, sorry, we'll see you on Sunday maybe.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, so we hope that we manage to bring you some entertainment and education in these streams.
That is the goal. And so I still haven't seen a debugger. Yeah. All right. So back in the ducks, we're still seeing creation, and I wonder if they're trying to hit a particular length size on these operations. So they're creating. And it is a little funny that we told them that the challenges got a heap in it, but the program name was stacks.
Oh yeah, that's.
There's a little bit of variety because the stack in when you're writing the code is like a stack of plates where you put stuff on it and then you pull it off in the reverse order that you put it on.
Yep.
And so that's just a stack, and it gets used a lot in computer science programs, and it's probably the most common data source for a lot of types of storing of data. But then the heap is the other one that gets used a lot for other types of data. So like they're kind of like different sort of regions of memory, but they're also different styles of exploitation.
Yep.
And we're just combining two of them. I mean, most programs use multiple, but like that we're in fact drawing that comparison. I think it's funny.
Yeah, it's a little bit funny. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, as an organizer, you are often trying to make a good joke. Really, that's why we make challenges.
Oh yeah, a lot of the challenges we almost came up with the name first and then figure out what the bug should be.
There's no almost. It was 100% done several times in this. Okay, so we are seeing some probing of so Mighty Ducks. Yeah, so now we're looking at some probing of sizes, and they're attaching to the debugger. They want to actually look at the stack values. They were kind of running it over and over. Now it looks like they've stopped to take a look at it. So they were trying something, and based on the result that they were looking at, they're going to have to set the type to get this displayed appropriately. Hit D a whole bunch of times and get that converted.
Yeah.
So they're following through their results.
We can switch over to Shellphish again. We're seeing that they are naming. They're trying to.
Oh, there we go. So they're also in the debugger as well.
Yes.
And now this is interesting. BMAP found a unique crash.
Oh, are they fuzzing? They are fuzzing the program.
That's 100% a great strategy. Honestly, with something this simple, with the menus are this common, that's not terrible. I would love to see a fuzzer solve one of these.
No, I mean, I think it's awesome. I just think that, like, you would have to be fairly comfortable with fuzzing to be able to, like, set that up quickly enough for it to be, worth the investment.
Well, and beyond that, right, the trade-off with fuzzing is that you get to a crash very quickly, but you don't necessarily get to understanding to be able to turn that crash into an exploit. Now, with a binary this small, maybe that's not a problem. So I think that would be fantastic. I'm actually, there we go, test crashes. So it looks like.
So they're going to triage the crash now. So they're trying to, like, take the input that caused the crash. Oh, I'm all in for this.
Yeah. This would be great. I'm going to go ahead and catch up on
we should have almost had Brandon for, on commentary for this. He would also have liked this.
We're missing out. So Gamoza is going to be joining us for the last two streams of the day. And he is a world-class expert in fuzzing. That would have been super fun. I'd love to hear what he would have to say about it. So we'll see what his thoughts are.
No, I love it. So we've seen like a range of tools being used throughout this tournament. Like we're seeing a fuzzer here. We saw C3, the constraint solver, being used. We even saw like an online Sudoku solver at some point. We have a bunch of different gadget finder tools. There've been like
ROP finders.
Ropper, RP++, ROP gadgets, all of this.
A lot of Pwn tools, different debuggers, different
so
decompilers.
It definitely says something like, while there are kind of like mainstream choices, there are definitely variations of like what you can use. All of these skilled players having slightly different preferences, using slightly different tools, and still being able to perform at this level.
I think we see a lot of variety in their text editor, but not so much in their debuggers, right? There's really only two. They've used, most have predominantly been GDB.
Yep.
And then you've had a couple that are using IDA's debugger.
We have not seen the Binary Ninja debugger yet.
Not as a debugger.
Yeah.
We've not seen. I mean, Geeter now has a debugger as well.
Right.
but we haven't seen that one out. But I mean,
Radar has a debugger as well, right?
oh yeah. It does as well too. Wait, we haven't seen any radar users yet. I will say, radar users are fun to watch when they know it really well.
Yeah, it's not to say anything offensive, but
Oh, look, I saw somebody just showed us a screenshot of the Shellphish team up in the room. So here, put us on camera. Let's wave hi to all the Shellphish folks up enjoying. Sorry for sniping the rest of your poning that you're doing for the event, but let's go back here. Let's give them some extra time on Kyle's screen just to
yeah, I want to see that sweet fuzzing action.
Yeah, let's see if those fuzzing have gotten any results.
We have a SIG trust. Yeah, so they were checking it in the debugger. Little bit difficult to follow right now what's going on. They are trying to write a couple of these operations, inspecting some memory. They have put some breakpoints in memory to trying to analyze this. Maybe we should go over to
yeah, so I've been watching Mighty Ducks, and again, to be clear, the official name is something along with M's and Mallard in it.
Mallard, Magistrates, Maple.
No, Maple, Mallard, Magistrates.
Yeah,
but yeah. I like Mighty Ducks, so that's what I've been saying.
Yeah, or the bops.
Or the song, yeah. Oh, here we go. Okay, this looks better, right? So we just saw.
Oh, and
that was interesting. So we're actually seeing targeted make an immediate value. Okay. This looks like we actually have something interesting now.
Wow, that's.
So we went from.
Well, looking at the GOT, which is very interesting. Something you might want to overwrite. I would assume then that this is a no rel-row challenge, and just to explain what that is. One of the mitigations that are available is something called rel-row or relocation read-only, in which the GOT table can be made read-only at load time, which prevents these kind of GOT overwriting exploits that are, it's quite a nice technique. But as I said, I don't think we have this enabled for this challenge, which does allow you to overwrite these GOT entries. And what you then have to do is just to make that the function that was originally in that position, have it being called. So you might say you have like a strlen, for example, in your GOT entry. You replace it with system, and then the next time something calls strlen, it instead calls system with the same argument. So that's a quite nice way of doing exploitation. Yeah. This
is really fun to watch. Like I'm really enjoying just not having to talk for a second while you explain railroad, so I could watch Jimbo do this. This has been pretty cool. So yeah, building these primitives up live.
Yeah. So did you say we have Jinmo playing?
I believe so. Yes, I believe we have Jinmo.
Oh right. Who's also like legendary CTF player.
Top tier. Yep. No question.
I used to run something called pony racing on my YouTube channel, which is like similar to this. We used to have 4 contestants going heads up, and Jinmo was on one of the episodes, and like usually our episodes used to last like 60 to 90 minutes.
Yeah.
He was done within 10.
I think you said it was the fastest solve ever.
No,
right?
usually in the beginning of the episodes we do like a round where we go like through each of the contestants.
Just kind of introduce everything.
Introduce the contestants, look at like what their tech stack looks like.
Yep.
When we kind of like went the full round and came back to Jinmo, like he was always already like almost halfway through his soul script, or like 2/3 through his soul script.
You're like, all right, we can't go anywhere else because we're gonna miss it.
So it was absolutely ridiculous. Like usually we stopped when someone solved it, but for this one we just continued until another person.
The other people have a chance to keep working on it. Yeah. So. Yeah, I mean, you can tell the speed there is really impressive. So I think that might even out the advantage that Shellphish might have thought they were having with heaps. But I still really like that fuzzing. I mean, it's entirely possible that if fuzzer gets you to a workable, close enough to an exploit, you could land it.
Right.
So we'll see. We've got a couple of new.
We can switch over to Shellphish actually.
Yeah.
And see that they are again doing some debugging. They are trying to run these different commands. They're interacting with the program, trying to do some addition, and it says that this command has not been implemented yet, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Right. So they are adding elements to the stack with those additions. Yes. Here again, we saw a glimpse of like their fuzzer output, and yeah,
it's interesting to me just watching Jimbo, like the number of times that there was a like decimal value returned where it was copy it, command run Python enter hex parenthesis number paste. It just feels like something that should be like a macro or a hotkey.
Right.
But it was still done faster than I could have made a macro hotkey, I think, because it's just very, very quick to watch that. So, oops.
So setting, doing some more interaction with the program.
Oh, that's funny. They both literally wrote the exact same line of code at the exact same time.
Let's change to a split view here.
They were both receiving for the same same pattern.
Oh, this I wonder, like, because they're kind of doing different approaches when it comes to kind of like finding the vulnerability, it seems. But I wonder if, like, despite this, they are pretty close.
I mean, I couldn't really tell you. Just looking at the source code that they were in, I think it was just a coincidence they happened to be in like the same pattern that they were matching on the inputs. Just sort of like one of those coincidences. But farewell. Win. Farewell. Oh, hold on a second. What was this? Okay. Reads. Handle command. Handle equation.
Yeah, let's go over there to MMM and see. You're seeing something there on their screens?
Just watching. I mean, just even trying to keep up. I will say the downside of when somebody is so fast is that you can barely follow along as they're doing things, switching between their exploits. So we've got a couple of things going on. There is an S-trace going on, watching what's going through the program. The yeah, this is like we're gonna need to have Live Overflow do like a play-by-play of this, like slowed down and recap so that we can kind of follow what's going on, because this is like so hard to even kind of follow.
Yeah, we had some comments in the chat. Someone said it would be nice to have like the contestants do like a walkthrough after.
I would love to hear that.
I agree.
Yeah.
You know,
we're probably not gonna get their time though, because they're in the middle of DEF CON.
Exactly. Like it's still like we're already asking them to do this, and
they get a lot of points.
They do, right? And I've heard positive feedback, right? But you should only push it so much.
We don't want to, overstay our welcome.
But actually, that's a good point. So we have Live Overflow, famous content creator within the security space. He is. I don't know if he's online currently. Maybe he might be he should be asleep at this point. I hope he is.
But if not, hi.
But he has been doing like kind of watch parties and like recaps of the matches and then doing some analysis and stuff. And I've heard some really positive feedback on that as well. So really good to have that as well.
So I think this is a point at which where we were, if we felt like they weren't making progress, we were considering hints. Just looking at it, I think we're chugging along, but I will kind of ask our production booth, who has a solve script to kind of compare to potentially, and look at like what the right answer is. You think we need a hint, or are we thinking we're? It's hard to say. Yeah, I mean,
think
they don't look stuck. They don't look like they're going to dead ends. They look like they're just solving it so far. So I'm at this point happy to kind of let them go. I will say we have had our sudden death binaries ready to go, and we haven't had to use them yet. But we have considered like the end of today is probably the most likely time where we might need to use one of those, just because some of these binaries are difficult and we don't have time. So tomorrow we have the chance for the semifinals and the finals. To spend a little bit more time on them.
I'm just now noticing one thing is that Jinmo here is using Windows.
Yep.
And that's not something that we've seen too much of.
I think there's been a couple, but not a predominant. I would say it has been Linux and Mac pretty even.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of both of those, and then a couple of Windows, but certainly not the most common.
Yeah, and I mean, Windows has certainly been popular, like especially with like reverse engineering scene. Windows have been pretty big.
The crack me and that's probably true.
Pretty big there. Like a lot of people there working on maybe like game hacking, game cracking stuff. but especially with the addition of
WSL, yeah.
the Windows popularity has definitely increased within like the hacking.
Yeah, I think Windows became a much more viable platform for doing this kind of work.
Yes.
When you could just like run a real terminal and get a real,
We also have Ginvel, also like famous CTF player who, at least for
also
many
famously
years,
ran Windows.
used
Yeah.
Windows as his primary
I think
OS.
he did actually switch kind of recently. He was considering. I don't know if he did or not. Or
I think he has since switched to like Linux for his main OS, but
Yeah.
he was like a prime example of like
it
Windows.
sounds like Live Overflow is still live.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening. Well,
Yeah, we look forward to chatting more and seeing if you can help us untangle some of these exploits in hindsight as we ask the participants and get a little more insight to what they were doing, and we have time to kind of analyze them, because it is difficult when you're trying to follow along live as it happens. So
yeah, we had Live Overflow as well on commentary here earlier today.
yeah, so if you missed that, make sure to go back. You can rewatch the start of the stream right now. Also, if you didn't watch yesterday, we had a change of resolution halfway through, and it split the stream. So the day one video that was originally uploaded only was part 2. It only had like the end of the stream, the last match, I believe, the last of the 4. But we've since uploaded part 1. So if you check our channel, you'll actually see the first 3 matches are also online as well. At some point when we've recovered, we'll probably go back and add chapter marks and make sure we timestamp them, so you'll be able to more quickly navigate to each individual match. But we're gonna need some recuperation time. I don't think there's any question after this weekend.
Oh yeah. So we can see here Shellphish again doing debugging, looking at these global variables. I think they're global variables, a stack and the buffer. Considering these different actions that you can take within the program, and see here, looking at the creating this struct here within IDA. So this is like recovering the different data structures that have been used in memory, trying to figure out like what they look like and how they are evaluated or used in memory. Really helps your understanding and helps you find where the bug or bugs are. It's a very important step of like reverse engineering when we're like analyzing your binary and trying to understand what's going on.
Yeah, it's going to take me, I'm going to want to really take some time to even just to break down the tooling that different teams have been using as we watch which things they're using, and watching even how, like, for example, the Mighty Ducks are attaching the debugger in the VM, and I keep seeing all these like permission errors that just like blow through. They're blowing by them so quickly.
Yep. So you can see here MMM running the program.
They're just deleting their IDA database.
Having
restarting.
some tooling issues maybe.
Yeah, I'm not sure if, and yeah, they're restarting the debugger. They had problems with the debugger, and man, so fast. Okay, new rule. We need a Jinmo mode on the stream. Just slows it down. That's right. That's right. All it does is run it like half speed for a little bit, so we can kind of catch up to be able to watch it. That is super fun to watch. I feel a little bit like probably what like my parents feel like when they see me, use a tool on a computer that I know well. Like I understand some of these concepts. I think I know what they're doing, but just trying to follow the specifics can be challenging.
Oh, it's crazy. Sometimes you just sit back and enjoy the ride here. Yes. So again, working with the IDA debugger. It would be interesting to try to gauge the progress of the players here, but it's kind of different.
It's really difficult to do. So now I will say, okay, we should absolutely. I think we knew what time we started. It was only maybe 5 minutes later.
Yeah.
So I think we're about 32 minutes into it. So now is definitely hint territory.
Yep.
If we want to try to give them a hint. So let's see if we can come up with a good hint.
Yes.
For this particular one, and I think the author is actually over there now. So
yeah. So maybe production can work with the.
I think that's happening over there. I think that's what they're doing.
Okay.
See if we can come up with a good hint for it that we can give them out. And let me prepare our fancy hint system.
otherwise known as a piece of paper that we write hint on, and we split it in two and write the same message to both teams.
Yeah.
That is our
I've been building some of the infrastructure here, and I had like some, interesting ideas for how can we like send a message to both the players at the same time, and that, in the end we didn't have time, and it's like, yeah, let's do paper slips.
But the challenge deployment, the solution, that stuff is working, which is the main.
We went for the most important stuff first, right?
Yep.
And then we can see in future iterations of this what kind of like extra stuff, how we can improve this. Like if you viewers, if you have any suggestions for how you think this could be improved further, feel free to like post it in the chat or like at us on Twitter. We have a LiveCTF Twitter account where we've been posting a little bit.
Oh yeah, I don't think we actually put it on the page because it's at LiveCTF org, I think, right?
Oh, okay.
I think it's actually at LiveCTF org.
Yes.
If I'm remembering correctly.
But
I'm actually going to go over and talk to production real quick and get an
that.
update from them.
I'll keep going here. We're going to go over to Shellphish because I saw some more sweet fussing action, and we always want an in on that. So they're looking into the crashes. We can see here that they are wanting to iterate through all their crash examples and kind of try to see, and just testing them out, I think, and seeing if they can recreate the crashes. You can see here, and trying to run a crash. They had the wrong they had the wrong path to the example. Trying to get all their files sorted out, which one is where. But here they had a sysmalic assertion. So this has caused a crash, But here's another one. It's a SIG abort. There's a pop EBP instruction that tried to do something that it shouldn't, and we had a crash on that. So that's a little bit what's going on in the fussing.
So let's go ahead and bring up the full screen view, like the actual true full screen.
Yeah, we're gonna go
of
for
each of the teams just for a second. Clean view. There we go. So we're gonna pull this in. This is actually gonna let our production crew a little bit more easily hone in on these solve scripts, and we've got the challenge author behind the scenes who's going to look at it and see if there's a good hint that we can give just to make sure we know where teams are at. Yeah, again, I have less of a awareness of this one too, so I don't know what the answer is either. We'll find out. Or it may be that they're just really close and we just let them go, and they're gonna, this is one of those where I'm at any moment we could get a solve, and I really don't know. I can't tell. Certainly, if we get something like, we can see a function pointer overwrite, we might get a hint like last time. But they certainly don't look like they're out of ideas in terms of what they're doing. I just don't know if. So they've got a pointer to free, calculating offsets.
You could see some extra. What's it called? Make jump. The function?
Make immediate.
Make immediate. Okay. So trying to put the value. What was the address that we're looking up?
The address was the relative offset of free, I believe.
Okay.
From the base, it looked like what they were calculating. So I think that's what the Mighty Ducks are doing. Yeah, here minus the address, right? So calculating offset calculation. Actually, I use that actually in Binary Ninja a lot. The whole like here property. Which IDA has as a function, but the same kind of thing that you can just save the current address, navigate somewhere else, and then calculate the difference between the two. Really, really trivially, just kind of up enter. So let's go ahead and see. That was one of our players. Let's switch over to the Shellphish full one and take a look at what their solution is too. And then I'll go back, and as you kind of keep an eye on these two, I'll check with production, see what we're thinking on hints.
Yes. So here we see a whole lot of null bytes from Shellphish in the debugger. They're inspecting this failed assertion in the heap, trying to figure out like exactly what kind of thing was corrupted, what they like can control, and how to work with that. It looks like they're using this function called heap info, so it's printing out. So these like metadata structures I was talking about earlier within the allocators. You have some utilities here to like parse those and kind of like display the different lists and stacks and stuff that the allocator itself is making use of, and you can then use that to see like what here can I maybe like corrupt, or what values have I been able to control. Yeah, that's what's going on there. And we can see again, you know, they're trying different things over and over again, making small adjustments, running it again, putting some breakpoints in the malloc and free functions to try to figure out when things are allocated and freed up again. So this is important to like see the order of operation that's going on within your, and that this corresponds to your you know, exploit script and what you're trying to do, and that's actually happening in your program in the debugger, that you see those actions happening. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's so that's what's going on with Shellphish. We can try to switch back to MMM again, but you know, as we said before, it's going very fast, so it's a bit tricky to figure out exactly what's going on. But you have this helper function. It's called make IMM, so make immediate value. So this is used, I guess, to put these values in somewhere in memory in an appropriate place, with the idea that these are going to be used within the corruption, like the payload. So you can see again they're attaching the debugger, using the IDA debugger to analyze this program and modifying their. Oh, we can see now they're putting their SH. That looks like they have. Oh my God! Let's see. Do they have a working? That looked like a shell. They're copying the IPM port. We might see them going for a solution here. They have a remote exploit working. They're running the submitter, and they need to run it. Yes, there they have it. They are winning. That's impressive. We have a win from Jinmo from MMM. They won the match. Really impressive performance. Really great by both the players. This was a really impressive match to see. We will be going to an intermission. As I said, check out Live Overflow's stream if he's doing a recap. We will be back on the hour, so in about 15 minutes. Yeah, I'll see you in a bit.
Hey, hello everyone, and welcome back to LiveCTF. We are in round 2, match 3 of 4. We have only one more left in this round. And we have, let's get through the countdown right away. Let's let the team get going, and then we'll do the rest of the explanation of what's going on. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Well, I'm trying to get him to clap. Nobody's going to clap yet. Oh, so welcome back, everyone. Carl is not with me, but I do have Falk on the line. You might know him as Gamozo. Woo! Yeah. So we don't have video for our guest commentators. I apologize, everyone, for that. But that's fine, because you don't see our video anyways. We're going to be looking at the teams most of the time. Falk, why don't you tell people like where they may have seen you before, or what you like, because you're, you know, I think you're pretty popular at this point.
Yeah, apparently I am. So my name is Falk. I go by Gamoza. I stream on Twitch. I stream random hacking things, and I'm super excited to be here and looking at some CTF action. It's been maybe 5 or 7 years since I've done a CTF, so I can't wait to see what the new state of the art is up to.
Well, and you were one of the original people on a live CTF. Like, I think one of the very first ones with GeoHot.
I was.
It was like you and
was
him,
that
right?
when I went heads up against GeoHot and he completely slaughtered me?
You did.
It was.
There
it
was some
hilarious.
good smack talk.
Yeah.
There was some serious smack talk. I watched it. At the, yeah, I was there when it was being set up. I think it was fantastic. We all had a lot of fun. So, another Binja user. I'm so excited. All right, hold on. We got to go to. Well, let's go. Let's take a look at Sauercloud. Sauercloud is one of our Binja users who made it on. So, of course, I'm going to go check out their screen first. But this particular challenge, I believe this was Pac-Man, correct? So, Falk, if I told you the challenge was called Pac-Man, P-A-C-M-A-N, does that, like, what do you think about when you hear that?
Is this an Arch Linux, by the way?
It's not Arch Linux. No, Pac is the
Okay.
package manager. That's one reasonable guess. What else?
Oh, it is a package manager. I see. Okay.
Well,
At least according to that, was that a Windows legacy theme
okay.
in that VM?
There is a yes. I saw that too. I don't know what's going on with that one.
That has to be Windows 7, right?
That's their preferred hacking platform, I presume. But okay.
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you don't have mitigations on the host, then it makes it easier to test your stuff, I guess.
It is a package manager, but it's also a pun on it's an ARM binary. So
Oh, okay.
Arch
Okay.
has pack instructions, so I think at least it's meant to be like a play on words.
Oh no, I see.
I don't know if it's not actual pack, but there is a pack like thing that they're going to encounter.
Okay,
So,
I already saw the manual coming up for ARM, which
Yeah.
is always a good sign. It looked like they were looking up the intrinsic, which is interesting. That means they must be looking at the IL or the decompilation. I can't remember which window I saw that in.
yeah. Yeah, if the intrinsic is coming up, it's something that Binary Ninja's not actually handling, so it's just gonna show. Oh, my glasses on. No wonder I can't see their screens. There we go. That helps. Oh, and so we got to give you a little bit of context. And to catch up our audience as well, who may not have been watching previously, these are like real fast matches, right? These are meant to be speed matches. This challenge might be one of the bigger ones. So this is the challenge that we like. There's a non-zero chance we go to sudden death on this one. Because the idea is that every round has to like basically keep within an hour, because we have just so many of these things to do, and so if the teams don't solve it in like 45, 50 minutes, we go to like this sudden death, totally simple binary, like separate binary. We replace the original one and say changed it, go. So we hope, and so far we've made it through a whole bunch of rounds, and we haven't had to use the sudden death yet. So it's a good trend. We'd like to continue. Oh wait, seg faults. That's the wrong kind of seg fault. They're trying to run QEMU, and QEMU is just dying. Okay. Although I'm glad I have Falk on the line, because you've done, I would say, a little bit with emulation. It's probably fair to say.
A smidge here or there. Whenever it's a solution to a problem.
It seems to me though that you often find it as a solution to many problems, more so than most people.
I think at this point I just enjoy it, so I think I just bend the work to it. I don't know if I'm always using it correctly or if I'm just justifying my existence.
But I mean, if it gets the job done, and you know, if everything you have is a hammer, then everything looks like a nail, right? Like that's, and I will say you have solved some really, really fun problems with it. So if people have not watched your Twitch or even some of your check out your GitHub repo or your YouTube videos, they just absolutely should, because you do some fantastic stuff.
We've got some interesting things. We're trying to just get this binary up and running in QEMU, it looks like, from R3K.
Yes.
I don't know if that's how you say them.
So
R3K.
Rekka Pig is the team name.
Rekka Pig. Oh,
Rekka
okay.
Pig. Yeah, so the E's, it's like elite speak for an E. So we've got Rekka Pig as that team. And so I think I'm trying to remember which. I mean, obviously, just even looking at the character set, it's a Chinese or Taiwanese team.
Yeah, which is
that
pretty
got-
crazy. It's very strange. I have not seen many like Chinese installations of like VMware workstations. Seeing those
Yeah.
menus that I'm so used to seeing
Yeah,
in
changed.
a different language is actually fantastic. I love seeing that.
There's
It's really a glance into someone else's work.
That's the best part about the live CTF, being able to see different tooling, different workflows, and we have a lot of international teams at finals this year. So there's a whole bunch of teams from all over the world. In fact, Sauercloud is from Germany, as a predominantly German team, and so we've got quite a mix, which is pretty neat. So looking at them. Oh, we do have it running now, right? So if we're looking.
I think so, yeah.
In the VM, all right. So they got it working. And I know that teams were debating, hardware emulation. Somebody had like a little BeagleBone, I think, that they were considering like running it on. So people were
interesting. So we've got some sort of a little script here. It looks like exploit.py. It looks to be the name of it.
There we go. Yeah. So we see a lot of these, and I missed it. Was that one calling Pwn tools? Because it's predominantly, the vast majorities are all using Pwn tools. So we're seeing a whole bunch of those.
Yeah, it looks like they're launching an ARIX64 a QEMU instance, and then they're remoting into it. I'm guessing I guess they're using GDB or Pwn tools for that connection. I'm not too familiar with Pwn tools, to be honest.
I actually don't know how it does the cross-platform stuff with QEMU. That's a good question. I've also not used. I mean, I've used Pwn tools, but not to do that before. So I'm curious.
Yeah, it looks like they're trying to connect in with the debugger. Maybe I don't know. One of the windows they had open was covering it up, so I was curious what port they were using.
Yeah. Well, I will say both teams, having looked at both of them now, are both running it, right? So relatively quickly, we've got like them actually. By the way, I don't know if you're watching chat. You've got some love in the chat. People are excited to have you here. So I mean, we are too. We're also very, very excited.
I'm excited. I've got a great community somehow. Even though we just have fun and goof around, I'm very proud of my community.
No, you have
we
an
haven't
awesome
had any
community.
drama, any weird issues.
I can't keep up with it. You're so active, and people will just hang out and chill with you. It's fantastic. Every time I dip in there and like see it, it's just very chill.
My chat wouldn't think I'm very active.
They don't think so. I don't know.
I go through 3-month disappearances
at a time, and but they hang around for you. They still stick with it.
I know, it's crazy.
That's awesome. All right, so we've still got Binja up from Sauercloud. So we're looking, but we are so yeah, package blobs. So they're creating blobs, and they're looking at the types of things that are built. So they're I would say they're in the find the bug phase of this, right? So
yes,
most of our other challenges, I mean, we had just for flavor, we had some other challenges that were like, open any file in the file system and tell us what offset to write to. And so people would open proccel mem and just write all over it, right?
Oh, wow.
So,
we're even naming things in here, which is pretty interesting.
Yeah,
I know a lot of times when I would do CTFs, I would not name stuff.
Yeah. We have seen a fair amount of folks that are actually pretty diligent in creating structures even we've seen and actually really trying to do a good job understand what these things are doing. Oh, okay. I did just see, if we look back over in Sauercloud, there's just a whole bunch of A's, which, I mean, come on, you gotta
you gotta try it.
You
never know if it works. You're gonna feel really bad that you didn't try it first.
Exactly.
If you lose the competition to A's, that's not a good look.
We actually missed you the very last round, which was a challenge between Shellphish and MMM, which is basically PPP and a few other teams. The names have gotten combined.
What does MMM stand for?
Okay, so the full name is Mallard Magistrates, because it comes from a team name that was Maple Bacon, I think, was the Canadian team. And then Mallard was the Duck. There's a team called the Duck. And, of course, Magistrates, PPP, parliamentarians. So it's MMM. I call them the Mighty Ducks. That's been
the
my
Mighty
name.
Ducks.
It's just much easier to say. Yeah, exactly.
We all know that people don't get to decide their handles that get used.
No, it is given to you. The best nicknames are earned, not claimed. Exactly.
Oh, interesting. So they're trying to figure out the arg to open there, which was interesting that they manually kind of specified that arg. So they're trying to fix up the database and make it a little bit more readable, which is interesting, because I know when I tuned in a little bit before, and I saw like people writing scripts with like 1-letter, 2-letter function names.
Yeah.
Just to really speed through stuff.
Yep. We've actually seen a fair amount of like fairly robust primitive creation too. We've seen some where it's like, you know, send whatever, you know, so we've seen some good full descriptions, like things that you could post after. Scripts not allowed unless, oh, okay, so Sauercloud just hit something that says scripts not allowed unless Pac-Man unsafe equals 1.
Is that some sort of environment variable, it looked like?
Yeah, now that sounds
be my
super
guess.
nice. And if I've got the ability to create a package that can run a script, and I've basically got command injection, I would sure like to flip that. So you know what? Like, I really thought this actually was ARM pack, but maybe I may have just been completely misremembering. I'm not wondering if I'm completely wrong.
I saw some pack intrinsics in there.
It's okay.
And this is where it could be interesting between Ida and Binja, because I know Binja is going to show those intrinsics, and I don't know if Ida is just going to hide those.
Yeah.
And that could throw someone off potentially. In either way, sometimes seeing the extra info is scary, and sometimes not seeing it is scary.
There's no perfect display that matches everyone's needs, right? That's
right.
That's true. That's why it's nice to be able to like customize it or, you know, choose or change settings. So yeah, I'm one. Actually, you know what? I think we should probably hit an early hint on this one, because again, this is one that I think we're gonna need to give people a hint on. It's one of the bigger, harder challenges.
See a mem copy into buff plus 20, and then I see a massive access at buff plus 1028. So I'm guessing it's 1,000 hex in size, so 4K in size, maybe an 8-byte here or there with weird alignment stuff. So obviously, whenever I'm doing a challenge, if I see a buffer and it's being read into, I'm just gonna assume that's where the bug is in a CTF.
I mean, binders are not that big here, right? There's only so many things you can do. So
yeah, and looking at these look like they're dynamically linked. I see the colorization showing that those are imports for those like standard libc functions.
Yep.
And they're not stripped. So this is already a pretty good environment compared to a lot of CTFs that I remember where they would just strip it, so you have to run everything through FlirtSigs just
to get anything readable.
Just because?
Well, it is part of it is, I think, because, you know, our goal at LiveCTF is to be really are aiming to be under an hour, and it's hard to make something that's different, unique, and interesting under an hour. And so you have to give the players as much help as you can, honestly. Like, you really, we've given them source on a couple of them. We're just like, listen, we don't want you having to decompile it. Like, here's the source. Focus on like just the one like interesting thing that we're trying to get them to hone in on.
Ooh, Sturcher. Oh, I love Sturcher. That's a fun function right there. Searching randomly in a null terminated string for a character with no other regards. That's always fun. Definitely, it seems like they took note of that when they were highlighting it.
Yeah,
so
I do like when people use their mouse to, like, you know, highlight stuff, and you can get a little sense of that. Go ahead.
Yep. I definitely do a lot of highlighting when I'm playing around. I know, like, I've always used plugins. I think a lot of tools now have like native support for multiple highlight cursors where you can just click and highlight different things, different colors. I remember when Ida added support for when you click like racks, it then started highlighting EAX and AL and AX, where it previously didn't do that.
Yeah,
I remember when that went in, it was like a game changer for being able to follow things. But I guess now everything's
so many A's, just all the A's.
Is that even 4,096 A's? Because they're gonna need at least that. It looks like. That looks like 4,096.
It might actually be. Yeah, it's hard to judge when it's that dense, but it could be.
So, do you know the author of this challenge and a little bit of backstory on this challenge?
That is a great question. I should have actually gotten more of the details on the backstory, but the author is Ghost, who was one of our guest authors who came in for us, and I think might even be on the stream. Ooh, you've got, by the way, a couple of people in chat suggesting you should do this on your stream too. Do a live CTF run on your stream. I don't know if they want you to play it
CTFs.
or to like, yeah.
I forget that there's such a big community around it, and it's where a lot of people go to learn. It
is, especially. I mean, that's one of the things that like we're focusing here, but like a lot of CTFs. Yes, DEF CON CTF is like the pinnacle, and like you don't just walk in and we actually have had people walk into the room here and be like, "How do I register for the CTF?" And we're like, "Yeah, you missed the boat on that one several months ago." But like, there are so many other CTFs that are really good for helping people figure things out, get into it, and learn. So it is still a pretty good community.
I think that's why I like the Nopsert at Infiltrate, is you could just walk in and join whenever and be heckled. And
that was a lot of fun.
It really was.
So we.
Ooh!
Uh-oh.
So it looks like, was that in a Kimu environment?
I
think
it
I know
over
that
in the
message quite well. That was on
Rekapig?
I forget the names of the teams. I'm so bad.
In the Windows 7 one. Oh, I have notes in front of the monitors. That's the only way I keep them straight. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's my cheat sheet.
Yeah, it was the non-Hekapig team. Sauerkraut?
So Sauercloud.
Sauercloud.
Sauercloud is Binja, and Rekapig is the Windows 7 VM.
So I saw them trying to S-trace something, and it failed, and I'm curious if they are in a Kimu user to root, because Kimu user does not support S-trace or debugging at all.
Oh,
and that's something
interesting.
that gets in the way a lot.
Yeah, that's super annoying.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
you can't even run S-trace or something.
Well,
so
that's
I'm
one of the things
curious.
that we talked about is, like, a team wanted to use some real hardware, and we're like, yeah, if you want to set it up and bring it with you. So the only rules were teams couldn't have interactive help from other people, right?
Okay.
So they were not allowed to have active humans, either locally or remotely, contribute in any way. But any technology, any website resources, any tools, like, fair game, right? Like, they are welcome to do it. So they were allowed to bring up, in fact, I was going to look behind me. I don't think they ended up doing it, but they did ask if they were allowed to bring hardware to use for some of this stuff. And we said, yeah, knock yourself out. All right,
Wow,
so
look, I want to point out one
Yeah,
second real quick,
yeah.
how easy it was for them in Binary Ninja to make a structure there. And they got a really good structure shape when they used the auto structure, and they just named a couple of the fields, and it looks really good.
I didn't even
Gotta
have to
point that
pay
out.
you for that. I didn't, and I wasn't even looking at that. I've been trying not to shill Binja, but I am super excited that they're here. And this is, you're right. I'm just watching them. Like, this is a good use of it. So you just hit that S hotkey, and you're gonna get some pretty nice.
I mean, let's be honest. It's not even shilling for anything at this point. We know that creating structures in IDA is one of the most painful experiences of a life.
It's
Like,
there's a couple of advantages, but IDA still has great decompilation. I always want to give credit where credit is due.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
And it is interesting. Actually, a good number of the teams are heavy IDA users, but it is fun that we
Yeah.
do have like a Binja IDA kind of comparison going on. Although they're both dark theme too. That's also been fun when we see like which theme are people light theme or dark theme default folks.
I wish the Binja dark theme was darker. I think
Really?
it's too
Yeah,
bright.
it is kind of great. It's actually not intentionally not like a black. There might be some darker ones kind of in there, but yeah, that's a good question. All right, so
Interesting.
there's the problem. They're missing a hint, and we need to tell them the hint. So we're gonna create a hint because I just saw a note from Ghost, who mentioned that I think we should probably just write the word memcopy, which is the hint that we're supposed to give them.
Okay.
Because I just saw him mention that. Unless Nick, if you wanna tell us something specific you want to give them to it, we're gonna run that hint to them right now to make sure that they get that. Because yes, I think if they're not seeing that, they're still. I mean, I love. On the one hand, yes. Okay, we're just gonna literally just go give each team a hint. It just says memcopy. That's all it says.
Perfect. Oh, we're getting strings. Grep. What are we grepping for?
What was
Oh, looking for. Okay. Interesting. That's an interesting way to figure out what the loader is. I wonder
Oh,
what
yeah.
they're having issues with.
I mean, and we did. So I believe we did package up and give everyone the LD and the libc that we used on each of these.
Oh,
So
people
unless
aren't
something
gonna-
changed.
People aren't going to get thrown off by that, are they?
By giving. So yeah, that was one thing I was concerned about with, because we didn't want to give them those because they needed them for exploitation. We gave them because they needed them to run them potentially,
Right.
And so it is a little bit of a weird signal, and that was something we debated, and we decided like what should we do.
They immediately went to that mem copy. Is that hint out already?
Yeah, the hint went out to them, so they definitely have that. So we should see them redirect their attention pretty quickly now. And I'm gonna plug in my power to my laptop here.
Both of them have been, honestly, documenting their databases quite well, which
It
is
is
something that I
cool.
was kind of surprised with.
Yeah.
So they've made structures. I saw that allocation, the calc of, I think, 10,018 hex bytes or 10,020 hex bytes. And it seems like all of them have completely defined the fields of that structure. So they seem to really want to understand exactly what this program is doing.
Yeah, and you used to see more like hacky stuff in CTFs, right? And so even this being a speed round, I think people have realized we still need to do a little bit of this work. That's a lot of X's.
That's a lot of X's.
What do we do? We're just creating a string, so we're just doing a lot of counts. And are we going to like save that, or we're just...
Interesting.
Where are we sending that? But they're prepending. That's an interesting way to assemble a string.
What is...
I would have just calculated the length and padded it out to the total amount.
I've never seen that Z-fill. String 10,000.zfill?
Command not found.
Left justify? Are they manually doing like string formatting?
Yeah, that would have been a simpler way to do this, I think, right? Like
this yells out to me like C++ string formatting, where you have to see
Yeah.
out and pipe everything and use all the classes.
So I think they're just trying to create this string structure. Oh, okay. That matches the pack structure. Remember we saw earlier when they were like dumping the structure of those packages. So they're creating this package type. No such file or directory. Open file. Command not found. So is that after? It's hard to tell sometimes when they run these commands. It's really hard to tell whether is the output of the command like truncated and the rest of it's going to the shell, and so the shell is telling the command not found, which is often the case, or is it actually the original program?
Ooh, what's that?
That's doing it.
You got an open, no such file or directory?
So that's what oh no, an open though would have to be from the executable. Yeah.
Right.
That wouldn't be.
That's curious to me. Why is a random thing getting opened?
Yeah. Do they have the
after
ability
that
to
user
include or
input?
something?
I guess
here?
there's install package, so maybe it's the name of that file. So we see that mem copy of file path right there, and I think that's the like 1,000 hexbyte buffer. It's hard to completely guess what it is because these scroll by so fast.
Oh man, you should. Some of these people are so hard to follow because they're flipping around so quickly, and you kind of like get a glimpse of something, and then you have to hope you can recognize it. One of the suggestions.
Yeah, it's kind of tough to think about sometimes, but like your brain knows kind of what it's about to do. Like that's something I notice a lot when watching like speedrunners as well. Is you often can't see dialogues and stuff because they're expecting the I guess you did Rubik's cubing. You still do cubing, and you know like you can't really watch someone make the decisions because they already made the decisions beforehand. They even like.
It's just a smooth execution. I'm still not there yet. I have pauses in my solves, right? But yeah, the good people like it's already like a part of what they're doing, and yeah. So yeah, we've seen that in several of the players here. One of the suggestions we got is, well, could you release the binaries too? So we didn't have it logistically figured out here, but it's an interesting idea. We have to be, I think, careful with teams cheating and piling on and somehow slipping an answer to a competitor while they're doing it. But it would be great to have a format like this where you absolutely could have a chat and an audience. Although you have to like doing it not on camera is just way easier, right? It can be really, really hard to do this, like just under the pressure, under the gun, and like I said, I mean you've done this, you know what it's like when you sit on the hot seat. So the consensus so far from Ghost, we just got a message from the challenge author, is that it looks like we've got Sauercloud on the right track. So which I mean that makes sense. You see them building this kind of package blob, so they clearly know something about the structure of it, and they're creating something here they've got several different types parsed.
Yeah, it looks like, what do we have in here? A type field, some padding bytes, then a pointer to the buffer, a file data, which is uint64, and a file path, which is an int64. I'm guessing those just haven't been filled in yet.
That probably hasn't been correctly typed, yeah.
Yeah, I think that path is actually in line of that structure.
That would make more sense.
There is a malloc of, I think, or a calloc of 1020 or something.
So if it's it's just a fixed amount, right? And they're not adjusting it based on.
No such file or directory. Parsing object of type 1. Okay, so there are types. Now, does it loop here? Trying to see if this is like a TLV or something, because it looks like they have a type 1 and a type 0.
Yeah.
And the way I would interpret this is there's like a 1 million or a 10 million there, followed by an 8, followed by the X's, followed by the 0. So I think that's type 1.
Fields.
The 8's the size of the payload, which is just a single character or a string that's parsed, and then the second type. So it looks like you can have multiple types in here.
Well, so is it those 8 X's? Is actually the 8 X character string, or?
I don't know for sure.
Yeah. Sometimes
really tough to say.
Sometimes I like knowing the answer and what the program's supposed to do, and sometimes I like figuring it out with the competitors too. It's just interesting watching them too.
You see, they're handcrafting this message now. They've kind of, they seem a little frustrated. Okay, that's a hang. Okay. We've all done that a lot. So
What was that? I was looking at the other screen.
parsing object of type X. So they basically handcrafted the header and then they pasted a bunch of the X's, and they seem to. Ooh, they're going in for a GDB approach. And when you break out a debugger, you're really kind of getting in there. What is challenge actually?
So challenge is the binary name. They are just the way our bundler wrapper script works is that every round it will package up the challenge. It's just called challenge.
This is literally Kimu just doesn't support this.
Oh no. Yeah, that's exactly what you mentioned earlier, right? That's exactly what you're talking about.
All right.
Yeah. Let's go take a look back at Rekapig. I don't want
Yep. Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah. They're going to experience your pain.
Oh, no, they're not going to be able to use the debugger in their environment here.
Yeah.
And yeah, it just doesn't support ptrace. Now, it looks like they're trying to run strace, and you can do Kimu under strace. And there's a built-in strace. It's a little bit worse than normal strace.
But
you don't
better
get,
than
like, all
nothing,
the pretty
right?
coloring.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the way you have to go if you want to go with this approach. Kimu users a fantastic environment to get things up and running in, but there are a lot of rough edges, a lot of bugs. A lot of things just don't work.
Yeah. Well, they're bringing their Docker instance up now. So in the meantime, let's go back over to Rekapig. We haven't looked at them in a little while, so I still see them in IDA, and I feel like at this point, at 30 minutes in, if you're not still looking around in IDA is probably not a good sign. Like you should hopefully be, if you're using it as a reference.
Dockering.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh no.
It's a good thing we got a fast network here.
There.
Yeah, we actually have a pretty good connection, honestly.
Because if it weren't there, they're done.
That would that the rest of the competition. I'm sorry, you only had an hour and that was your download.
Yeah. Wow. So it's interesting here that there does seem to be a big difference in approaches here by Rekapig and Sour.
Mm-hmm.
Sour something.
Sauercloud. Yep. Yeah, no worries.
And it looks like Rekapig might be a little bit more on the static side.
Yes.
And Sour might be a little bit more on the dynamic side of things, which is where I find myself is normally jamming things in, seeing what messages I get back. And
yeah. Although with this though, where it's different architecture, I can totally see somebody who normally goes dynamic just not wanting to mess with that, right? Like that's not a crazy thing when you've got to go do a different architecture that you try to go more static than you might normally.
Yeah. So how big are these teams working right now?
So the teams themselves, we've actually had a massive number of combinations. So some of these teams are 100 people, some of these teams are 40, 60 people. There is a lot of really large teams. So the way that DEFCON's, in fact, there's even a whole website. Maybe we can drop a link in chat for folks, or somebody else can post it. Yeah, we're getting some spam in chat. Can you kill the spam? Oh, is this not spam? Oh, this is the good spam? Okay.
This is good spam?
Oh, are they supporting one of the players or something? Okay. This is an esports meme. See, I need to
Yep.
I need to be up on my memes. So the I totally got sidetracked.
Sauercloud's even installing a lot of packages as well. Good thing you have good internet, because both of them have already blown through their 100 meg budgets.
Yeah, their tethering would have been under the expensive ones at this point.
Let's see.
So yeah, Sauercloud is actually 30 people here in Vegas,
Okay.
20 people remote, so 50 people total just on Sauercloud. These are large teams, and they sent the best person from each team to come here, right? I'm looking for my paper. Oh, I think I gave it to you that had the scores on the back. Oh, no. I gave it to one of the teams. The hint page on one of the teams actually gave the scores. So we've got the point totals that each of the teams are going to get for their placement in the live CTF. So, because again, every team here is here primarily for DEFCON CTF, and then the live CTF is basically this extra bonus point pool that they can win depending on how they do here. And so I forget the exact numbers, so I'll kind of eyeball it. But I think it was if you are out in the very first round. So we started with 16 teams. We're done with our round one. and we're now into the second round, and we're working on winnowing down here. Everybody who made it to the second town, everybody who was out in the first round, 0 points. Everybody who made it to the second round gets like 668 or 600 something points. And then everybody who makes it, so that's going to be like basically 4 teams. So we have 8 in this current round. 4 of them are going to get 600 because they don't move on. They just get the 600 for making it here. The next teams are going to be third and fourth. Are going to make, I want to say it's like 2,000 points, so somewhere in the 2,000 point range.
Okay.
And then first and second are like 4 and 2, or maybe it's 1,000 and something, and then it's 2 and 3, 4. It basically between 0 and 4,000 points that you can get, and so we'll pull up the exact amount. And for context, so right now the difference between the last place team in the overall event and the top team is about 7,000 points. So 4,000 points
is a pretty big deal.
It's a pretty big deal. It really is. Like, honestly, we were.
It's a big gap closer.
I'm a little worried that like we didn't want to like completely disrupt the game, but we wanted teams to take it seriously, and I definitely think we're on the serious side because, honestly, any of the teams in the top 8 at this point that solve this, if depending on who gets second and third, second and third and fourth, basically, could easily kind of get the win. So, although it is interesting too, of the top 8 teams in the DEF CON CTF, 7 of them were in the top 8 in our bracket.
Wow.
So this really strongly correlated between people who did well. It kind of makes sense. It turns out they've got really good exploitation, really good people, and they're coming in here.
Okay.
So we're still okay on time, but I'm a little worried that we've got a lot of
there's
left to go in terms of even like stabilizing this thing. So
they both seem to be fighting a little bit with their dynamic environment. It looks like both of them have the binary running, but neither of them seem to be getting the introspection that they really want to have.
Yeah, so Sauercloud did just move back into like actually building a payload. So maybe they've got something. That would be great if they've got some progress. But I do think I do think that it's going to hurt them not having a dynamic environment that they can instrument, right? Not having debugging. Most of the matches that you kind of take that for granted. So I think in hindsight, this challenge being both a little bit more complex and being a different architecture, this is unquestionably one of the hardest challenges. So we will see, crossing our fingers, that we don't have to go to a sudden death, because I think nobody wants that competitors want to solve it.
The tension is so high in a sudden death.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And it feels a little more luck-based. It feels a little more like, it's just too quick and too fast. But it is still a very valid test of skill, because it's just all about the speed, which is very much kind of the theme of this. So we'll see what we need to do.
Interesting. P64S. So string v.zfill 8. I haven't seen much Python development like this.
Well, P64S is I'm pretty sure that's a Pwn Tool wrapper. That's going to. Is it pointer to string or string to pointer? It's something. Yeah, I think I bet you if we pull up the Pwn Tools docs, we'd find that, because I have seen that in some of the other scripts. Although I clearly need to practice more. I think you know what? Maybe we can have Carl come in and come on voice and tell us what P64S is in Pwn Tools if he knows. P64S, yeah. So let's get him.
I mean, they have an implementation right there.
Oh, do they implement? Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm so foolish. I thought it was imported. It's not. It's like on the screen. Thank you. I should just read. And they really like their zfill, don't they?
They really do, and it's just strange because I don't think I've ever even used that in my life.
I've used a couple of the fills,
but what niche that's filling. I'm gonna pull it up in my PyDoc right now.
And just implement it real quick and see what it. I think they could have easily just done instead like a.
Pad a numeric string with zeros on the left to fill a field with the given width. So this is just percent,
percent number. Yeah.
Huh.
Interesting. Oh, pad to 64. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're just being able to.
Does this do like an A to I of like a very specific length? Oh, they do dprintf. %7LU. That's writing the blob. Oh, so they're reading the code that produces A blob. So there must be
valid
something
blob.
in there.
Yeah. Well, I think have you seen the mem copy yet? Because they're kind of. I haven't actually seen.
I did see a mem copy at the end of the function that is handling kind of the switch. So they do have like a write package blob in here, which looks like that they're implementing this functionality in Python right now.
Right, just so they
and
can create
parse
valid
package
functions.
blob, and there's the
Yeah.
mem copy at the end. So right after it reads it, it does something with a mem copy, and they seem to be interested in this. So there are stack canaries. There's no pi. There is NX, and railroad shouldn't really matter too much in this specific case. So I think this would potentially be a heap overflow because this allocation, from what it looks like, is we have a couple mallocs in there of sizes that I think are user controlled, and there was a calloc at the start for 1030 hex bytes, which I think is where the like big thing was read. Interesting. They are doing something that I do a lot, is run it multiple times and see if it somehow works the next time, which never is the case, but it feels really good to do.
It's just maybe. Just maybe.
Maybe the first run, for some reason...
You've heard the definition of insanity.
There was like a stray gamma
right?
that hit my RAM.
Flip some bits, and you never want that to be the reason you lost. So, we did see a couple of people brute forcing offsets by running it. Speaking of which, they would just wrap it in a loop and like try the whole thing at different offsets until it worked.
Yep.
So that's a tried and true technique.
It's tough because that sort of strategy, I think, is the fastest approach. Like if your goal is to win on speed, if you're doing something like a NOP cert, it's the fastest way to go, but the risk is so high because you build up no knowledge by doing that.
Yes.
So if you miss, you're back to square one.
Yeah. Yep. I totally agree. And I love the sort of game theory trade-offs of that risk-reward, explore, exploit kind of thing. So we do have a question in chat from J3 about who participated in the creation of all these live challenges and how much time do they create them. The time varies tremendously. This was definitely one of the I think the bigger challenges that took a lot more time because it was obviously a little bit the structure of this and the logic behind it and creating the working exploit was a little bit more work. Compare that to like N-vulns, for example, which is the one earlier, which Carl wrote last night as I sat next to him and we laughed our butts off because it was just like we made a menu of every vuln type we could think of, and the ones that were jokes, like cross-site scripting, we just, printed a funny message. And then there was a bunch of other ones that we actually built little primitive prototypes. You have a format string bug, you added this bug in. So it was like, yeah, there's a lot of bugs. Which one's fastest? I don't know. Figure it out. And so like there was a couple of trolls. Like there was a stack-based buffer overflow called gets, but then immediately exit before you return. And so, yeah, you overwrite a pointer that you never got to it. So there's a couple of just little mean things. I mean, they didn't bite on that one. I think everybody saw that and caught it. So we definitely had a bit like that would took like an hour to kind of throw together, maybe.
Right.
And even including like putting together a little exploit, knowing the intended solution. So some of them are very quick.
So
some of them take a lot longer time.
What are people chasing for here? There's not like a key or anything because this isn't server-based, so there's no hidden secret. So it's just who gets...
So
or?
there is a server here. This is running on our infrastructure.
Okay.
We have got it in a QEMU user as well inside of Docker. And if they have an exploit working that they run against our instance, they get a shell. And there's actually a SUID binary that they can run, and each team can run it with their like team ID. So depending which side of the table they're sitting on, they're team 1 or team 2 for each event. And it will actually automatically trigger an OBS overlay that we get a little winner dialogue. So occasionally...
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, occasionally when we're not paying attention, we're looking at one team, and like the winner thing pops up, and we're like, oh no, we missed it. It was happening over the end of the screen.
Shout out, of course, to all the people doing challenges and logistics. I know how hard it is to put stuff like this on, so thank you, everyone, for doing all that. I'm sure it's been a stressful week for a lot of people when DEF CON is a vacation for many others.
It's been very, very busy. Okay, so we got a hint, by the way, that we're going to give to the teams from Ghost. And so there's a hint that it went by real quick for me, but I think with the production crew. And so, yeah, let me just give a quick summary of like some of the folks. So it was also the question of who's been working on challenges, right? So we had, I think about 6 people. I did, like I said earlier, I mentioned I worked a little bit on story time, but I primarily... did all of the streaming infrastructure, so the overlays, some of the OBS setup, the camera, the lights, the sound, and like that was kind of my responsibility, just getting all that stuff. We had Josh and Glenn, who cranked out a bunch of challenges, worked on a bunch of that stuff, and also did a little bit with the infrastructure for the game network for like the thing that teams are throwing against. Carl did a whole lot of everything. So he wrote a lot of challenges. He also helped a little bit with like the OBS. So the binary that triggers the overlay and some of the other OBS stuff that like automatically updates teams. We actually have separate infrastructure that every round automatically like pulls from a challenge and will update our brackets and update which team is playing in each round, and that's fully automated.
Wow.
He worked on that. So yeah, it's been a lot of people, and you know, just for context, this is like a little bit of the Nautilus Institute's CTF game, which is even a much broader, bigger. They've got twice the number of people that we do that have been making challenges for a long time too. So it's, you know, the teams have gotten bigger, but so has the organizers. So the number of people like that are playing. So
yeah, that's pretty crazy.
We are coming up.
So it looked like Rekka Pig was putting a bin sh in there for like a script or a string. So they seem to have some idea that they can maybe run a script or run a command. I don't know if that's the case. I did see a system.
So there is a new, real quick, the hint that's going in now says file data. Oh, give me the full text again because I forgot it already. Too little sleep. File data and script text overlap. So that's the hint that both teams are going to get. The file data and text script overlap. So there's a union between those two, and that's the next hint. But I actually really like this challenge. I think this is a really nice challenge. I just think it's a little
so small.
large.
It fits on one screen.
Right? Basically all the logic is there, but I still think it's going to be too much for the time period. So I'm predicting this is going to end up a sudden death one. Because I just don't see, even with the second hint, I don't see anybody close. I mean, we're seeing Ben SH, but I don't know that that's actually
I think
that's
a wild guess.
Yeah. I don't think that they're actually. I would love to be wrong. I would be ecstatic if all of a sudden a winner pops up, and it's happened before. So
I did see a failure to open a file, like file name too long, which means that they definitely passed a bunch of A's. I think that was Sauercloud.
Yeah.
Passed a lot of A's
but
into
I think they had that one
an open call.
I think they had that one like 20 minutes ago, though. I think I remember seeing that same exact error message earlier in the stream. So I don't think they're like hitting new stuff. It feels to me like they're still they aren't moving with the intensity of somebody who knows what they want to do. Right? Like they're still exploring. And so this is what I just feel like. They don't have enough momentum to finish this one out. And again, this is not because they're not good. It's not. This is just a hard challenge to do under time pressure on stage. And so
Rekka Pig has a comment saying overflow on that mem copy.
I mean, well, we did tell them to look at the overflow or look at the mem copy. So that's a reasonable guess. That's.
And then it looks like there's a file handler, which is some sort of a function pointer. So there's like some sort of a dispatch maybe based on it. So here's what we see. There is some sort of like a TLV structure, and you can have multiple of these types kind of together. I wonder if there's more of a type confusion bug. If there is an overlap there, maybe you can cause validation of a path, but then send it a script or vice versa or something like that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, that does make sense with the description. The hint that we just gave them, right, that those datas overlap, that does seem like a good hint that might be the case. Okay, so we're back over there, still running in Kimu. So I think the current plan is we're gonna let them run. So do we start exactly on time on this one? Do you guys remember what time we started on this one? I think we were pretty close.
So.
I think we were close to on time on this one. So we can go a little bit. We don't have a whole lot of time because we have to do the last challenge. So we're gonna go to them in just like 4 minutes, and I'm gonna give them the option, and we're gonna say we think it's time for sudden death now, unless you both really want to keep working for a couple more minutes and you think you're really gonna do it, because we do have a sudden death that probably is doable in less than 5 minutes. Like we've got some easy ones. So we can drop one of those. Current state pretty lost. How to leak? GDB is broken. Yeah. Okay. So that's definitely a request for. We're gonna have to go to a sudden death because I know that given that Sauercloud is not willing to wait because they don't feel like they have any progress.
You can't GDB in that environment. Now you can actually debug this in two different ways. You can use Kimu under strace equals 1. to enable S-tracing in QEMU to see like what's going on, you can also do QEMU under GDB equals port number, and you can connect into that GDB session that is spun up by...
You're using the GDB interface from QEMU itself, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
It's a little bit scuffed.
It is. I've tried to use that before. Yeah.
It'll get you what you need.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so it's not. I don't think that
All right,
I don't know.
We're gonna
try
queue up.
to debug it, and that print does look like it's a QEMU sort of one, but
I think
I've seen
we're going
them try
to sudden
to
death.
do QEMU under GDB.
I think we got to go sudden death right here. So let me queue this up. We're gonna make sure sudden death is coming up. We're gonna go to commission. No, we can just leave it on the camera. I think it'll be fine. We don't have to go intermission. We'll go over there. I'll tell the teams we're going to sudden death. Unfortunately, it was just too hard of a challenge. We're gonna prepare a new one, and we'll unleash them on that. So I'm gonna put my headset off, and I'll be right back. All right?
Yeah.
See you in a second.
I think it's just me and y'all. How's everyone doing today? People enjoying the CTF content? Having some fun? I'm very curious to see what this sudden death challenge is going to be. That's definitely going to be interesting. It sounds like they do have, if they said something's going to be solved in less than 15 minutes, I am very curious what kind of challenges they're going to pull out here. They could just be ridiculous, standard Stack Overflow sort of things. I wonder if there'll be mitigations or cookies, stuff like that. So I can't wait to see. Alone with Gamoza. Hey, how's it going? CTF content is fun for sure. It doesn't even cross my mind too much. When Jordan reached out and do you want to do some commentary in live CTF? Absolutely. Why not? Sounds super fun. So it's so fun to see people working kind of in their own environments. I'm guessing those are the competitors right there. I actually don't know. I'm not physically there. I'm in my house. But I'm guessing those are the competitors.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and do this in 5 minutes. We're going to wait till 5 more minutes. The conversation with the teams went. Rekapig is convinced they got it. They think they have it.
All right.
So
let's see it.
I love the confidence, and we'll see if they can do it. Sauercloud's like, I don't think so, but I'm willing to go for a few more minutes. So we might. So we'll keep an eye for 5 more minutes, but we're going to be ready to go because we don't want to eat into our last match too much because we're trying to keep on schedule and be fair to all the teams. But let's see what they can do.
Someone asked, have you learned anything cool from this? I think that was directed at me when I was kind of here alone. The only thing that I saw here that really stood out to me that I really want to figure out is someone had something that auto-quoted a string. They were trying to convert an actual command line thing into the strings that you have to pass in as an array of strings. And they did something, and they were in Sublime, so I don't know if I can do that. I mean, obviously you can do anything in Vim, but I would like to learn how to do that because I spent a lot of time putting quotes around things.
I've seen a couple of little tricks like that too. Yeah, somebody else earlier was using a Sublime with it was Sublime or what? I forget what text editor it was. Maybe even just Visual Studio Code, but they were doing a multi-cursor thing where they did the multi-select. Actually, I think it was Carl last night when we were doing challenge creation. So yeah, that's the best part, right? It's not like I learned this new heap exploitation technique. Sometimes it can be, but a lot of it's just I didn't know about that command line tool. I didn't know about that feature. So
yeah, this is interesting. So they're looking at the script handler. So it looks like Rekapig really is set on the script side.
All right, let's ask. I'm curious too of our challenge author if Nick is still watching the stream as we're focusing here on Rekapig.
Oh, Sauercloud really wants the debugger. Oh,
I feel that pain. I feel that pain.
Yeah, and I don't think their GDB is broken. That string looks like the command that you get when you run. Either they're in a weird environment where ptrace is not allowed, or they're trying to run that GDB in that QEMU environment, and QEMU will not take that.
Yeah.
But they should be able to do QEMU under GDB. obviously that's going to be a hard one to figure out. I mean, if they ran QEMU-H, it would be right there in like 10 lines of text.
Yep, and even just grep it. But that'll be a lesson learned.
Maybe it's their actual host environment that isn't allowing them to debug, but that message looks exactly the ptrace not supported.
I mean,
is
you
literally a QEMU
predicted it.
print.
You called that from the very, very beginning. You said, "Oh,
Yeah.
they're going to run into this," and sure enough, they
Yeah.
exactly did. So I think you're right. Okay, so we did. Oh, all right. So we're looking back over here. We got a segmentation fault, but
Are we looking for gadgets?
I mean, Rekapig might be making progress here.
They were looking at that Blix right there, and when I see them looking at it looked like they were just looking for a gadget. So
There's this Sig.
that is actually the correct way to specify a debugger for QEMU. So this is going to start a debugger that you can then attach into with target remote.
So sorry. So Sauercloud is running it with a debugger, or Rekapig was doing that.
Rekapig.
Okay,
yeah.
so
Rekapig
they were
has
able
a
to do
debugger
that.
connected in. They're connected into the QEMU debugger, so they pass -G to. So QEMU under GDB is the environment variable, but for QEMU user, you can specify basically all of the arguments. You can also specify through environment variables. And that sometimes is really useful if you're using, if you're not familiar with like bin format, which allows you to /run executables that are from a different architecture. And it allows you to pass those arguments even though you're not invoking QEMU where you can pass the arguments in. In this case, they just passed the -G1234 standard port everyone seems to use. And then they can connect in here with their debugger, and they're actually kind of seeing where they are. So it is interesting. I don't know. Are they shipping up an address here yet? I'm not 100% sure if they are. Bad object type. So
I think they're on their way. It does look like they're getting some. And at one point, I mean, they had a. Yeah.
I mean, having a seg fault, you're usually when you have a seg fault in the CTF, you're pretty darn
a good
close.
start. Yeah, so the author is concurring that they're honing in on it, but the question is, are they going to do the time available? And we can't. The problem is if we keep letting it go.
Right.
If we, it does. Okay, so it's actually, listening to the author, it sounds like there's actually a major component that's missing from this exploit that we don't think is going to do it. So we're gonna cut over in 1 minute. We're gonna cut over to our sudden death. And
5-minute challenge. Oh gosh, my heart.
Well, we're gonna let it go longer because we do have to go to one of them wins to move on. But this will just be a very, very easy challenge, and it'll be stressful for both of them.
They're looking at the flag up there, the pointer off flag. And yeah, you actually could see in QEMU they were having problems running this binary until they passed in the correct -CPU all arg, which is enabling all the feature sets of QEMU, and I'm guessing the default CPU probably doesn't actually support pointer authentication.
That would make a ton of sense. All right, let me go prepare the next one. We're gonna cut over to the to the new one. So actually, I think Carl's are. Sorry, I'm gonna put my headset down. I'll be back in 1 second.
Wow, this is really scary. Nuts that he knew the flag was at the top of the help screen. I've been working with QEMU way too much, QEMU users specifically way too much for the past like 3 months. Shout out to Cannoli, the fast tracing environment that I use. So it's QEMU makes things very difficult. I wasn't kidding when I said there's a lot of bugs. That's not really meant to be a dig at QEMU. It's a really rapidly working environment. And if you're not familiar with QEMU user, it passes through basically the guest syscalls to the host, so it has to like hook all of the pointers, fix everything up, translate things where there's differences in the APIs.
3, 2, 1, go! All right, we have a new binary. Sorry, one second, stop! Sorry. He's gonna copy the stage. Apologize. Okay, now go. There's like 2 zebra commands you gotta run to replace the challenge. I think you ran the first and not the second.
Nah, I see. Yeah.
So,
all right.
Go ahead.
I'm excited to see how they approach these.
But yeah, go ahead and answer the other question. It sounded like I cut you off when you were maybe
I was
to
kind of explaining a little bit about QEMU user, just that environment and how there are a lot of edge cases, there are a lot of issues, there are a lot of bugs. And that kind of, it makes sense. It's really hard to do. Imagine you have to intercept every single system call. You have to understand all of the formats for the arguments. And one of the big problems in Linux is there's a lot of weird interfaces where there's just flipped arguments on different architectures, whether it's for padding or legacy support or some weird bug fix because some GNU software in 1983 wrote it that way and they have to maintain it because it would break too much stuff.
Yeah, and don't even...
So Kimu has to handle all of those things, translate them and everything. And it's a hard environment, but yeah, you'll run into a lot of weird issues. ptrace is not necessarily a bug. They literally just don't implement it. They haven't bothered with that API because it is one of the harder
APIs
need
it, that's
to
a lot of work,
implement.
Yeah. Okay, so this challenge, we saw this is you've counted 0 eggs. How many groups of eggs are you counted? Nick, actually, if you want to drop a link to your solution into the chat, you're welcome to at this point. That challenge is dead from a competition perspective. So if you're interested in seeing that solution, we want to focus on the teams now because we got to see who's going to win. But keep an eye on the YouTube chat. And Nick is going to go ahead and post
for
it.
loop. Putting into an array? Oh, it can't be that easy, is it?
It is exactly that easy. This is
wow. Okay.
This is a 5-minute challenge, right? This is sudden death. So if we needed them, this is why we got them.
This is really intimidating. Like I'm terrible at challenges like this because I don't have existing tooling. To just, like,
it's in a race especially. You're nervous. You're afraid the other person has some like autopwn script, right? That's just going to insta solve it.
Exactly.
So I feel bad for the teams because we don't want to do this either. We would love for the main ones to be solved, but just given we can't let each one go on forever and ever. So this is the backup plan that we do have to kind of keep on schedule. So we'll see.
Oh, no stat canaries. Oh god. They both identified that almost at the same time.
Nice. That's fantastic.
I'm actually watching the YouTube stream, so I'm probably off from where you are. I know I have it open in Discord, but I see the preview, I see the OBS window, and it's too small to read.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm probably off on a lot of my calls. Sorry.
No, you're good too, and it's I don't have a way to like make that bigger, unfortunately. I wish, we need.
Yeah, exactly.
For future issues for remote stuff, we'll figure out a way to. Actually, one of the things we're gonna do is we're gonna have separate streams of both. I want to have YouTube multi-camera because you can do multiple streams to the same endpoint.
Yeah, you can.
And I would love to do that. I think that'd be super, super fun. So that's
all right. So you give it a number, and I'm guessing you just pass that in, probably scanf or something, and it's just gonna loop through it, and it's gonna put num in there. I haven't actually seen what num is. I hope that's not a libc API, man. Num. Okay, it's not. I was about to say I don't think I've ever seen num.
Well,
so we're gonna send a line 100. So that's the number of things that we're gonna put in there, and all you're really doing is you're racing to find the layout of that stack and really what offset to bang that into. But it's a classic Stack Overflow without a cookie.
Yep.
And for that in count. And it's just send another line, and this is probably just another int. So this is probably going to crash.
But this
is probably gonna crash by jumping to 1, would be my guess, unless they have to fix anything else up. But I don't think that'll be the case. Interesting. Did that not crash?
Interrupted stop process. What happened? I didn't see what the end of their throwing script was.
Receive until. Oh, they're not consuming the interactive thing, so they're not getting the prompt.
Yeah. They didn't read enough bytes.
Yeah, that's a classic. That's a classic. Oh boy.
Even in the 5-minute challenges, there's a mistake. This is why we normally, like I said, the original plan was at 15 minutes left we cut over if we had to, just because. There's all sorts of little stuff that can get you. Now I'm not seeing yet. I'm still seeing reverse engineering on the Recopig side. I just didn't see the quick turnaround that you'd expect. But because we're seeing bugs on Sauercloud, I still, you can't predict it. I don't know if the first one to like get it clean and get it landed is going to be our winner.
Yeah. I mean, they're trying to figure out roughly the layout of that stack, which is actually really nice in Binja, because Binja has that different. They're based off of
the return address.
Based off of SP instead of BP.
Instead of the frame pointer. Yep,
and that's just so useful for when you're trying to do these sorts of challenges.
I think people get used to it the other way around, but yeah, that was a conscious choice, because again, like that was our CTF kind of origin, so it made sense that was how it does it. I think you're right though. I think that sort of looking at stack layouts is one of those things where I think Dynamic excels. Just throw it in the debugger and just look, just count, try it, and look at what your offset is. It's pretty easy to find your return addresses.
I also like that Binary Ninja shows you where the return is. IDA does not. So they already know from this minus 38 hex, so plus 38 hex from the start of their buffer is the return address.
Yep.
Whereas in IDA, you're going to have to know that there's an RBP there because you can see the index for I, but you have to know there's RBP there, which may or may not be in there. You have to just look for the prologue and then the return address after that. So there's just a little bit more guesswork there, and I know that's bit me before in like NopCert before.
All right, so we are seeing interactive from Sauercloud. So again, they kind of went debugger and they went interactive. They're looking at the counting. And we're still, but I am not ruling out Rekapig because I've seen too many times where like the person just looking at the decompilation just stares at it and then all of a sudden comes up with the solution. So yeah, just as a reminder for chat, we are in sudden death mode. Great challenge, a really cool challenge that I like last round, but it didn't. What do we got?
I'm really they're getting so close.
Yeah, no, this I mean it shouldn't take too much, so we'll see where they land. Okay,
the
there we go.
IDA view here is actually really nice. It shows very obviously what it's doing. It just how many groups of eggs. So you give it groups of eggs, which is a number. Then you have to give it a number of eggs in the group, and then you have to give it all of the eggs that it tallies up there. And I think both of them, have been running into issues where they're trying to like send stuff, but I think it's going to block until you read that string, depending on how you're interacting with that process.
Well, and that is the nice thing about, you mentioned earlier, having like, a custom throwing framework or doing one-offs or, using something like Pwn Tools. They're both using Pwn Tools, and that can do a lot of that for you, right? If you properly set it up where it will just, receive until for you, it makes a huge difference instead of having to rewrite your own each time or pull it in.
You see that Rekapig is trying to, they're trying to, basically figure out what glibc version that is. So I don't know if they just have pre-made payloads for basically all of these.
Yeah, I'm curious. That's actually a good question. And they're setting the context manually, and so they're gonna.
I don't think I've seen a crash yet from either side.
That's a great point. Yeah, that'll be when we know we're close.
Right. And I think the main issue that is happening here is probably just sending those things in, because I'm pretty sure that just goes straight out of bounds. I think you have to give it one group of eggs, a million eggs, and then just give it the egg values. But I think they're just not interacting with the program.
Yeah, if it's gonna block on that, then they're so. All right, so we're
actually
using
just
the loader.
saw Rekapig is running LD directly
to launch the binary.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yes,
I didn't
you
know
can.
you could dot
I have
slash LD.
seen that trick before. Yeah, you can evoke the loader directly, which if you're on a different architecture, but you've been provided the loader, you can just have it run it for you to match the state. Yeah, it's a cool trick.
Huh. I know that's what happens under the hood, but I guess I've literally never tried.
Just never considered like what have you do it manually. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, that'll totally work.
Huh.
All right, so they've at least got like a little interactive framework just to like poke at it under their infrastructure. But are they? So I mean, I'm kind of wondering. Yeah, I half expected them to be on like a like an M1 Mac or something, right? Like if why were they like running this under that? So is the context there for emulation, or is that? Uh-oh, what did I miss?
Did we get a crash?
Oh, there is a
debugger with
debugger.
Call stack in read, but I don't think it's a crash. I think that was maybe a breakpoint.
Just breaking in, or even manually interrupting.
Oh, come on, Sour. Dropping into an interactive terminal is definitely high energy. That's not something I normally do. Okay,
I know. I like the interactive terminal. Like you can automate up to a point and then drop in and then poke at it and then build your next.
Segfault.
Ooh.
Rekapig's got a segfault. Okay. And I'm guessing that's just going to be PC control there. They're going to have control of execution.
What was,
so
what was their payload? I didn't think they had actually written much of a payload yet.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Sure it wasn't a seg fault in like the infrastructure. I'm just a little worried that it's like so. Oh, maybe they must have done it manually. Did they seg fault manually or did they? Oh yeah. 0. Oh, okay. They did something interactive. All right. So again, as we said, that might be sufficient. This taking their time. Yeah, this is.
Oh, come on.
This is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it really is. It looks like Rekapig's going to, like, trying to actually write a little bit of their Python right now to probably construct that payload, but I think they're consistently getting a crash.
Yeah, I still haven't actually seen, well, it is hard to tell with some of these payloads where they're actually using Pwn tools to prop open a separate debugging
Send
process.
line after. Look at that. They're looking for the end of that specific string. Both of them, I think, are fighting with the same issue.
Yeah, they're just not flushing.
Literally, they I mean, that F flush of BSS start, I'm guessing that is 0. That's flushing standard out. And that flush might really be blocking, and they might need to consume it kind of depends on how you're interacting with this. If you have like the output going to dev null, like that, I think would be my approach, is just sub-process and dev null that output.
I'm sure that I'd say here's where, like, if you really know Pwn tools, I'm sure there's just straight up an option in there to do that. And honestly, that's actually one of the funny things. Like, they might be better off just sending it directly and then throwing everything away, like, from the like you could do this with Echo and a shell script, right? Like, it might actually be better off.
Yeah, because they have to consume that information right now.
And yeah, I'm seeing like a exception in the tubes over on Sauercloud. They, so the tubes library being the Pwn tools thing that does a lot of this kind of interaction stuff. I don't think we expected to need a hint in our sudden death, and I'm hoping it goes quickly.
I think the hint might be like dev null.
Yeah, that might probably just confuse them as is.
Because they're all fighting with it.
Know,
you can see both of them right now are trying to find ways that they can consume that output so they can actually provide the command line input.
I mean, receive until should absolutely do it though, right? They should be able to receive until. I don't know if they're just not doing it, or again, ignore it entirely. Like, either receive until, or just absolutely, like, send it, ignore all the output, toss it away, use something else.
Yeah, so I think we're getting the first throw attempt here from Rekapig.
Rekapig, yeah, I agree.
There we go. What do we have here? Oh, their script crashed. I don't know how.
I think they just well, the one I'm watching, they just switched away. They're back in IDA for a little bit. All right, we do actually have a hint coming for sudden death. Watch out for clobbered counters. Do it.
Ooh.
Let's write it up.
Ooh. So there's a side effect to what you're overwriting. And oh, look at that. We actually see Rekapig in IDA right now, naming those things on the stack, and I think they're figuring out that they have to fill in those fields because they are clobbering them.
Oh, okay. They might not even need the hints, actually. So if one of them makes progress on it...
I mean, Rekapig just named every stack variable, and I think they're thinking through what are the ramifications... Right now, I see it in their mind right now. It's what are the ramifications to overwriting the length, the J, and the I? And I think they're trying to figure out what that means.
Yes, it's the problem is, so we got to decide, do we give the hints anyways because we don't know for certain, they could just be like staring at it, or do we hold off because one team kind of has an idea and the other one doesn't? This is tough.
I would be really surprised if Rekapig doesn't see this right now. They just went in to name those. They're looking at where they're used.
Yeah.
Specifically, they're not looking where their buffer is used. They're looking at where the things that they're clobbering are being used. I think they are entirely aware of the fact that they are damaging other locals. This is actually an interesting challenge in that a buffer that you're copying into is actually at the start of the stack. And honestly, I think that's almost a dead giveaway, because that would never happen. The compiler would always put the buffer at the end of the stack, especially any modern.
Anything that looks like it's a large buffer and like that, character array or anything like that, it automatically gets put there.
Right. You would have to go out of your way to put it ahead by like writing an assembly or doing really weird command line args and like just setting that up. So you know that they intentionally put the buffer before those stack locals, which I think is a pretty big giveaway of, hey, there's something going on here, these values on the stack are intentionally after your buffer for a reason. So we're really going to need to see them constructing something where they're passing in those correct fields that match up with probably what they're actually sending.
Yeah.
They're sending a count. They're sending, I think, number of egg groups and number of eggs in a group. And I think we'll see them fixing those up such that they overwrite them so that they stay the same.
Yeah, and I'm even looking, even SauerCloud is looking at the stack as they overwrite. They might be in a debugger trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
I want to see if they might be doing something similar, which makes sense. If you've got this overwrite and it appears to be Envolns was easier than this. Yes, I think you're not wrong.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I think both teams are basically on the right path now. No hint is going to be necessary to hint to them.
This is the Nopcert problem where you are fighting your dev environment.
Yeah.
You're not actually. They all understand what the bug is. They might not fully understand the ramifications of that overflow. We can see a breakpoint being set specifically on that sub RSP, so where it's setting up the stack. I think they're confirming the exact layout of the stack matches what they expect. I think Sauercloud's going the more dynamic route to see what is actually on that stack.
I'm waiting for somebody to do something else like GeoHot's Kira tool, right? Where it was like a memory visualization. Because honestly, like being able to actually just visualize and look at a stack and something like this would be really, really neat. Because you could look at the before, you could look at after. You want to be able to rewind and pull out those values and like figure out where it offsets to put it into your payload. Like you could just visually build your exploit essentially that way.
I think one of the easier dynamic approaches here would be, there's no pointers on the stack, so that's pretty easy.
Yep.
I think that the easy approach that I would go with is throw a non-overflowing payload. They know that the size of that buffer is 20 hex
fair.
bytes.
Yeah.
So if you throw a non-overflowing payload, put a breakpoint on ret, and look at what the stack looks like at the end of the function, you know what it is supposed to look like in a valid function, and you can probably find your 20 hex, patch that in, and then correctly fill in those stack locals.
Just build it block by block, where you first like get to the local, then you include it in your overwrite, then you get to your next one, then you include it in your overwrite, and then you keep going through it one at a time. Or actually, you could probably just do a straight shot, look at them all, and then if they're all going to be contiguous anyway,
it's only 20 hex bytes.
Yeah.
Or how many locals were there? There were like 18 hex worth of locals, which is.
I missed that. You know, it's funny. I was mentioning Kira, and somebody in chat pointed out that Sauercloud actually used RR to do a rewind. That's another. That is actually another way to do it, right? Like you can blow it out, but then you can rewind on the stack and look at the value there too.
Yep.
That is fair.
Sauercloud right now, at least for me, probably 10 seconds behind. They are they're putting the right values on the stack right now, or they're putting what they think are the right values on the stack.
We'll find
I don't know if they're right or not, but they definitely are aware that they're clobbering things that they need to fix up.
Oh man, I'm gonna need a good break for this stream. Thankfully, Carl's gonna take over and join you for the last one because I'm gonna need to rest my voice. This one's been crazy.
Absolutely. Oh gosh, it's really coming down to the wire on this, and it's really fighting tooling here. It is what it really feels like. A lot of getting debuggers set up. I mean, Sauercloud obviously was very frustrated they couldn't get a debugger running on the first challenge.
On the ARM one. Yep, that's the
especially if you are more dynamic and your debugger is not working, and that's where CTFs like this can be really challenging. Is you go head to head with someone who's static, and you do debuggers, and your debugger doesn't work.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you, their IDA, their Binja, whatever they're using statically is going to work.
Yeah.
In every CTF challenge.
Yeah. Rarely will somebody build something designed to break a tool like that, which is basically what it takes at this point to make one not usable. Yeah, exactly. In chat, we're saying photo finish here. I agree. I mean, that's kind of the nature of a sudden death, is that you're likely to get it. But we're looking at waiting to see this one happen. This one is. I guess I'm glad this didn't happen earlier in the day, because if it happened at the very beginning, we would have been a long day. We do actually have the option of actually moving our last match of the day to tomorrow morning. So it's entirely possible that we actually decide to rearrange and move that, which might be a little bit before your normal waking hours, Falk. But
that it will be.
you were a night owl even by West Coast standards.
Yes.
So, which I actually often see you like you're awake, and I'm waking up in the morning, and we're interacting on like opposite coasts and opposite times a day, like relative.
Yep. Yeah, right now I'm going to bed at like 6 or 7 a.m.
Wow.
So It's rough. I've been working on a fun project though, so.
Oh, neat. All right. So, yeah, actually, having something good to do and having something you're excited about though, actually, absolutely makes it harder to go to bed early. Like it's too easy to get consumed.
Oh, come on.
I see them creating bite arrays. Calc known egg.
Yep.
Yeah, they're both.
Oh. I'm just really surprised because I'm pretty sure my view is that you could throw something inbounds and not corrupt the stack.
You're right.
And then just literally fill in everything verbatim the way it existed.
Yeah, maximize the size of what it could be without overflowing, and then use that to decide which next thing is in. Yeah, break there. There you go. So we got actually a chat question. Do you get a sudden death? It certainly wasn't planned. In hindsight,
so we're gonna switch to a challenge where it's just a foot race. First one to reach the other end of the Vegas Strip wins.
Oh, I'd rather do this challenge than that for sure. Especially the heat it is right now here. It's crazy.
So what happened? I heard there were floods.
Is
that true?
2 nights ago there was. Oh, it was like this massive monsoon that just hit. I mean, actually a month. Oh, hold on. Process stopped with code 11 6 V.
I think that is Sour's first segfold.
Okay, so that's a good sign, but I'm putting I'm moving my chips over into Sour, but I might hold some in reserve because Rekapig, I could see them.
Rekapig is architecting.
Yeah.
Rekapig's going for the solution where they're gonna run it and it's just gonna work.
Exactly.
And if it doesn't, that's when it really starts to be frustrating because it's like, oh, what did I do? And now you're reading over your code 50 times.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas on the other hand, Sauercloud's kind of incrementally try and break until it's gonna just all of a sudden build up to a correct solution. So
yeah,
I love to see the differences.
It's a completely different approach. You
Chat,
see this
by the way,
with
says,
programming as well of, the type of person who writes 2,000 lines of code, then fixes the 3,000 compiler errors.
Yes.
Or the person who every time they change 1 byte in the code, they recompile their whole code.
Yeah. Or the very, very rare people that write 500 lines of code and it's flawless, and you're just like, how does your brain work like that? I don't understand. All right, so we did get a question in chat about, or not a question, but a response. The flooding was clearly because Sauercloud arrived. That happened, so I think that's the flooding.
I see.
There was parking garages that people were swimming in, just flood water that had flowed through it. There was dripping in the hotels.
Oh,
it's been a little crazy.
Wow.
Oh man. Yeah, I think we needed a command injection bug where you put semicolon into a variable name and
yeah, I guess so.
Run it that way for our next one. So this was slightly harder than. Although I will say.
I think they're making this harder than it has to be, and I think
yes.
This is a problem that I definitely suffer with when you go from a much more difficult challenge into a simpler challenge, whether it's just life or whatever.
You're still in that mode.
You're still in that mindset.
Yep.
And you're still in the we need to architect this, we need to make everything nice and pretty and good, and sometimes that fights you because you end up overthinking the problem.
Yeah, I agree. And in fact, I think that in some ways, we didn't compensate and kind of in our game design think about the psychological effect. If you just spent an hour or 50 minutes on a really hard challenge, you're making progress, and also you get something brand new. That's worse than starting from zero. That's starting from negative, right? So you had all this mental energy, focused on that one thing, and now you have to completely step back into something else. It is going to be even kind of something extra. So I think if we had launched this from the start, they'd both be done by now. I have no doubt, right? They would have absolutely
I'm really
just
curious what's going on with Rekapig because they haven't run anything for 5 minutes. They are architecting. They are reading, statically analyzing the code, and they are constructing that stack perfectly.
Well, I will say Rekapig was frustrated, I think, by the end, and was thinking they had more time to finish the other exploit. I think so. This may have been a different. So teams can send a different team member between rounds, right? And so everybody who played in round one should have already been very familiar coming back. They knew they've been told twice now about the sudden death, and they knew the kind of setup of it. Whereas they may not have been as aware as this if this is their first round. And
I
so
love this challenge, though. This is great. This is a fantastic challenge.
eggs in the basket. This actually
I
could have
love
been
this.
a standard
This is
one.
very. I know I keep saying it's very Nopserty.
Yeah.
It just you see someone come in and sit down and just do it in 30 seconds, and it's like, oh god, why
Yeah.
was my approach so bad?
Yeah, why couldn't I have done it that way? Yep. Yep, exactly.
Because everyone here absolutely has the capacity to probably solve this challenge in under a minute.
Oh, like you
But
pop it up
it's
and just
it's that mindset. It's really where your head's at. It's the first issue that you ran into that causes you to just
derail,
change that focus and really drive down a certain path.
And I don't know if we switch back over to the camera in the room, if we show if you can see, there is a crowd gathering kind of around them, like off to the side here. Like there's actually, let me see if I can zoom out the camera a little bit. There is like
wow.
Just off camera, there's actually some big groups of people here, where they are like kind of surrounded by people. So that really can be nerve-wracking. Like that can add and amp up the difficulty of, like, you know, you're just trying to solve a challenge and you've got people around you. You just failed at this other challenge, and this is this is rough. So oh no, Rekapig, we've got Googling Python bytes to array.
Oh no, just use Python 2.
Oh,
we didn't
gosh.
have this problem back in our day.
Yes. Listen. I'm sorry, that ship has sailed. It is time for 3. I don't disagree. It is worse for that problem. But there's actually Python 3's gotten better. It's gotten a whole lot better.
It really has. I switched to Python 3 like 6 years ago, and it pains me how long it's taking others to shift.
Yeah. Although I now that both Ida and Binja have fully deprecated Python 2, I think Ghidra is your only option if you want to run Python 2. And then you're running Python 2 through Jython, which is its own monstrosity.
So
I
mean, Jython is
GraphView and Binja over here for I think the first time maybe. We're just disassembling GraphView.
GraphView is personally what I always use. Like you can infer a lot of what the program is doing based on the shape of the graph, and you lose that in ILs, you lose that in decompilation. And Ghidra really put the code on the side and the disassembly on the other side, and now that's what I do in all my environments. I do that in Binja, I do that in Ida.
Side by
but
side
I do it with GraphView. GraphView is like mandatory,
so
and that's actually
do you have decompilation on one side and then GraphView disassembly on the other side? Or yeah. I still prefer disassembly in GraphView personally.
Really?
Yeah, like disassembly is like GraphView. Oh, sorry, not for my default, right? I want to have high level IL as well, but like if I'm looking at a disassembly, I still want my GraphView.
Oh come on! I think we're about to see Rekapig.
How many?
They're just Calcno and Egg. They're calling their function. They just spent a lot of time constructing this function, and now they are using it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of math and a lot of constants and a lot of numbers in here.
I have no idea if it's right, but
right?
It
really scary.
It feels far over-engineered versus just break into debugger and then look at it. But you know what?
I'm pretty sure you could just GDB attach, write mem the stack, load that up into your thing, and then write the first 40 bytes from an existing valid stack frame.
Copy and paste the buffer and just put it right there.
What did we just get there? We got some sort of a crash from Rekapig. Ooh, did they crash on leave? No. They are on... Oh, can't quite see it.
Yeah, okay. We are giving them a hint that tells them exactly what the exploit is. It is going to basically say, too many bytes here, stack smash, and there's a win function. Like no shell code, there's a win function built in. We're trying to give them like this is.
Did we just crash on a ret
stuff.
With Rekapig? I think Rekapig they either put a breakpoint on the ret to see where they are, or they just crashed on it.
I saw them looking at it. Now I hope
there's
we didn't
win.
Yeah, there we go.
Just get the address of it.
Like, copy address. You don't got to look at it. Just run it. You just got to run it.
Come on.
No, just copy the address of it.
Oh,
no. There you go. There you go.
There it is.
My favorite hotkey in Binja is Command-Shift-A. Is copy address of current thing.
I was just going to say that copying addresses in IDA is so hard.
Yeah, I always hit, and I hit space, and then I go over and I scroll and copy to the side. In Binja, it's like a default hotkey. It's just like copy current address.
So they're throwing this against their local run where they're debugging it and stuff.
Sorry,
and then I'm guessing these
one second, I'm
addresses are
getting
just
some
gonna
notes
be
from
the same on the
producers.
official build. Come on, Wreck-It Pig.
Oh, there is Pi. Oh, is Pi what's killing them on? So are they partial override? Well, you have a solution script you can look at. What does that do? So there is Pi. I think I said there isn't Pi. This is not live overflow. We've got Gamozo, and I'm Cyphertext, Jordan, Brandon Gamozo, Falk, and Jordan Cyphertext. We are watching. Yes, Envolns was a true speedrun for sure. So they're working up on hints. I feel a little bad now because the hints themselves are almost distracting.
Yeah.
But like, we are really trying to. There is Pi. Did the hint say there was no Pi, or did I just say there was no Pi? Now I'm just confused too. This one is.
Ooh, that was a
go tell
big
them.
deletion from Wreck-It Pig.
Go fix it. Get a pen or something. I don't know what's going. Okay, I think the hint may have been incorrect. This is madness. This one.
No. Oh no.
Oh man, I feel bad.
Oh no.
I feel bad.
I've been here so many times. I will say commentating this is a lot easier.
It is, right? It's so much nicer
Yeah.
than not being sitting right here and having to deal with it.
I'm not feeling the pain myself.
No, but you still feel some empathy, right? Because you know.
I definitely feel the what is it called? Is it a German word? There's some word for like when you feel the
you pleasure at not having to experience their pain or something, or
like you directly like kind of feel their pain. Not empathy. I know what empathy is, okay?
Yeah.
But like there's a word for it, I think. Gosh.
I mean, there's a German word for everything, so of course there is.
There just is.
So you're getting questions in the chat of when are they going to see you do CTF Pwn challenges? It's been years.
This is
It's been
exactly
so
what would
years.
happen if I do CTF Pwn challenges, and I'm going to feel really bad about myself when I go to bed.
But you would then get better at it. You'd practice it if you segmentation fault, number of eggs. I need a break. If I was one of these teammates, I might just close my eyes, start over, like. Man. Oh, there we go. So we've got some translation. Fremdschamen. I'm saying that wrong.
This is
Secondhand embarrassment.
This is.
I think I have heard of that.
Yeah. To feel secondhand embarrassment. Yep.
There we go. Thank you, chat. This is what chat's for. So number of eggs, $sign. There's lots of $sign eggs.
Oh.
We're running it in RR.
Oh my gosh.
I do know, like, this is one of the validated Pwn script. We have a simple Pwn script that does solve this, and I thought it was pretty straightforward. But man, I think we have broken our players, and I
think
feel bad.
We actually have.
We just need one of them to win though, and they can go rest and relax, and we'll pick it up tomorrow with the next round.
I know exactly what these. Oh, we got a little bit of spam.
Yeah, and
classic.
Doing this, like, normally, like in an actual CTF at home, you have the option of like stepping away, right? And actually, keep in mind, trying a different challenge, and
stepping
you need
away
to
is what saves you time.
But here. Or like going to bed, right? Same thing. You're a CTF, and it's like, no, you just need sleep. Like, you're actually not being productive anymore. You got to know when to walk away. You don't have that option in this. And so we're seeing them, like, just really struggle. And, again, these are great players. They're good solvers. The challenges are fine. It's just sometimes you get stuck in this rut, and your brain is brain's working. I think the challenge is fine.
I've been here so many times. Like, I know exactly. Like, I know all of the emotions that are going on right now.
Yes. I know. I apologize. We should put a trigger warning. I apologize in chat for all the anxiety that you guys are getting too. We're all like, but listen, the relief is going to be so good. When we see that winner logo, when somebody gets a shell, it's going to feel real good.
The problem is I know that when you lose a challenge like this, you think about it for the next hour and you're like, oh my
what
gosh,
I could have done.
I literally could have. I could have written a 2 followed by a 1 followed by a 6 and then a couple nulls and then a return address and it'd be over.
Yep, yep. We had one
And,
earlier.
like-
We had one earlier that Chris Eagle actually was in, where he lost the round. That he lost it because I think I mentioned this was the file overwrite where you could write to proc self mem, and he was getting stuck not letting it flush. Right, so by not.
Oh no.
He his overwrite worked, but his breakpoint when we went to go check it was before the flush, and so he's like, "Oh, it's just not working. What's wrong with my script?" He was fighting something that wasn't broken because he just broke in at the wrong time. So stuff like that.
Is awful.
And then you're just kicking yourself, the whole next time.
Wow.
So we don't cover psychiatrist cost, chat. Unfortunately, that is not our business insurance doesn't cover. We don't have business insurance. We're not a business. This is a nonprofit, or not even a nonprofit. This is just like a bunch of people doing something for fun. So I know you're joking. I wish we could though. We should give them big bear pillows or something to squeeze afterwards.
Yeah.
Or bring an empathy pet or something. A dog they can.
They're not even being actively heckled though, and that's what's really throwing me off here.
It could be worse. It could be
worse.
Yeah. And I think at the eventually when live CTF gets really, really common and it's happened all the time and people are really used to it, that's when we're going to amp up the heckling. That's when it's going to be like, oh, no, take off the headphones and we're just going to troll you. That's what Infiltrate is like, right, when they would do the Nopsers.
Are you going to be going to Offensive Con in, what is that, February?
That's the plan. We were just talking to them, but yeah, I'm looking forward to going out there. Maybe
I've heard that has the most similar vibe to an Infiltrate, and I need Infiltrate back in my life.
I agree with you. I miss Infiltrate strongly, and so far that's it. The other one that might be similar is coming up this year, which is in Paris, Hexacon, in I want to say September or October. So you might want to check out that one.
That this year? Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's coming up this year. It may be still too soon to travel. I
would have to talk to my employer. He says it's fine.
Yeah, you turned around and asked yourself, isn't it nice?
Yeah, it's got yeah.
There's certainly pluses, anyways.
So let's see. I saw a lot of code being deleted from Sauercloud, which is really scary. Rekapig is really commit to this one function, and they just keep adding args and magic constants to it.
It looks like a crack me. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. It's like the descent into madness. I do, and this is we did get a chat question of did the team send their web players? No, these are good exploiters. They really are. This can happen to the best of us.
Absolutely what top tier binary exploitation people look like in the heat of it.
Yeah, it's just the constraints they're under here are very different than the constraints they're normally under. And the shift to sudden death. This is the very first time we've ever had to do a sudden death, and that I think has thrown things off. So we'll see. I think. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Where are we even at? Where are we at?
There's a lot of up arrow enters and a lot of, I think, hope.
All right. Are we gonna recompile it gets and actually have a sudden death? I don't know what. Are we close? Which one? Okay, so the Carl, who's been watching Rekapig closely, is like they are really close. Their perfect function is it. So okay, I'm gonna sit for a second. I need a break. It's been high energy.
So we're now looking at the memory maps and trying to figure out, I guess, maybe what these addresses are. So in IDA, the addresses are going to be based at 0 because this is like a dynamically moved thing. So I think right now they're actually trying to figure out the true absolute address of where these things are loaded. I've definitely clicked on addresses a bunch of times, highlighting them, hoping that it clicks. It's crazy because the same I don't want to say ticks, but same ticks of clicking the same thing, the up arrow, the highlighting the address over and over and over. We
all do that, yeah. Oh, so the address offset. Somebody earlier showed me a trick that I hadn't seen, that was the ability for Jeff to automatically re-pointer stuff based on relative addresses of loads. So that was really, really nifty. I hadn't actually seen that one before, because usually I would either
rebase Binger or Ida, right? Like at the base, like load address, or
So-
just do a bunch of math separately. But
There's no reason here you can't do a partial overwrite. You can do a 2-byte override of the return address.
that is exactly the intended solution. That is
Oh.
exactly what you're supposed to do. That's why
Yeah.
we said there's a win. You're trying to hit
Yeah.
the win. It is pi, which was I think clearly a mistake. We
Yep.
should have just although even still they would have otherwise. I mean, even then you would want to do the partial overwrite because you don't
Right.
have a pointer. You would have to
on the
also
server side.
yeah, and so.
Come on.
Where are we at?
Oh, it really comes down to how quickly can you do stack math and like know the layout of the stack in your head, because there's a lot of guessing. Every time you see like
Yeah.
a comma 1
Yeah.
adding something to array, every time that happens, I know exactly. It's like, oh, maybe there is a frame pointer. Maybe I accounted for the frame pointer. I need to go one behind it.
Yeah, and you're
Like,
just fiddling with all your stuff, and then you
Right.
fiddle with something that was working and made it broken, and then later on you think, yeah, it is just compounds. I
Yep.
think the most important skill at this point is honestly just resiliency. It's like the ability
Yes.
to just stay calm, stay focused, kind of keep
Yeah.
not let yourself get like weighed down, because I think that's what we're seeing. I think we're seeing people just kind of like, I mean, I was joking when I said we broke our players, but I feel a little bit like that. Like we just kind of
Yeah.
crushed them too much, and this is the result of it. And unfortunately, we, other than another sudden death, which I feel like they would just quit and walk off.
Right.
We don't have a lot of levers to pull, so we're gonna see him out. Although I will say, having had so far, this is the 11th match I guess we've had, 'cause we had 8 in the first round, and this is the 3rd match of the second round. This is the first time we've had it kind of go to this point. So
yeah.
it could have been worse. This was my fear, is that we'd end up in this kind of a situation on all of them.
Hey, that's okay. We can make it fun and entertaining. I mean, this is the essence of CTF.
Yes. If you can, and here's the thing. When you're in this situation, it is the worst feeling, and then you get past it, and you're just like the relief and relaxation.
Yes.
The valleys match the mountains. But so we got a question in chat actually. Right now? What's your bet? Who do you think is going to win? We've got Rekka that was felt behind, but now has
because
that.
I see a lot of support Sauercloud, but I'm going with Rekka Pig.
Yeah. I mean, I think their approach, I felt like for a while they weren't making as much progress, but right now, I just don't know that
Almost every time I'm seeing a terminal open with Rekka Pig, it's in like a crash call stack or a breakpoint on the ret.
Right.
And Sauercloud, every time I'm seeing them running it, it's not even crashing. And I'm so concerned.
I think Sauercloud went from great start to I'm just confused, and now I'm lost, and now I'm off in the middle of weeds trying random things without really being intentional, right? So instead of just slow and steady and consistent and like testing your assumptions, measuring things, moving forward, we're seeing. I mean, I would love to be wrong. I'd love to see him pull it out.
Yeah, I mean that's it. We want to see that big flip.
Yep. But right now, I think so. So, we'll see. Yeah, in chat, what are your bets? I want to hear the chats bots. So A1, we have Rekapig and we have Team Sauercloud, our two teams. The upper left corner, you can see a little bit. Unfortunately, Rekapig. When they have like a white title bar, it misses part of the title, but you can see who's competing. Usually when we've got that screen up there. Oh, congratulations!
There
you
we go.
won. Did that do it? Submitter 2. Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, there it was. Rekapig won it.
Wow.
Congratulations. A
Yeah,
brutal. Wow.
I'm watching the replay, or more specifically the YouTube, just a little after, and they're just fixing up. Oh, they're switching it over. Yeah, and they throw it at the actual thing.
There it is. Well done.
Yeah.
That was brutal.
Wow.
Excellent. Well, thanks. So, folks, thank you so much. Maybe one of our later matches today, we'll get them a text and we can get you, because I think we are basically done for the day here. We've got it. The whole room is getting shut down, and so we gotta kind of clear out here.
Yeah, no problem.
But it was a blast hanging out with you. Thank you very much for joining us, everybody in chat. Thanks for watching.
For sure.
I think
that was great.
We're going to go to intermission for a little bit just to let that kind of run out. But I don't think we're coming back today. We're probably going to move our last match of this round to tomorrow morning, and we'll finish up the last 4 matches of the whole event then. Alrighty.
Perfect.
Thanks, everybody.
Have a
Cheers.
good one.
Thanks for coming by, everyone.
Take it easy.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the last quarterfinals of the live CTF. We are a bit behind on schedule, but we're going to do this match today. And we just heard the main CTF day end. But we are going to still go on with this match. So we're going to have the players ready. We're ready with production. Yes. So we're going to count us in
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. So.
Thanks for staying with us, everybody. We actually, I apologize, I told you wrong. We just tweeted out a correction, but I thought we were going to be done. We were a little bit behind, but we decided it was better to stay late, finish it up today, and stay on schedule. Give us more time tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to have some more fun challenges, interesting things, so we don't want to lose that time. So here we are.
Cool. And the challenge we are looking at is one of my creations. It's called No Roplum. It's I think this is not the first time.
Is it going to be a problem?
Well, it will be hopefully only a slight problem.
They should have no Roplums.
No, exactly. It's a slight Roplum, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's an idea that's been around on multiple. Like, this is not the first time. It's inspired by previous challenges in the same vein. Basically, get a more or less random blob of data, and you're supposed to get ROP gadgets out of that. And
oh, that's right. So I'm excited because I don't know the ROP tools. I don't know the current state of the art in the ROP tools. And are people going to are they going to have smart searches? Are they going to just grep? Are they going to actually? Yeah. So I'm curious to see what people are going to end up doing.
Right.
In this.
We can start by going to Perfect Route, one of our two teams in this match. They are opening up Ida. I think we gave them, we did give them the source code as well for this one, I think. However, the source code doesn't tell you the full story, right? You might want to know offsets and so on. So looking in IDA might still be useful, even though you have the source code.
Honestly, sometimes even I have source code on things. I'll use Binja just for the cross-reference system, being able to quickly navigate it, or if I want to script up something that maybe it's harder if it's just pure text.
Right.
Text stuff.
So anyway, you can also see them there taking a look at the source code. Let's switch over to Straw Hat and see them doing basically the same thing, right?
Yeah,
They're looking at the source code, getting a feel for the challenge. So roughly the way this works is that I said more or less random. They can provide an encryption key, which will, for all intents and purposes, act as a random
seed. It's like a random seed.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then after we have generated that, we sprinkle a bunch of RET instructions into this to make sure that there are appropriately sized gadgets.
If something was truly random, you'd expect RETs to happen only,
1 in 256 bytes.
right? And so you would have not a whole lot of functional gadgets throughout it. So it makes sense. So every where n is much smaller than that, you're
I think I did every 16 bytes.
Yeah, you just end up with much more gadgets in the same space.
Right, and they have a megabyte, I think, of gadgets as well.
This is what I want to see. I'm curious how the ROP binding tools work with a bigger blob of memory. I know a lot of CTF binaries tend to be pretty small.
Right. So this is, I think, where one of the new tools, Ropper, really shined. I think it crunched through the whole Linux kernel in a couple of seconds.
Oh wow! Yeah. So you have no problem with something one meg big.
Yes, this can have been a little bit of an issue for some of the older tools.
Any kind of pure Python-based tool, for example, it's not going to be very performant.
No, you want to just when you have something that you just want to process a large amount of binary data like this, then you probably want something that's compiled code.
Yeah, something native. So we're already in a debugger of our Perfect Route. We can actually see that they've got their Jeff prompt up, and there it is, ROP gadget. So they're going to run ROP gadget on the binary. They're checking the name, and I would say that's pretty quick, right?
Right.
So and there's a check sec. We've seen now check sec on both teams. I saw Straw Hat do it earlier. Yeah. So they're both. I'm so happy that nobody has made the mistake of not running check sec that I've seen so far. They seem to be pretty doing that.
Right. And the program does have basically all mitigations turned on, but it doesn't really matter. We do give them the address of where all of these gadgets are located, so they can easily calculate the addresses.
Well, now wait a minute. We lost the feed for a little bit there. Okay, so I'm a little confused though because I saw something that said 110 gadgets found. Were they looking for gadgets in the binary? It must have been looking at the gadgets in the binary.
Yes.
Not in the payload it generates, right? They need
True.
to actually first dump that or they either can just modify the source code, give it a fixed key, and then generate it, or
Yeah.
So now, I'm curious if teams elect to make it work with just one random key, or if they actually incorporate trying different keys until they get one that produces a really easily, gadgetable.
Right, you can basically approach this challenge from like two directions. You can fix the key and like make do with what you have, or kind of set up restrictions on what gadgets you need, and then just randomize the key until you get those things. I think the latter, if executed properly, is probably more effective, but you need to kind of like formulate that the notion of I need some of these gadgets into like a strict thing that you can put into code.
Yeah, because you have to be able to like measure the fitness of whatever you're producing.
Right. Because you might need like, okay, I need this or this or this and this or this.
Yeah.
Like,
I could even see kind of a hybrid approach, right? Where like I would probably just think of like what is the most complicated gadget
right.
that
What's
I want.
like the
Give it
must-have?
Yeah, the
I
one
need
really
that.
hard thing, and then like everything else I can work around. Like I can get things into registers pretty easily.
Right.
But what is going to be the one that Steven has really tall shoes on right now?
Yes.
I was like, wait a minute, that's not how tall. All right. And just in time, we caught on stream. There we go.
Yeah, and so let's see. We do have someone Googling a little bit. They are, I think were they looking up the RC4?
No,
they were looking
AES.
AES.
Yeah.
That's
not good.
Not correct.
Well, it's not that it's not correct. It's just not what we want them to be doing.
Right, because the encryption we're using here is RC4. It's a big favorite of mine. I try to overuse it in stuff because it's so easy to implement.
It's very, very fast. Yeah, you actually don't even need a library for it.
No,
right?
it's I think in Python you can implement it in like 3 lines of Python.
So here's the thing: is this implemented in the program,
yes.
Does it? So I'm a little worried after last round. I'm worried about sinkholing teams into like these dead ends or something. So I hope.
Right.
I'm just thinking.
Maybe I should
in
have.
10 minutes, we might want to throw out a hint. I guess what I'm saying. That like this is the encryption.
Yeah, it
That's
doesn't matter.
not the challenge,
yes.
right? Like just don't. It's just
don't
that's
worry
just
about
random.
Yes.
But we'll see what we end up with.
So because I think in the function they are just named like key scheduling algorithm and like PRNG or something like this. And that's actually, I mean, it's just by chance, I guess, but it's also because it doesn't really matter. Like you just, as long as you are able to do the same thing of your own, if you're doing some kind of brute forcing or whatever, it doesn't really matter.
Well, and I mean, remembering back some of my crypto classes back in the day, like good encryption is functionally identical from a random C generator anyways, and so it hopefully is it's somewhat intuitive that's essentially kind of what they're doing.
Right.
That was new. There's a website I hadn't seen for it. It was disasm.something.
Oh, I didn't see that. That's
they actually next time they bring that up, I'm going to keep an eye on it.
Right.
So it looks like Perfect Route's using a website. I wonder if it's just a very fast straight disassembler or disassemble at every offset type thing.
Interesting.
We
can see Straw Hat here using ROP gadgets.
The same one that I think we saw from Perfect Route,
so
right?
both of them are going like old school kind of thing.
Not
like
using Ropper, which is I guess that's the new hotness, right?
Well, we talked about this throughout the weekend.
No. So what are they running at here though? Here's the question: is Straw Hat running it on a dump? It looks like no.
You have this file, bin.raw. So
it's
they have
16 megs. Is that?
That's
seems large, wasn't it?
Well, maybe they just dumped like too much, like
the whole memory segment that it was in, or something like that. Okay.
Or maybe it was actually 16 meg.
Could be that large.
Yes.
Well, I guess we'll find out how fast RapGadget is.
So basically, what we saw there was that they have ran the program with some key, generated this collection of gadgets, dumped that memory to a file. Then they run it through the ROP gadget finder, and since it's not an ELF file, the program cannot automatically detect like what is this. So instead they manually specify like this is x86 64-bit. Like trust me.
Yeah, and we're not worried about virtual offsets or addresses. Like just disassemble at every offset, please. Yeah.
You can see them doing it here again. just dumping it to a text file so that they can like easily search through this and see what they have to work with.
Now they last time they backgrounded, I didn't notice that. Are they on a different tab? So do they just like kick off multiple ones and they're letting them go, or did one finish and they ran another one? I'm not sure which it was, because I feel like that could go either way. Oh, and here we go. We're looking at the man page for ROP Gadget. So yep, same kind of thing. Yep. They're both using this same tool.
You can see they're hovering over the raw mode, which is the same. They're looking for this, like, how do I tell?
Oh, wait, this actually, no, they're using Ropper. The man page was for ROP Gadget before, but now they're actually running Ropper.
For sure? Was that not just like...
They had Ropper on screen. They 100% were running. So one of their terminals down here was actually running Ropper. The other one, they're looking at the ROP Gadget man page. So I think they're hedging their bets.
Right.
And trying multiple. So yeah, so now perfect. So this is perfect route we're talking about here. They're still checking. There we go. Ropper. That was it. It was there. I saw Ropper. Right. So yeah, they definitely have it up. I like that idea. I like the idea of just run multiple tools.
Oh yeah.
Sure
there have been situations where I think one of the tools have found stuff where the other one hasn't. I don't remember specific examples, but there's these tricky situations where like the different tools can like differ in what they consider executable code. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if they're using just different disassembly libraries, right, or have different, like you could even see them doing different things with like the state, such that like one of them sees memory that's not writable being written to, and then stops analysis after that, whereas the other one continues, and it may or may not be, depending on your situation, whether that actually is a valid thing to do. So I can see a lot of context mattering there.
Right. So we
All
do
right,
see here.
So Rama, there we go.
Yeah, so they're just like checking the documentation for like how do I actually specify the parameters for this raw mode.
Now they got it. That's just raw
so
mode.
they're doing the same thing as Straw Hat was doing.
I think their arguments are out of order. I think they're putting the argument. I bet this thing has poor parsing.
Yeah.
And see, Ropper's still going.
Okay.
So they still got Ropper going, but I think they're okay. So tell me a little bit about like the in your kind of approach to solving this. If I would imagine you're going to look for the shortest working payload that you can come up with.
Yeah, I will. I mean, you always have the kind of generic, mmap read mprotect kind of ROP chain, where you allocate a region of memory, you make that memory readable, writable, executable, you read shellcode into it and jump to it. That's like a generic approach.
Yep.
So I would probably try to look for something like this. I mean, you will need some pop gadgets to populate the registers.
I mean, that's going to be trivial. They're gonna find a bunch of those just sitting around.
And it's there you always have the nice thing where like it doesn't really matter if like maybe you're popping another register as well. Like as long as you can just rearrange those populations
do them in the right order. Yep.
It will not matter. And other than that, you basically just need the syscall. So in a sense, you need like. Well, if you do the mmap, it's like that needs like all the registers, like the 6. So you need like a couple of pops in a syscall, and from there, I think you should be all good.
So I learned a new trick from Chris Eagle yesterday, though, which is why wouldn't you just use break?
Right, but then.
It's not going to be executable. There'll be a rewrite data, but it won't be executable.
And it would have been a perfect solution in that specific context because you only needed read-writable in that case.
Right.
In this case, that means, but it is actually a good idea because then you can split up the mmap into a break and an mprotect.
Yeah.
So you only need like
fewer
1
control registers.
and 3 arguments respectively.
Yeah.
So yes, that is actually
still probably a better solution, I think. Yeah. Than trying to actually.
Some of those like pop R8 or something can be a bit annoying.
More rare, or you've got to deal with more side effects, and then
Right.
Again, I'm curious to see as they start looking. So. We've seen them run this and dump this out, but again, are they going to just treat that seed as a fixed value? Are they going to just treat it as like, I'm only going to ever look at one buffer? Or are they going to build a framework that searches and finds and can try multiple values until it gets a quote-unquote good one?
Right. So, I think doing the variant where you like as long as you have the syscall and a few pops, like we can switch back to Straw Hat and see that they have started writing an exploitation script here now. So using pwn tools like most of our players have been doing, They are setting up the initial interaction. They are getting that leak to get that base address where all the gadgets will be located. That's the the base that they will then need to add a bunch of offsets to get to these different gadgets. And to clarify again, like what the program is doing, it's asking for a key from the user, generating these like 16 megabytes of ROP gadgets, and then you basically just can input a large buffer, and then it will pivot the stack to this large buffer, and just it will be a ROP chain.
So I don't know if you know your anime well, but one of the chat questions is, what anime is that background from Straw Hat? And I actually don't know.
Right.
I'm not much of an anime watcher.
I have seen a like. I don't know.
I
Apart
would
from
bet,
like
I
you
would
know,
bet chat can answer it faster than we can. That's,
yeah.
That's the
Apart from
summary.
individual episodes of stuff, like the only like full season of anything I've seen is Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Yep. I have seen
when I
that.
was like 14. That was
Okay.
great. Though.
I've seen a couple, Ghost in the Shell, and a few more, One Punch, but not a huge amount. So unfortunately, couldn't tell you. Although
No.
I'm curious.
So chat will have to help us on that.
All right. So looking back at the source code. Please provide a key, the toolbox area. Okay, so I mean, I'm really curious again. I mean, what is the? I feel like this should just be doable with just syscall and registers, right? Like you really don't need. Well,
right.
So like here's the question though.
Look here.
Yeah.
Look here. We have over on Straw Hat's side. They are looking for the syscall. They're looking for the pop RDI. So they are like picking their different pieces here, and they are slowly getting there. I think they are onto that strategy that I was talking about.
Well, we're seeing the same thing I think from Perfect Root. They've got all the register control first. They haven't gone for a syscall yet, but they're actually going for some ads. This is interesting.
Yeah. So
are they going to add the base address to no? I'm trying to think of what if there's a return address that comes back from like mmap or break or something, are they going to add to? I can't think of a reason they would need to add to it though. They just need
It's a good question.
need to move it to a different register really. So they already have
Although
the exchange.
that reminds me of one difficulty of if you would go for the break and protect route, is that with break you cannot specify the address yourself. You will get the address back in the RAX register.
Sure, so you just need to exchange it to a different register.
Right, yes.
Except actually what you might need is to copy it to another register because you may have to use it more than once. Because you're probably going to have to do like some sort of jump to it at the end as well. So you actually save a copy that's a good point. You actually might be better off with mmap with the
so it depends.
with the flags that you control.
You're switching mmap for maybe like 5 or so or more.
One of the things that strikes me just now is it's funny that you don't think of this right off the bat, but when I'm looking at much like some of the earlier ones where you're like, oh, here's a bunch of syscalls, and then it's like, oh, but getting the string is hard. In this case, you've got a bunch of you don't just have a ROT payload that you provided.
Right.
You are using a payload that exists, so you don't get constant. Like constants, which normally are really easy, right? Like a pop RDI is great, except it's you don't control the stack that it's running from, right?
No, you are.
Oh, you do actually.
You create a huge buffer of
so
like whatever you want.
But do you? You'd have to find that value in the stack is my point, right? So you're not going to get necessarily all random values in your 16 megabytes, all 32-bit random values or 8-bit random values.
Oh, no. Like the gadget area and your ROP chain are like two separate areas. So like,
I thought the ROT chain was specified based on offsets into the payload, in which case you can only use values that exist in the region.
Oh no. Like you provide the like a normal ROP chain, and then there is this 16 megabyte area of random gadgets.
Oh,
There's
sorry.
nothing tricky
Thank
about
you.
it.
I misunderstood that. Right. Okay. So yes. So getting control over your. So that makes me want to do another challenge though. So maybe a later, not this one obviously. Maybe later.
Yeah.
A later one. That'd be an interesting variant.
But yeah, we can switch over to Perfect Root and see that they are scrolling through gadgets. I think this will be a theme throughout this challenge. There will be a lot of scrolling through gadgets.
Yes.
Which is
searching for
gadgets.
Yep. I'm curious. Nobody came in, and we did warn them. This is a ROT payload.
Yeah.
And some of our stuff has been a little cheeky, like the stacks and the heap versus heap exploitation. But I will say that in this particular case, something a ROP compiler type situation might have been pretty nice, especially one where you can
let it fail, try a new random seed until it succeeds. You could just sit back and let your tool do all the work. So
Yeah.
I am a little curious that nobody came in with something more automated.
This is something I've actually on several occasions thought about as like a very interesting programming project thing, is to do like a constraint-based automatic ROP chain builder thing.
Yeah.
Like, never really gotten around to it, but it's a problem I've been when I'm in the bathroom or something, like thinking about the problem. Like
Sure, you
yeah.
take a shower and you think about ROP payload generation.
Yeah, I
constraint
mean,
solving,
yeah,
as one does.
Yes,
as one
yes,
does. Yeah.
of course. There's we're
So
completely
I
normal
still
people.
haven't seen. Yeah, this is not strange. This is not strange. I promise.
Yeah.
I still haven't seen a syscall yet from Perfect Root, which is interesting, and I haven't seen Straw Hat's payload in a while, so I don't know if they're building
Right.
a similar payload or not. One of the things I really like, though, about this particular challenge, sometimes, again, we have no idea of the state of a challenge. We don't know how far they've got or what they've got. But here, where they're just creating these gadgets, it's actually really quite nice to get a sense for kind of how far along they are.
And the players, like we've been talking about, like whether it's the finding the bugs that's difficult or performing the exploitation.
Right.
Here it's 100% like performing the exploitation.
Oh,
like,
clearly, yeah.
The bug is just handed to you.
You're told exactly
Yeah.
how to do it, right? The question is, how do you make it do something useful?
Yes.
Even though you've got that. So I've mentioned earlier that a lot of the challenges in this event, a lot of the work was done by a few people who are not here on site. We've had Glenn off camera, but Negasora in chat. Hey, Josh, thanks for hanging out with us. It's not too late where you're at, but good to see you. Josh has written several of the challenges that are in the competition.
Yep.
Happy to have you, and we miss you. Hope you're having a good time.
I think he slaughtered at least one of my challenges, right?
In terms of rewriting it?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Josh has gone through and fixed up several challenges that started a little too hard and tried to clean them up.
I'm saying slaughtered. What I really mean is salvage.
Made it.
Yes.
Fieldable.
Yeah.
Oh, he did it to mine too.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I had started one that was just pretty broken, and so. All right, so ROP chain, we've got a ROP chain come together. So we've got a Pop Rax.
Looking at the syscall
Pop
reference.
RDI leak.
With they're going with the mmap routes, classic.
Okay.
So if that's the case, like if they're doing that, that means that they have all the components. Like, because if you can do the mmap syscall, you can do all the syscalls that you need. Like you can populate all the registers.
Except they don't actually have a syscall, so I don't see a gadget for a syscall yet. They still get to find that.
Yeah, that's
not going to be hard.
No.
There's going to be plenty in whatever random payload
that's
they've
just
got,
by like statistics, because that one doesn't even need to be like before, like with a ret. Or like it can be. There's quite a bit of leeway what can come after.
Well, it's also,
it's
it's CD80, right for a syscall.
Yes.
So,
right. It's 2 bytes.
So it's 2 bytes, but that's still not 65K of
No.
random. 50% chance and whatever. Like that's very doable, especially 16 megabytes. You're definitely going to get some syscalls. So that makes sense that you would be. I mean, I think if you wanted to play games, you could make it much smaller, and then you make them really tackle the problem of like how many random seeds should they try to get that hardest thing.
I was considering going that route when we were making this, but I realized
not for LiveCTF.
No.
Yes,
not for this.
I think
it's
for a longer, more interesting variant, absolutely, that would have been really cool.
I was
like,
sitting
it's
there,
only like 50K big or 100K big.
Yeah. I was sitting there writing the challenge, and then you got to the like, okay, how large should this buffer be? And I just typed in a large number.
2 and put a bunch of numbers. Yeah.
I think I did like hex 1000 times hex 1000 because that felt cool.
I'm going to be real happy when I finally see Perfect Root put a syscall one, because I'm just seeing a lot of.
But
are they putting all of the arguments?
No, this is completely fine. They're building up the ROP chain here. Well, they're missing the syscall thing, right? So they're just.
That's what I said. I'm going to be real happy when they. I think did they forget it?
Oh, they're looking up the shellcode as well, which they need to do like
Pop
after
move
after they done the mmap read. They need to actually read the shellcode into that.
But they haven't.
Right.
Unless I'm missing something, there's still no syscall.
No, but I want to switch over to Straw Hat, because I saw here they just tabbed away from it, unfortunately. But I saw they were also looking at a syscall table
well, and they put up this. They had a syscall gadget in particular earlier. So let's see how many of the other gadgets they have.
You can see
right
that they have
now.
a ROP2.txt, so and then now a ROP XX.txt. So they might have switched the seed
interesting.
around a little bit
just
to
try
something
different
else. Yes.
Yeah, let's hang with them for a little bit just to see if we'll get their payload.
By the way, with this, well, since you have such a big like ROP chain, something you can actually go for here is actually a SIG return to like pop all kinds of stuff off the stack. So I think you could basically do this with 2 gadgets. You need a pop RAX to set the syscall, and then you need a syscall, and that's all you need.
Interesting.
Yes. And there's even like a utility function in Pwn tools to build your SIG return frame that you put on
Really?
Yes. You tell it which registers you want to populate,
Ooh, that
like
sounds
which
like
ones you
easy
care
mode.
about.
Yeah.
And then you just like serialize this into the thing, you put that on the stack.
Hint for the audience or for somebody else who might have to tackle a challenge like that one later. Keep that one in mind, because that's going to solve some of those CTF's challenge, I guarantee you, in the next year.
Yes, the good thing with it is like really simple. The bad side is that it consumes a lot of space, because like it's like you're popping off like all the registers of the stack basically.
Yeah, but I mean, so even on like x64, it's not an absurd amount.
No. But like in some ROP situations, you might only have like a couple of elements. So it's not a silver bullet.
Yeah.
But it's
or
definitely
maybe
something you should have in your toolbox.
second stage kind of thing, right? So your first stage is going to pivot you to a bigger region potentially, or something, and then that's the one that you field.
Yes.
Just because one can be constrained on space, and the other can be constrained on the type of gadgets you have actually available.
Right.
Yeah, we're losing one of our displays here. I don't know if it's. Let me see if we can do some troubleshooting. It's been flickering off now. I don't know if you have a bad cable or not.
Yes. So while Jordan is looking at that, we will continue looking at Straw Hat, and they are putting their exploit script together. So we'll see. Maybe they are getting a bit closer there. They're looking at variable attributes. I'm not entirely sure what that will be used for in this context. Again, looking for the ROP gadget tool, looking at the what do you call it? Documentation is the name. Sorry, I'm getting a bit tired here. But yes, I do see Perfect Root here. Yes, so we have Perfect Root back on the stream. So let's check them out. Do they have a syscall gadget? I don't see a syscall gadget, but I also only got like a very short glance at the script. Yeah, still missing that syscall gadget. Right?
And talk about nerves in the middle of a if that's
right.
if that's
you have like
case,
everything,
like, you've got everything you've got except for the one thing that's most important.
Yeah. Really stressful.
Here we go. Hold on. Type SYS. Nope, 41 space. Wait. Address. Why are they searching for? Are they looking for? Oh, they're looking for a constant. So they want to be able to. I'm not sure what that was about.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. So.
Well, they blew through looking for building the right gadgets. I would say.
Look here. I think this is. You saw that they changed the key from 16 bytes to 15 bytes. I think that's something that's been messing up their input, because I think I only read actually 15 bytes of input for the key. So that might be then the 16 input byte might be spilling over into the ROP chaining, messing with them. So they're fixing that up, and now you can see they're stepping through the ROP chain.
Okay, make sure the gadgets are right.
It's all fine, except they still don't have a syscall.
Well, they should realize that though as they actually walk through that.
Right.
Oh,
now they have a syscall.
Did they get it earlier? No, they're getting it now. There we go.
Oh, there they have it. Okay,
right.
okay. So this is going to be, yeah, I mean, this should be it. Like, is it there?
Well, there's still a couple of pieces. There's still several pieces.
Yes. Well, okay, they're not sending the shellcode yet, but let's see. No.
Well, they've actually got to copy the shellcode to the buffer too, right? Or did they already do that?
No. So you like, yeah, that's the read. you see they're doing two syscalls. Like
I see it.
at the top of the script, you
Yep,
see the
yep,
mmap
yep.
setup, and then
Yep,
it's the read.
I see it.
And then finally, you see the leak plus 2000. That's where the location. Oh, they have off by one.
typo. It's
They have a
2000 versus
typo. It was
1000.
20,000 and
Yeah,
2000.
yeah.
It's off by one. Oh my God, they're like one keystroke basically away, I think,
Yeah.
from solving this. Oh, that's nerve-wracking. Let's go to the split view at least. We can see a little bit of what's going on with Straw Hat while they are debugging that. They are still finding different drop gadgets. Not quite there. I think if Perfect Root can just figure out this small little,
Yeah.
issue. What are they googling now? They are.
Here's the problem: is once something's not working,
Oh,
you check
yeah.
all sorts of other
Nice.
stuff.
That's annoying. That was so unfortunate. I mean, maybe there was some issue with the mmap call as well.
They could be, yeah.
But there was definitely a keystroke wrong there. So we have some excellent puns here in the chat, by the way.
What did I miss?
So we have first it's Danganronpa Gadget Happy Havoc. I'm not sure I take that reference, but we have Srop Drop and Roll. And a proper pun, yeah.
Glenn, you could tell it's the end of a long day when you're putting puns in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm with you though. I'm here for the puns.
Right.
Dad
and SROP is also the name of a technique as well.
So bonus points for the specificity, I suppose. But I think we've got a clearly a correct approach.
Yeah.
Clearly,
you can see Perfect Root debugging their ROP chain.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. And then have we? Oh wait, did they start over? Straw Hat. That's a real small.
Yeah. Let's look at the export script.
payloads.
Yeah, they think they are, a bit struggling with like. Maybe they're trying to do something more complicated, but they are looking at the syscall table. So it feels like it should be.
Well, and they've had the wrap gadgets for a while. They've had a working payload, but they're kind of backing off from that.
Right.
Okay, here we go.
So switching back to Perfect Root.
Look
So
at the
what
stack
you did
pivot.
not see on screen was that they stepped through it and then they checked the memory mappings, probably to see whether the mmap call succeeded or not. And they're trying to figure out, I guess, why it's not, or.
Yeah,
so
there's their syscall. So
yes.
they're checking the arguments. Now they're comparing the arguments here.
Oh, I think this is an issue. I think they took a syscall gadget that was not followed by a ret.
Yeah, so the inline one earlier isn't going to work.
Right. So
Yeah.
they will do the syscall, but then it will just continue into
Oh,
bad
no.
code.
Wait a minute.
I think. But they are. Right, so they took another offset.
Was that to a syscall with a ret though? I didn't see.
Yeah, I think so. They put it from
the
some
pattern match they
result.bin.
search.
So they might have been preparing some other stuff earlier here when they're doing this. You can see they're stepping through, they do the syscall, and now they're passing
Yeah.
on. So now they have this working.
Oh, that might be it. So let's see if they just continue and go for it, or if they're gonna.
Yeah.
I don't remember if they actually pivot to it.
Syscall, I think they're just trying to see here whether, and now they still have the typo. They still have the 2000 versus the 20,000. So everything else now they fixed, but they still have the 2000 versus 20,000.
Well, and they're going to notice that if they actually check the arguments
Yes,
at that syscall,
yes.
right? That's
but
what's
this
going
is
to
like, you won't notice it until
Yeah.
you can get really blind to these things, right?
And this is where having I think in a normal CTF when you're with a team and
Yeah.
you've got other people that can pair program with
Right,
you, somebody else
right.
catches that and just
But
saves
something
you a
I
ton.
also do when doing this kind of stuff is like any offsets, I always put
make
them
it
in
variable.
variables.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
always,
yeah,
always,
that's
always.
true.
I'm almost like on the pedantic side where I would put the memory protection constants in variables, or even use the PwnTools constants library that they have for this. So I would have a variable called shellcode offset or something, which would include that, and you would not
Yep.
have this issue.
Yeah.
So
Or
this is why you have this trade-off with how much of proper software development practices do you apply to your exploits?
yeah, because if
script?
you put unit tests into your exploit,
yeah.
obviously that's not a great use of your time,
Sure.
right?
I'm
there's a limit. To what makes
definitely on the
sense.
side of being overly formal in my exploit scripts.
Oh, here we go. So, okay. they've got their checker, and they're going to compile it. They're going to look at the arguments.
Right. They're going to double
they're
check
gonna
that the
verify
constants
it.
are
So
the numeric constants that they
They're
think
right.
they
They do have to check the constants, but
Yes.
the problem is it's not the one that they're thinking of.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah.
the flags.
are. It's not a problem.
It's the other typo.
And funnily enough, if we look here over Straw Hat, they are also writing some kind
Doing a
of
verifier as well. So
program.
they're gonna-
Probably, yes, you can see pointer equals mmap. They're
Yeah.
going to double check that this is what they want, like the arguments are what they believe they should be. So yes, definitely on the right track. It really comes down to whether Perfect Root manages to discover this
Yeah.
small typo.
No
that they
hints
have.
needed. Clearly we've got.
Oh yeah, this will
we know what needs
be
to happen.
like the question is like, will it take 1 minute or 10 minutes? But it will be there. Like,
Yeah, this feels like we're going to avoid a descent into madness and keep this one. It is.
yeah.
It's right there. Oh come on. Oh yeah. Every time you see the cursor go like right by.
Yeah.
Oh.
So they are putting another address in here, searing out some parts of it.
It's close. It's close.
You
Oh,
can see
man.
they're starting to type
Oh,
really
man.
fast now. I mean, I can't even imagine the pressure here. Right? It's
So hold on. Okay.
stepping through
I
it.
can
You
actually hear them
Yes.
hitting enter so hard behind us.
Yeah. This
It's
is like
an
they are
emphatic-
ropping so
Yeah,
hard right
They're
now.
ropping so hard for sure. There it is. Just fixed it.
Okay, they fixed it.
Just fixed
They
it.
found the typo.
They just fixed it.
Okay, what's that issue?
It was-
So they have a local
there it is,
working
and
solution.
yep,
So they
there
will
it
be
is.
going for the kill
There
here.
it
So
is. They're getting ready. Get ready.
they're doing submitter, and
There it
yes,
is. Congratulations. Perfect route. Well done.
Well done, perfect. Roots.
Woo! Great job. All
Great
right.
job.
Thanks for hanging with us, chat. That was fantastic. Woo.
What a day!
fun
What a day! A lot of great matches. If you missed any of them, you can
Go check out the stream.
Yeah, you can check out the stream. We will be back tomorrow with the semifinals and the finals. What time are we starting?
We start tomorrow, I believe, at 10 a.m.
10
Same
a.m.
we start
Pacific
today.
time.
Pacific. Yep.
We will put up another YouTube event, so you can just bookmark it and put on the reminder thing. Yeah, I know. Like, just glad you all came here to watch, and we'll see you tomorrow, right?
That sounds perfect. All right, everybody, take it easy.
Good night.
you.